Hey everyone, welcome back to the channel. Today, I'm excited to share a brand new Naruto fan fiction with you. Naruto. Starting with the Ōtsutsuki Bloodline. In this story, we travel to Konoha, year 58. Kitagawa Gen spent 13 years waiting for recognition, waiting for power, waiting for a chance to change his fate. That chance finally came when he accidentally sent his two teammates to the hospital. The incident caught the attention of none other than Kakashi Hatake, who made Gen his very first disciple. But just when Gen thought his life couldn't get any stranger, he received the novice gift pack he'd been hoping for all along. And inside, reward acquired, Ōtsutsuki clan bloodline, blank slate. Please develop it properly. From that moment on, the already chaotic shinobi world spiraled into even greater turmoil. If you enjoy stories about hidden potential, world-shaking power, and the price of destiny, you're going to love this one. Want to access the next part early or read all the chapters yourself? Check out my Patreon page, patreon.com/mv7. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit the bell icon so you never miss an update. Alright, let's dive in.
Part 3 of Naruto, starting with the Ōtsutsuki bloodline. He's lost it, hasn't he? Seeing Sasori suddenly attack, Kisame was clearly confused. However, Uchiha Itachi beside him seemed to be thinking deeply. It's no surprise. He must have mistaken that kid for the legendary White Fang of the Leaf. After all, the same short sword, the same white hair, the same hidden leaf shinobi. Most importantly, that blade, the one that had killed his parents. He inherited the blade, so he inherited the title too. Makes sense. Kisame nodded. After all, he himself still claimed the title of one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. The kid wasn't being treated unfairly. Whether fair or not, it didn't matter now. This situation was already a headache. Sasori had already begun fighting Kitagawa Gen, and both Kakashi and Jiraiya seemed to trust that boy. Their eyes were now locked onto him. Kakashi, that guy seems to have some serious beef with your father, Jiraiya muttered under his breath. Could he be from the hidden sand? After all, Tsukumo Hatake had rampaged through the sand during the war, killing so many that he traumatized an entire generation of their shinobi. This isn't the time for that kind of talk, Kakashi said calmly, his Sharingan narrowing. He didn't know the details, but he was sure the cause was the sword. Uchiha Itachi has the Mangekyo Sharingan. Let me handle him. Alright. Then the shark face is mine, Jiraiya nodded, though he added a reminder, be careful. We're deep in Iwagakure territory. We can't afford to drag this out. Get what intel you can and get out. Got it. Understood. Kakashi nodded and charged at Uchiha Itachi, a brilliant blue lightning chakra already surging over his kunai. TCH, what a hassle. Itachi winced inwardly. If it hadn't been for the glint of sunlight reflecting off the mark on the kunai just moments ago, he might have been taken out instantly, but summoning Susanoo so early was hardly ideal. He could already feel the strain, his eyes beginning to ache. Our last battle didn't have a proper conclusion, Kakashi said coldly, his kunai flashing silently toward Itachi. This time, let's finish it. Hey, shark face. I've got a few questions for you. As Kakashi launched his attack, Jiraiya stepped in front of Kisame, who drew his Samahata without hesitation. Troublesome, but I've been wanting to test the power of one of the legendary Sannin. The 3 battles erupted simultaneously, leaving only Deidara standing to the side, looking a little lost. Wait a minute. Weren't these 3 here for him? How did he suddenly become the irrelevant one? Well, guess'll just watch and see how things play out. Deidara turned his gaze toward Kitagawa General. Even in just a single moment, he felt it, he was certain he wasn't wrong. This guy was an artist, just like him. Are you sure you've got the right person? Kitagawa General asked, sidestepping Haruko's tail spike, brow raised in confusion. If anything, my teacher, Hatake Kakashi, is Sakumo's son. He's over there, see. You carry his blade, so you've inherited his name, Sasori sneered. Haruko's mouth suddenly opened wide, firing out a barrage of poisoned Senbon. Kakashi being here makes it even better. Once I deal with you, I'll turn him into a masterpiece too. You'll both make fine additions to my collection. Is that so? General raised a single hand, earth style, earth wall. A slab of stone shot up from the ground, shielding him from the rain of poisoned needles. The very next instant, a short sword crackling with purple lightning burst through the wall and hurtled toward him. You sure talk big. But not just the blade. Gen's voice was suddenly right in Sasori's ear. A single slash, and Sasori's body crumbled instantly. Yes. That's it. That's the art I'm talking about. Deidara was absolutely ecstatic, totally unfazed by the 3 raging battles that could easily kill him if he got too close. Ah, too bad. When did that guy dodge? What a shame. Sasori's crumbled body quickly lost color and disintegrated into sand. A sand clone. He wasn't foolish enough to face Kitagawa General unprepared after learning he could use the Flying Thunder God technique. Sasori knew full well that Hiriko alone wouldn't be enough. He needed to take this fight seriously. You're lucky. Before I turn you into my next work of art, I'll show you one of my favorites. Another Sasori appeared nearby, a human puppet standing beside him. A scroll marked with the number 3 lay open on the ground. Black iron sand rapidly covered both Sasori and the puppet of the 3rd cage. The key to countering the Flying Thunder God was defense. Without being easily breached, there was always a chance to win. That's the 3rd cage. Kakashi and Jiraiya both noticed it amid their own battles. Shock crossed their faces. The 3rd cage disappeared before the 3rd Great Ninja War. His vanishing started the war. Could this guy be the culprit? He's really from the Sand Village. A sand shinobi, assassinating his own cage, then turning him into a puppet. What kind of grudge would drive someone to do that? How twisted is this organization, to have monsters like this? There was no time to dwell on it. Their opponents were formidable, and they trusted Kitagawa Gen, especially Jiraiya. With Sage Mode and the Flying Thunder God, even if he can't win, there's no one in the ninja world who could stop him from escaping. He had absolute faith in Gen's strength. In fact, he believed General had the potential to surpass Minato himself. The 3rd cage, huh? General raised a brow. That defense reminded him of Gaara's. So, you're the one behind the 3rd Great Ninja War. Why don't you take a guess? Sasori didn't bother to answer. With his command, the iron sand surged forward, condensing into countless thin, black needles, dense enough to suffocate. In the blink of an eye, a storm of iron sand surged toward General like a tidal wave. Magnet release. Iron sand drizzle. General didn't move. He made no attempt to dodge. But just before the iron needles reached him, poof. His figure burst into a cloud of smoke. A shadow clone. Sasori narrowed his eyes, only for Gen's voice to ring out behind him. That's right. I noticed you used a sand clone from the start. I just gave you a chance. He needed to gather intel, and what better way than letting Jiraiya and the others see the 3rd cage with their own eyes. After all, he made for one hell of a display piece. Although he wasn't sure this would complete the mission, he couldn't afford to pass up any opportunity. Well then, Kitagawa Gen's lips curled into a faint smile. Just as Sasori abruptly turned, a surge of natural energy burst from Gen's body. In that instant, a powerful force caused his sleeves to flutter without wind, his short hair swayed gently, red markings bloomed under his eyes, and his pupils turned pure white. Pseudo Sage Mode. Activate. Magnet release. Iron sand wall. Sasori didn't have time to think. The swirling iron sand quickly formed a sturdy wall between him and the 3rd cage puppet. Boom. A thunderous explosion shook the temple again, dust and iron sand scattering wildly. Sasori seized the chance to retreat, but what startled him was how his iron sand seemed to destabilize when it came into contact with that boy's violet lightning. Lightning release shouldn't cause that, and what is this form he's using? Sasori couldn't make sense of it, but now wasn't the time to dwell on the details. As he fell back, he immediately directed the 3rd cage to raise his hand. Ninja art. 1000-armed attack. In a flash, thousands of mechanical arms shot from the cage puppet's body, shrouded in poison mist and hidden traps, rushing at Kitagawa General like a wave of death. Magnet release. Huh, Gen's eyes sparkled. The moment he made contact with the iron sand, it was as if something had clicked in his mind. And more importantly, he vaguely recalled, wasn't it the 4th cage, Rasa, who used magnet release to pan for gold in the land of wind to sustain the village? It might not be exactly the same, but wasn't it worth exploring? You seem to have forgotten something. General tilted his head as the mass of arms hurtled toward him. In the blink of an eye, he vanished, then reappeared at the far end of the temple, right before the broken Buddha statue from earlier. I already used Flying Thunder God once, remember? Damn it, Sasori turned swiftly, only to see General rushing at him like a ghost. He hastily tried to summon another Iron Sand defense. Swish. But before the defense could fully form, the White Fang short sword flew at him, ricocheting off the wall above with a sharp clang. At that exact moment, General reappeared. Your defense is strong, but I'm not in a normal state either. If I can't break through the outer layer, then I'll just inject power directly inside. Sage Art. Giant Rasengan. A massive Rasengan spun into existence in his palm. In the next moment, he slammed it straight into the iron sand-protected body of Sasori. Boom. The immense energy shattered the puppet shell beneath the iron sand. Although the sand barrier barely held together, it began to warp from the force. The core puppet, Hirako, hidden beneath it, had already been destroyed. Cracks spread across the already crumbling temple, and with another thunderous shockwave, the entire structure began to groan. Damn. The temple's going to collapse. We need to get out. Now. Jiraiya, Kakashi, Itachi, and Kisame all realized the danger at once. Without hesitation, they flashed toward the exit. As the golden rays of sunset spilled across the land, the temple finally gave way and collapsed completely. A massive tremor shook the earth, and clouds of dust erupted into the sky. And within the haze, Deidara, battered and covered in dust, looked utterly disheveled. Yet his eyes shone with feverish excitement. Yes. Yes. That's it. That instant. Boom. Now that's art. That's the exact kind of art I believe in. Iwagakure, Tsuchikage's Ofisanaki stared at the stack of papers in his hand, frustration clearly written across his face. Why can't Deidara just behave for once? There was no doubt about Deidara's talent or capabilities, but his attitude, always reckless, always troublesome, gave Onoki endless headaches. He'd been forced to send the kid out of the village to reflect on his actions, hoping he'd settle down. But instead of quiet reflection, Deidara had run wild like an untamed beast, causing more chaos than ever. The documents in Anaki's hands detailed all sorts of messes Deidara had stirred up recently. If you love blowing stuff up so much, why not blow up some old mine shafts? At least that'd be helpful. Onoki tossed the papers aside with a grimace. He couldn't bear to read another line. Tsuchikage-sama. Just then, a deep and honest voice rang out. It was Akatsuchi, large and broad-shouldered, jogging into the office. The sight gave Onoki a start. What is it? Don't tell me it's Kuratsuchi. If she's here, tell her I'm not around. I'm very busy. Kuratsuchi was his precious granddaughter, and quite the handful. She'd grown up alongside Deidara and trained with him since they were kids. Unsurprisingly, she didn't take it well when Onoki exiled him from the village and had since made a habit of coming by to nag him about it. It's not Kuratsuchi, Tsuchikage-sama, Akatsuchi replied, shaking his head earnestly. She's still training. But this is related to Deidara, it's from the Anbu. Don't tell me that brats caused trouble again. A metaphorical tick mark popped on Anaki's forehead. His fists clenched with irritation. If only he were more like you, calm and steady. Onoki had personally mentored 3 disciples, Akatsuchi, Deidara, and Kuratsuchi. Kuratsuchi acted as a bridge between the 2 extremes, while she got along with both. Deidara and Akatsuchi rarely saw eye to eye. Where Akatsuchi was grounded and dependable, Deidara was unpredictable and wild. They constantly clashed, not least because Akatsuchi disapproved of Deidara's obsession with explosions, while Deidara thought Akatsuchi couldn't appreciate his art. Tsuchikage-sama. According to the Anbu report, Akatsuchi's voice turned unusually serious, catching Onoki off guard. The Anbu tailing Deidara have all gone dark. No contact. All of them. Onoki shot to his feet, nearly throwing his back out in the process. What happened? Deidara may be crazy, but he wouldn't take out his own allies. Is someone targeting him? I don't know. I came straight here after receiving the intel. What about backup? Never mind. I get it. Onoki sighed and shook his head at Akatsuchi's hesitant expression. You're too cautious. In a situation like this, you need to act decisively. This is the land of Earth, and we're talking about Deidara. He turned to the window and shoved it open, stepping up onto the ledge. Tsuchikage-sama, you're going personally. What else would I do? With a sharp grunt, Onoki began to float into the air and soared out of the office. Tell Kuretsuchi to behave and have Kitsuchi watch over things. I want to see who exactly has the guts to mess with one of my disciples. Borderlands on the other side of the border, Pain stood with Kakuzu, Hidan, and Konan, his voice low and commanding. Everyone's here. Then let's move. Wait a sec, something's off, Hidan muttered, looking around, puzzled. Before he could finish the thought, Kakuzu cut him off. Shut up. Just focus on the mission and stop running your mouth. TCH. Buzzkill. Hidan glared at Kakuzu but didn't argue further. What was the point? The guy was practically unkillable. Not worth the effort. Still, as much as he preferred praying to Jashin-sama and performing his rituals, he'd only recently joined Akatsuki. He figured he should at least contribute for now. Pain didn't waste more words. Once Hidan and Kakuzu quieted down, he bolted forward, Konan taking to the skies beside him. Kakuzu and Hidan followed, glancing at each other before leaping after them. TCH. Heading to the land of Earth, huh. Hope I can find some good sacrifices on the way. Hidan couldn't help muttering, while Kakuzu ignored him, though he, too, was lost in thought. This is such a pain, I still haven't replaced the hearts I lost last time, and now we're heading into more chaos. Finding suitable hearts was no easy task, especially those compatible with his jutsu. He could only hope things wouldn't spiral too far out of control. That damn brat, what a headache. Elsewhere, on the border inside a sealed carriage, Nagato sat slumped and pale, murmuring softly. They've moved. Maintain distance and follow. His voice was weak, his chakra drained from years of feeding the ghetto statue. It took a toll, but he never regretted his choices. Nagato, this time might be dangerous. Be careful, Konan's voice called in from outside the carriage. Given Nagato's condition, Konan stayed behind to guard him personally while a paper clone joined the main squad. Especially if Jiraiya-sensei appears, I'm worried. I know. I'll avoid confrontation if I can, Nagato nodded. Now wasn't the time for battle, for him, or for Akatsuki as a whole. But Jiraiya's pursuit is relentless. Thankfully, he hasn't discovered the secrets of the Land of Rain yet. We'll need to be more discreet from here on. Jiraiya's sudden appearance had thrown a wrench into everything. And despite his confidence in his own power, Nagato knew full well, defeating someone and killing them were two very different things. Even leaving emotion aside, most high-level shinobi had their own unique means of escape. He could defeat someone like Orochimaru, but killing him outright was another matter entirely. The best strategy against a powerful ninja is a siege. Perhaps that's the only way to truly bring one down. Both Omegakure and Iwagakure had mobilized, and meanwhile, at this desolate temple near the border, 3 pairs of combatants were already locked in fierce battle. Reikiri. Kakashi's right hand crackled with lightning as he shot toward Uchiha Itachi. Just as the strike was about to land, Itachi tilted his body slightly, narrowly avoiding the attack. At the same time, he grabbed Kakashi's arm. His Sharingan began to spin. Genjutsu erupted instantly. But something was wrong. In the illusion world, Kakashi was already engulfed in flames. It wasn't the real one. Boom. Kakashi suddenly burst from the ground beside Itachi. Reikiri once again aimed straight at him. Your genjutsu won't work on me. As he spoke, Kakashi's clone shattered into lightning, surging across Itachi's body. A lightning clone, huh? Itachi remained calm. At the moment Kakashi struck him, his body dissolved into smoke, a shadow clone. Fire style. Great fireball jutsu. Itachi reappeared to the side, hands already forming seals. A massive fireball roared toward Kakashi. Boom. The deafening explosion forced Kakashi to vanish from sight, but Itachi spun around instinctively. The real Kakashi was already coming at him again. This is troublesome, Itachi cursed inwardly. Kakashi's skills and battle tactics were formidable, especially now, with that Sharingan evolving and constantly countering his genjutsu. Worse, I just used Susanoo, my eyes are straining. Kakashi may have been somewhat exhausted, but Itachi wasn't in great shape either. Kitagawa General had messed him up earlier, and now he had no choice but to push forward. What exactly is your organization after? While Kakashi and Itachi danced their deadly chess match, Jiraiya and Kisami's fight was far more direct. Neither of them lacked chakra, and neither held back. Sorry, that's classified. Kisame dodged Jiraiya's strike and sneered coldly. I'm a shinobi. I don't share secrets lightly. Water style. Water dragon jutsu. TCH, stubborn bastard. Jiraiya cursed under his breath, but he couldn't help but be impressed. In a dry area with no water, pulling off a water dragon like that. His chakra reserves are ridiculous. And that sword, it absorbs chakra too. This guy's a real headache. With that thought, Jiraiya quickly completed a seal. Fire style. Giant flame bullet. A blazing inferno surged toward the water dragon, steam exploding as fire clashed with water. Mist filled the air, but Jiraiya didn't pause. He scanned the surroundings, then formed another seal. Now. Ninja art. Wild Lion's main jutsu. Just then, Kisami's Samahata slashed downward from behind, but Jiraiya's hair suddenly extended and coiled around Kisami's wrists and legs. Damn, Kisame grunted, changing the sword's direction mid-swing to slice through Jiraiya's hair. He was beyond annoyed. Running into Konoha again. Just his luck. And he wasn't the only one frustrated. Sasori, right now, was on the verge of snapping. Fast, strong, flying thunder god, and excellent with a blade, and worst of all, immune to my poison. Hidden among the puppets of Red Secret Technique, performance of 100 puppets, Sasori's mood was sinking fast. He had prepared based on Kakuzu's intel, but this kid was way more trouble than expected. That strange, lightning release chakra mode, its heat burned through and dispersed the poison. It reminded him of the time Conan recruited him. She used exploding tags to blast apart the poison and burn it away. This kid's method was eerily similar. Looks like you're out of tricks. Kitagawa Gen, bathed in violet lightning, stood among the countless puppets and suddenly spoke. I'll admit, your poison's impressive, but it doesn't work on me. And your puppets can't keep up. Cocky brat. Sasori grumbled, still annoyed by the matchup. I underestimated you, yes. But how long can you last? I can leave whenever I want. I'm just here for intel, after all. General shrugged, reaching into his ninja pouch. And honestly, I've got a pretty good idea why you're here, for Deidara, right? Sasori raised an eyebrow but said nothing. Gen smiled. No need to deny it. I've run into Kisame, and Hidan too, so I figured it out. Still, aren't you guys working with Iwagakure? Doing this won't piss off Onoki. Sasori stayed silent, but the truth was clear. If they weren't worried, they wouldn't be sneaking around. But that's your problem. Explain it to them yourselves. General suddenly smiled, holding a scroll. Friendly warning. Everyone's arrived, so it's about time I head out, but before that. As he spoke, General ripped the scroll. Dozens of kunai burst out in all directions. Flying Thunder God. Sasori immediately braced himself. If he could block or dodge all of them, he'd be fine, and he'd prepared his poison. Win or lose, he'd fight to the end. But just as the kunai soared, General raised a single hand. A spark of chakra surged. Ninja art. Shuriken Shadow Clone Jutsu. What? In an instant, dozens of kunai multiplied into hundreds. Sasori froze. Were they all marked with Flying Thunder God? Or just some? There was no time to think. Gen's purple lightning flared brighter, then he vanished. Boom. 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 He flashed like a ghost across the battlefield. Wherever he appeared, explosions echoed. Sasori's puppets were wiped out almost instantly. No. Sasori's heart pounded. He had tried to shield himself with puppets, but there were just too many kunai. Watching General warp from point to point, feeling the crushing chakra and seeing his puppets shattered, Sasori finally understood how Onoki felt when Minato wiped out 50 Iwa Nin in a flash. You the yellow flash. And just as his last puppets were about to be destroyed, a roar thundered from the sky. What the? Everyone froze. A pillar of blinding white light slammed down from above, aiming straight at Sasori. He was stunned. He barely had time to react as the beam pierced through his final puppets and shredded his iron sand defense like paper. Shinra Tensai. A new figure appeared, arms outstretched as a wave of energy erupted forth. Whoom. The two forces collided, the world turned white. Thunder shook the skies. The ground cracked open. Mountains trembled and rocks crumbled. A thick cloud of smoke mushroomed upward like a nuclear blast. Far away from the epicenter, General, Jiraiya, and Kakashi reappeared. Jiraiya stared at the explosion in stunned disbelief. No way, no way. The moonlight was cold and clear over the borders of the land of Earth. A large number of Iwa Nin were combing through the collapsed ridgeline, searching for something. Onoki sat atop a pile of rubble, his expression dark and sour. Reflecting on everything that had happened today, his mood couldn't be worse. A group of powerful ninja wreaking havoc on his own turf. That was absolutely intolerable, especially because he saw it with his own eyes. Flying Thunder God technique. Onoki had to admit he got a bit too emotional back then. Minato Namikaze was long dead. But that flickering figure, combined with those fragile puppet decoys, brought back painful memories. Lord Tsuchikage, we've gathered most of the information. As he brooded, an Anbu approached, kneeling on one knee and speaking in a low voice. Even he was visibly nervous. At this moment, perhaps only Deidara and a few others would dare face an angry Onoki without fear. Speak, Onoki said, voice dangerously calm and clipped. The Anbu immediately began his report. According to the sensory team, although the chakra traces here are chaotic, the most notable signatures suggest there were about 8 individuals in total. One of them engaged you directly, Lord Tsuchikage. The other 6 were fighting among themselves. 6, Onoki nodded slightly. When he arrived, he had indeed seen 3 pairs locked in combat in the sky. 3 of them had white hair. The other 3 were clad in black cloaks. Do we know who they are? Can we track them? Not yet, sir. Given the location, the Anbu hesitated, shaking his head. Onoki understood what he meant. This was a border zone, not heavily manned. Even the Anbu stationed here were for emergency deployment, not exactly equipped with comprehensive chakra databases of high-level shinobi. There's also something else about those 6 chakra signatures. The Anbu trailed off mid-sentence, clearly struggling to choose the right words. They were all extremely powerful. 4 of them were especially overwhelming. As for the one who fought you, he shook his head, unsure how to describe it. Anaki's face darkened further. He knew the ninja world was full of powerful figures, but for so many to suddenly show up in his village to stir up trouble. That was outright disrespect. Any other intel? He asked, barely suppressing his frustration. I saw the puppets and lightning release techniques myself, not to mention the flying thunder god. I want details beyond that. Other than what you've seen, sir, we also detected water release and fire release being used in the battle. The Anbu was clearly under pressure. Onoki may be small in stature, but his presence was overwhelming. As for anything else, it's unclear for now. Fine. Got it. Onoki rose to his feet, frustrated. Even without full intel, he had his suspicions. Is Konoha returning to how it was 10 years ago? That blinking figure, he didn't believe any other jutsu could replicate it. He was already contemplating how to have a friendly talk with Konoha about this. He also intended to extract some answers from Deidara. After all, that brat had been skulking around the area for a while. Where's Deidara? Have you found him? Lord Tsuchikage, Deidara, well, what about him? He seems to have left. Which direction? The Anbu fell silent, pointing off into the distance. Anaki's blood pressure shot up. That direction wasn't even within the borders of the land of earth. Meanwhile, within the land of rain, Pain was silently watching Kisame, Itachi, and the half-destroyed Sasori. He didn't speak, just shook his head. The 3 looked utterly miserable. Kisame was in the best shape. Though shirtless and covered in wounds, he was at least still on his feet thanks to his bulky physique. Itachi, however, looked dazed. His body was bloodied, and the most worrying part was the obvious blood streak at the corner of his eye. Clear signs of overusing his Sharingan. As for Sasori, only his upper body remained, and even one of his arms was gone. The fact that he was still alive was already a testament to his inhuman durability. Tisk tisk, didn't expect you to get your ass handed to you by some brat. Kakuzu didn't hold back. He remembered Sasori mocking him not long ago. And I did give you intel, you know. Looks like you're getting rusty. Your intel wasn't complete, Sasori said flatly, raising his head. His voice was emotionless, but his gaze was icy. That boy has a special mode. In that state, his strength and speed increase across the board. It's not lightning release chakra mode. Like you said, his use of purple lightning was meant to counter my poison, it wasn't a power-up technique. A single incorrect detail can be fatal. Asterisk, asterisk, excuses. Kakuzu scoffed, but Sasori didn't back down. Oh. And did you even manage to make him go all out? HMPH. Next time, I'll win. Kakuzu didn't dare act out with pain right there, but he wasn't going to back down from a war of words. Still, deep down, he was uneasy. He didn't know what kind of insane stuff Kitagawa General had pulled off this time, but he was certain the kid had grown stronger again. He was familiar with Sasori's abilities, handling him was never easy. And yet the boy had wrecked Sasori this badly. Granted, most of the damage had come from Anaki's dust release and Pain's attacks. But that flying thunder god, that was terrifying. He remembered the endless barrage of kunai raining down. Even knowing some were decoys, who could afford to take the risk? If even one landed near you, it could be game over. I need a proper wind release compatible heart. I can't let him teleport around me so freely. I need better wind style materials. I have to block him next time. At that moment, both Kakuzu and Sasori were thinking the same thing. TCH, you two are lame. Still, this brat's not immortal or something, is he? Hidan had no idea what they were arguing about and didn't care to find out. He was just sizing up Sasori curiously. He noticed this organization had quite a few people who felt oddly familiar, except that scorpion guy, he didn't seem human at all. Enough. Shut up, all of you. The mission failed, and Deidara's whereabouts are unknown. I just hope none of you slipped up and leaked anything. Pain finally spoke, cutting off their bickering. He had no patience for these people right now, and truthfully, he was in a foul mood. Nagato, I think Jiraiya-sensei might have seen us. From inside a sealed vehicle nearby, Conan's voice drifted in. That was exactly what Nagato had been dreading. I know. But don't worry too much, it was only for a moment. And even if he did see something, it doesn't matter. We're walking the correct path. Sensei, maybe you should just get a hospital membership card. One of those annual plans. Ellipsis question mark quote quote. I mean, let's be honest, you end up there after every mission anyway. In the rocky forest on the border of the land of Earth, Kitagawa General quietly teased a visibly exhausted Kakashi, supporting him as they walked. That earned him an eye roll from Kakashi. If he weren't so drained, he might have smacked Kitagawa on the head. But thinking about it, was that actually true? Every mission they came back from, he somehow ended up in the hospital. Wait, no, not the Kurigakure one, but seriously, the odds are getting ridiculous. Kakashi rubbed his forehead, muttering softly. This was the first time I used this eye in real combat. The results were good, but the side effects were brutal. Still, I think I finally understand it on a deeper level. He looked up. The better he understood this eye, the better his chances were of confronting Uchiha Obito. This wasn't just a Sharingan, it was an eye of bonds, an eye of conviction. He would use that conviction to set Obito free from the darkness. Jiraiya-sama, how are you holding up? Not wanting to dwell on his own condition, Kakashi turned toward the usually talkative but now unusually silent Jiraiya. You've been off this whole time. I saw something hard to believe. Jiraiya sighed. He hadn't planned to say anything, but in the end, he gave in. The old man once told me, when the fourth Mizukage was being controlled, he saw not just Uchiha Obito, but two others, one with orange hair, one with blue. And earlier, there was an orange-haired guy. He's the one who stopped Anaki's attack. Kitagawa chimed in just in time. This was exactly what he needed. He had been racking his brain trying to figure out how to complete that special mission. He couldn't just follow Jiraiya into the hidden rain village, right? Besides, he vaguely remembered that when Deidara joined Akatsuki, both Nagato and Konan had appeared, so why not give it a shot? Worst case scenario, he could just leak a few crucial pieces of intel to Jiraiya. After all, Scorpion had already revealed the third Cage puppet, a spark that could reignite the third great ninja war. With a few gentle nudges from him, it should all work out. Fortunately, Nagato and the others really did show up. And Kitagawa had made plenty of preparations. Not only did they retreat safely, but Jiraiya also saw exactly what Kitagawa wanted him to see. This intel should be more than enough, though it feels like I've earned myself another title. He chuckled to himself. One simple mission, and now he had two weird new nicknames. It was kind of ridiculous. But no matter how you looked at it, everything went smoothly. Yeah, it was him. As Kitagawa was lost in thought, Jiraiya let out a sigh and forced a wry smile. When I saw him, I couldn't believe it. He's supposed to be dead. But when I saw the other person, then I realized the situation might be way worse than I thought. Who were they? Despite his exhaustion, Kakashi couldn't help but raise his head and ask. But Jiraiya just fell silent for a moment, then shook his head. There are too many unknowns. We'll talk more when we get back. But just as he said that, both Kitagawa and Kakashi gave him skeptical looks. Come on, I'm serious. I won't do anything reckless. Because if all of this is real, then we've got a major problem. After all, this was the Rinnegan we were talking about. But why did Yahiko have those eyes? Yoshi. Jiraiya was still puzzling over that when a voice suddenly rang out from the sky, snapping everyone to high alert. The next moment, a clay bird appeared and landed clumsily in front of them without any sense of caution. A blonde-haired youth jumped down with a wide grin, pointing straight at Kitagawa. Finally found you guys. Especially you. You're just like me, an artist. Yeah. Ellipsis question mark quote. Where did this lunatic come from? So, you're telling me you brought back Anaki's disciple. In the Hokage office in Konoha, Hiruzen Sarutobi looked at the disheveled Kakashi, the carefree Jiraiya, and the visibly exasperated Kitagawa general. He couldn't help but rub his temples. This mission had indeed been urgent, and he had mentally prepared for the worst. Especially since it took place in the land of Earth, Anaki's home turf. All he had hoped for was that they wouldn't stir up too much trouble and could return with some useful intel. For the past month, he had been anxiously waiting, even pestering Danzo occasionally for any updates. But to no avail. What he never expected, though, was to receive this bombshell just days ago. Greater than, a massive explosion occurred near the Iwagakure border. Suspected involvement of 3rd Tsuchikage Onoki. Area now sealed off. When he saw this, Hiruzen was shocked. Had General and the others been caught? Or worse, clashed with that mysterious organization and drawn out Onoki himself? Days passed with no news, until they finally returned. Only now, they'd brought an extra person with them. This one's not on us, Jiraiya said, scratching his head, clearly frustrated. That brat insisted on tagging along. Said he shared the same artistic vision as Gen, and nothing we did could shake him. Strange kid, he muttered. But I'll admit, his jutsu is unique. He flew us all the way back here, saved a ton of time. As he spoke, both Jiraiya and Gen turned to look at Kakashi simultaneously, prompting Kakashi to widen his eyes in protest. Wait, I can explain. Enough, Hiruzen interrupted with a glance at Kakashi, nodding in understanding. Judging by Kakashi's state, he was heading back to the hospital again. This couldn't continue forever. Hiruzen was already seriously considering calling Tsunade back to help manage his condition. That aside, Hiruzen continued, shaking his head, the mission was a success. You've brought back valuable intel. He straightened his expression. That organization doesn't just have Uchiha Obito, Uchiha Itachi, and Kisame. There's also a mysterious bounty hunter, and a religious fanatic named Hidan. On top of that, someone among them managed to kill the 3rd Kazekage, and even withstood Anaki's dust release. That's terrifying. It's definitely no ordinary group, Jiraiya added grimly. With so many dangerous individuals gathered together, and considering Obito once talked about changing the world, I fear they're plotting something far greater. They're too dangerous, Hiruzen agreed, frowning deeply. This wouldn't be easy to deal with. They couldn't underestimate the threat. With individuals that strong and elusive, trying to track them down was like chasing ghosts, and if they scattered to attack multiple locations, even the strongest villages would struggle to cope, especially when 2 of them had Mangekyo Sharingan. One well-placed genjutsu and entire squads could be compromised. The Mist Village massacre might not be the last. Inform Sunagakure, Hiruzen instructed, biting on his pipe. Tell them we may have identified the person who killed the 3rd Kazekage. And regarding the message we received from Onoki, it seems like he's testing the waters. I think we should engage. Thoughts? You've already made your decision, haven't you, old man? Jiraiya muttered under his breath. Anaki's student is in our custody. If we don't engage, what are we going to do? Kill the kid? Well, technically, that is an option, Gen suddenly chimed in. That kid's unstable, and has quite a few disturbing missions under his belt. Killing him could just make everything disappear. Absolutely not. Before he could finish, Jiraiya, Kakashi, and Hiruzen all shouted at once, eyes wide as they stared at Gen. That kid cannot die. Jiraiya stressed. General, Don't even think about it. He could be the bridge we need to communicate with Onoki. You understand. I was just joking, Gen shrugged. Of course he knew Deidara's value. He'd only been playing along with Jiraiya's teasing. Besides, that loud blonde brat was, kind of entertaining. General, you can go for now. Since Deidara followed you here, you're responsible for watching him, Hiruzen said, rubbing his temples again. And for the record, I know you were joking. But don't make that kind of joke again. Don't learn from Jiraiya. Be mindful of your words and actions. Sure. General gave him a strange look and nodded. I understand. I'll take my leave, then. Go on. Hiruzen forced a smile. Once the door closed behind Gen, he waited a few moments, then slammed his hand on the desk. Jiraiya. Kakashi. You've both completely failed in your duties as mentors. Didn't I just say last time to focus on proper education and responsibility? What have you two done since then? Jiraiya dug at his ear while Kakashi looked utterly embarrassed. There was no good excuse here. What could he say? That Jiraiya had left a massive impression on General. I'll try harder, Kakashi said with a bow. Fine, I'll help guide the kid as much as I can, Jiraiya said lazily, waving his hand. Oh, right, there's another piece of intel I should probably tell you, Jiraiya suddenly added. But this one, let's keep it quiet for now. Oh. Hiruzen raised an eyebrow. Seeing the seriousness in Jiraiya's expression, he knew. It was no small matter. Go on. What is it? I didn't want to bring it up in front of General. It's too cruel. Though he'll find out eventually. Jiraiya sighed. You remember that intel from the fourth Mizukage, about the two mysterious figures. The ones described as an orange-haired man and a blue-haired woman. Yeah. If I'm not mistaken, they may be my former students. Outside the Hokage Tower, sitting on a stone bench by the street, Deidara had been scribbling nonsense into the dirt with a stick. When he saw General emerge, his eyes lit up immediately. You're finally out. He tossed the stick aside and ran over. How was that, huh? My clay was awesome, right? Flew us all the way back, super efficient. And hey, tell me about your art. General stared at this newly acquired yellow-haired menace, and his expression twitched uncontrollably. Did I just stir up a hornet's nest of blondes? Kitagawa General couldn't help but question his luck. First, a blonde moved in next door, and now another one popped up while he was out on a mission. So now, after the white fang and the yellow flash, we've added an art resonator to the list. He was perplexed. He clearly saw himself as a practitioner of endurance and persistence. How did he end up lumped into the same category as a flash user? The beauty of Flying Thunder God lies in solving all problems in a single instant, he explained, albeit a bit speechlessly. Like an explosion. One moment that becomes eternal, or rather, my instant becomes your eternity. Yes. It's different, but it really aligns with my artistic philosophy. Deidara nodded eagerly, clearly thrilled. I love explosions the most. Explosion is art. Because that one moment of detonation is the truest expression of my artistic soul. Right, Kitagawa General nodded half-heartedly, offering a perfunctory response. This guy's obsession with art was seriously intense. He'd turned down a future as Tsuchikage just to chase this twisted vision of artistry. He had all the makings of a winner in life, and still managed to blow himself to bits. But credit where it's due, Deidara had followed his art to the very end. Hey. Wanna have a little match? Suddenly, Deidara lit up again with manic energy. We need to test each other's artistic expressions. Come on, how about it? Not happening. I've got way better things to do right now. Kitagawa General shook his head without hesitation. There was no way he was going to spar with Deidara in the middle of Konoha. Maybe in Iwagakure, sure, but not here. Let's go. I'll treat you to some food first. Lord Hokage is arranging to contact your teacher. You'll be heading home soon. What? Go back. For what? Deidara instantly resisted. That old man is such a pain. He never acknowledges my art. Seriously, hey, say something. Kitagawa General pretended not to hear him. He was starting to realize that Deidara was quite the chatterbox. Still, the mention of Onoki brought his thoughts back to their mission. Specifically, that terrifying moment when the dust release beam descended from the sky. That feeling, it wasn't something ordinary. He silently recalled the sheer destructive force of the technique. The magnet release defense built from the third case cage by Sasori didn't even put up a fight. It was pierced clean through, instantly. The raw power reminded him of the original series, where Onoki had used dust release to obliterate Madara Uchiha's deep forest emergence, even sweeping away 25 fully armored Uchiha clones. With Susanoo, that kind of power was frankly ridiculous. It's a shame, though, I didn't manage to fully grasp the structure of that technique. The attack had come and gone in a flash, and Kitagawa General had dodged faster than anyone. But because of that, he hadn't been able to analyze it in depth. Still, just because I didn't see it clearly doesn't mean I can't try something of my own. His eyes drifted to the still babbling Deidara. Earth style, fire style, and wind style, blended perfectly. I at least got a sense of the ratio. So, he thought about Deidara's explosive clay. Honestly, he still wasn't sure if it was a secret technique or a Kekkei Genkei. But it was undoubtedly a combination of earth and fire styles. There might be inspiration there. And since Deidara claimed their artistic visions were aligned, alright, that's enough. Kitagawa General cut him off mid-ramble, even though he hadn't caught half of what Deidara was saying. Tell me something, have you ever considered this? Huh? Considered what? That old man you're always complaining about, doesn't his dust release align with your artistic ideals? What? No way. Think about it. A flash of white light descending from the sky, obliterating everything in an instant. A single moment of overwhelming destruction that silences all. Isn't that the exact embodiment of our art? Deidara was stunned. He was ready to argue, but the image of that technique came back to him. And just like that, he fell silent. It kind of made sense. Don't focus on what he thinks, focus on what jutsu he uses. That's the key. Seeing Deidara falter, Kitagawa General pressed on with a smile. And if I remember correctly, you lost to Uchiha Itachi. But if you had a jutsu like that, you could have blasted him from afar and made him truly feel your art. That might be true, exactly. So, study hard. Once you master it, then we can have a real match. Otherwise, if I blink and put a blade to your throat, what's the point? You're not going to self-destruct just to prove a point, are you? Yeah, I guess you're right, Deidara nodded slowly. Whether he was thinking about proving his art, or secretly plotting how to learn dust release, no one could say for sure. The recruitment mission failed. In the forests of the Land of Grass, Uchiha Obito frowned deeply as he listened to Black Zetsu's report. Lately, he'd been preoccupied with many matters. To keep Kakuzu in check, he had resorted to a strategy of sustainable overexploitation on certain wealthy merchants. With the power of Kamui, he didn't have to worry about being discovered, yet, this situation had still managed to arise. Yes, it failed, Black Zetsu replied flatly, as if nothing serious had happened. I don't know how, but Konoha got wind of the operation. They dispatched Kitagawa Gen, Hitaki Kakashi, and Jiraiya to the Land of Earth. Fortunately, I noticed their movements in advance and had Pain prepare accordingly. Otherwise, things could have gotten out of hand. Onoki himself showed up. What a headache, Obito snorted coldly, clearly displeased. On the side, White Zetsu curled his lips into a grin. After all, this mess was his doing. They actually managed to draw out Onoki. What the hell were they up to? Obito didn't notice White Zetsu's expression, too preoccupied with his own irritation. And how does Konoha keep getting this intel? Every single time, they manage to show up at just the right moment. What's going on? Obito couldn't help but feel something was off. Despite all the complicated connections involved, especially how Kitagawa General had once exposed him, it was all too precise. Back then, General had uncovered his identity and suspected Kurigakure's involvement. Then by sheer bad luck, they'd stumbled upon the internal conflict in the hidden mist, leading to his current predicament. But how had they gotten intel about Kakuzu and Hidan? And now again, during this recruitment attempt. Any movements from Uchiha Itachi? Obito suddenly asked, a thought striking him. Black Zetsu immediately shook his head, with White Zetsu mimicking the motion. None were fully aware of his situation and are keeping a close eye on him. As a known double agent, Itachi was under tight surveillance by both Black Zetsu and Obito. As a pawn, regardless of his motives, they had no intention of letting him act freely. If not him, then who? Obito's frown deepened. The endless complications lately were driving him to frustration. Does Konoha have any particularly skilled intelligence operatives? Well, there's one, Black Zetsu muttered, falling into deep thought. After a while, he raised his head and looked at Obito. Do you remember the Konoha shinobi who were with Hanzo of the Salamander during the operation to wipe out Nagato and his group? Konoha shinobi, with Hanzo. Obito thought for a moment. Weren't those Danzo's people? When Hanzo and Danzo attacked Yahiko and the others, Obito had kept an eye on the situation. After all, Nagato possessed the Rinnegan originally belonging to Madara Uchiha. The event remained vivid in his memory. The overwhelming power of the Rinnegan and Yahiko's death, which had played out exactly as he had predicted. Yes, Danzo Shimura, Black Zetsu nodded, his tone turning grim. Rumor has it Danzo controls a hidden Anbu faction separate from the Hokage's authority. He holds significant power and is an expert in intelligence gathering. Because of this, he's earned a nickname, the Darkness of the Ninja World. The Darkness of the Ninja World. Obito fell into contemplation. He knew of Danzo. He was a powerful figure in Konoha and a so-called advisor to the Hokage. Moreover, he'd been involved in the Uchiha clan massacre. Many of the stolen Sharingan eyes from that night had reportedly ended up in Danzo's possession, possibly even one of Shisui's eyes. Beyond that, Obito hadn't given him much thought. To him, Danzo had always seemed like an inconsequential rat. HMPH. A sewer rat like him, capable of all this. Obito wasn't entirely convinced. After a long pause, he finally spoke again. Still, look into it. Get me a full report. Of course. We'll investigate thoroughly. Black Zetsu nodded seriously. However, White Zetsu's face twitched. He'd been holding back his words for a while. Too bad Black Zetsu, as the dominant personality, wouldn't let him stir up trouble at such a crucial moment. Good. You handle this, and keep an eye on Konoha's people. They've been nothing but a pain lately. Obito glanced at the time and added, I've got something to take care of. After this, I might finally get a break. Lately, he'd been fed up with Kakuzu, who never stopped pestering him about money. The greedy miser only cared about profit, making everything a hassle. Still, Obito admitted, it could be worse. At least Kakuzu only wanted money. That made him somewhat manageable. HMPH, if only Kurigakure were still under control, things wouldn't be such a mess. After Obito vanished, Black Zetsu, still with White Zetsu, sank into the earth. A long moment passed before he finally cursed under his breath. TCH. All this fuss, just to get revenge for Rin Nohara. Now that he could finally speak, White Zetsu muttered to himself from the side. Black Zetsu scoffed in response. I know. But there are better ways to get revenge. We bleed them slowly, drain their talents, quash all resistance. Isn't that more effective? Doesn't that give us more resources in the long run? Huh. What are you talking about? That sounds complicated. Black Zetsu massaged his temples, feeling like he was talking to a wall. Meanwhile, White Zetsu chuckled mischievously. And you're so bad, too. This whole mess was our doing, but you dumped the blame on someone else. And Obito's just as dumb as I am. He didn't notice a thing. Oh, so you know you're dumb. Black Zetsu cast a sideways glance at White Zetsu but ultimately said nothing. As for pinning it all on Danzo, that had always been part of the plan. With everything blowing up like this, someone has to take the fall, and it can't be one of us. Since the chaos points to Konoha, then Danzo Shimura, he was the perfect scapegoat. After all, they called him the darkness of the ninja world, and the man was constantly up to something shady. Black Zetsu clearly remembered seeing Danzo standing right beside Hiruzen Sarutobi when Obito's mask was knocked off during the attack on Konoha. Hard to say. With everything that's been happening lately, and that guy not being involved at all, pinning it on him seems perfectly reasonable. And if things went badly, well, he could always make Danzo into a fait accompli. By the way, Black Zetsu, did you get any results this time? Black Zetsu was deep in thought, but White Zetsu couldn't hold back. I mean, I'm not that worried, but I'm really scared Obito's gonna be mad at us. If he doesn't know, he can't get mad. Black Zetsu gave White Zetsu a glance and shook his head. As for the results this time, that brat, he's really a problem. This time, although Kitagawa General didn't have an explosive outburst like before, Nor did his chakra feel as wild and overwhelming, he somehow felt even more dangerous. His chakra was calm. Too calm. And there's natural energy. That kid, Black Zetsu, with his 1,000 years of experience, instantly recognized what General was using. What shocked him, though, was when the boy entered Sage mode, his eyes turned white. In that moment, even my body trembled. But then he paused. Sure, Sage mode can affect the eyes. That wasn't unheard of. He'd lived for over a millennium, he'd seen plenty of things. A pair of white eyes wasn't supposed to be anything special. So why does something still feel off? The more Black Zetsu thought about it, the more uneasy he became. The kid was far more complicated than he'd expected. He thought investigating him would bring peace of mind. Instead, it only made him more confused, and more anxious. After a long silence, Black Zetsu sighed and looked up, as if he could see through the earth to the sky above. Let's just hope it's not the worst-case scenario. Huh. My ears are burning. Is someone badmouthing me? Konoha, Ichiraku Ramen Kitagawa General was eating ramen at the counter when he suddenly reached up to rub his ears, then glanced suspiciously at the blonde-haired boy next to him. What? Deidara looked up in confusion, then broke into a grin. Hey, not gonna lie, this ramen really is better than the stuff back home. Glad you like it. Eat as much as you want. Oh, let me show you a trick. For some reason, Deidara got a sudden burst of excitement. He tossed his chopsticks aside, then put both hands into his ramen bowl. And right before Jen's wide eyes, Deidara opened mouths on both his palms, each of them grabbed noodles and started slurping them up. Meanwhile, his real mouth also started eating. 3 mouths slurping at once, he finished his bowl in moments. Then he looked at General proudly. Ta-da! Pretty cool, huh? General rubbed his temples. He didn't even know how to respond. Why are none of these blonde kids normal? That was amazing. Before General could even speak, a familiar voice rang out behind him. Naruto was standing there, eyes wide in amazement. 3 mouths. You can eat 3 bowls at once. General facepalmed. He didn't even want to look anymore. Deidara, meanwhile, raised an eyebrow and grinned. Pretty cool, huh? Wanna see another? As he spoke, he put his hands up to his face, then all 3 mouths stuck out their tongues at Naruto. Naruto stared in awe. That's awesome. How do you do that? TCH. That's a secret. Wait, hang on, I don't think I've seen you around before. Of course not, I'm not from this village. I'm just here to pursue art. The 2 blondes started chatting like they'd known each other for years. General stared at them, dumbfounded. They're actually pretty similar. Same age, both blonde, even their personalities are kind of alike. He shook his head as he slurped some noodles. Hard to believe these 2 nearly fought to the death in his original memories. Well, at least now it looks like Deidara probably won't end up joining the Ōtsutsuki. Back in the original story, Deidara joined the Ōtsutsuki for a weird reason. He made a bet, lost, and then kept his word. Well, that, and Uchiha Itachi's techniques really challenged his ideas of art. He got obsessed with proving his own artistic vision by defeating Itachi. But now, after getting completely stomped by Gen's Flying Thunder God technique, all those plans had gone out the window. His drive for art, though, had only grown stronger. Still, maybe now he won't learn Dust Release. Could have been helpful, though. General muttered to himself, a little worried that Deidara might still be too stubborn to be of any use, but honestly, it didn't matter. Even if Deidara didn't help, General would figure it out on his own. He had always had a clear goal and direction. At first, it was just about not becoming cannon fodder during the Chunin exams or the 4th Great Ninja War. But once he unlocked his bloodline, his ambitions rose. Refine my bloodline, explore the limits of the Ōtsutsuki heritage. At the same time, perfect my combat techniques and strategies. I refuse to become like those Ōtsutsuki. With determination in his heart, General glanced at the 2 bickering blondes beside him, then pulled up his system panel. Exclusive mission. Jiraiya's side quest 2 title. Life or Death. Assist Jiraiya in investigating the Akatsuki's operations. Reward acquired. Nagato's unique Yang release chakra. General raised an eyebrow. Another Yang release chakra. Seriously. Wait, was Nagato really from the Uzumaki clan? He couldn't figure it out. There had always been rumors about Nagato being a descendant of the Uzumaki, but the original story didn't say much. He did have the same red hair as Kushina Uzumaki, and his chakra reserves and potential were absurd. Those Rinnegan eyes didn't even belong to him originally, and he could still handle the Geto statue's power. Just those two facts alone proved Nagato wasn't ordinary. Maybe he really was from an exceptional bloodline. At this point, I've pretty much collected all the chakra from Asura's descendants, haven't I? He wasn't exactly sure how many Asura descendants there were, but if Nagato was an Uzumaki, then this might complete the set. Which was great, he was aiming to complete a full chakra collection achievement. And that wasn't the only reward from the trip to the land of Earth. In addition to the Yang release chakra and a first taste of dust release, he had also experienced magnet release firsthand during the fight with Sasori. Magnet release might not seem powerful on the surface, but General hadn't forgotten its true potential. Gold mining. His eyes lit up. That ability alone was enough to get him excited. After all, since arriving in this world, the only time he'd had money was after graduating. Poverty had left trauma. All in all, this mission really paid off. General nodded with satisfaction, until he heard the two loud voices next to him again. Not fair. You're using 3 mouths. That's cheating. Shut up, brat. This is my ability. If you suck, just train more. Don't cry about losing, You bastard. I'm not gonna lose to a cheater like you. TCH. Then quit whining and admit defeat, General covered his face again. Yeah, the rewards were great, but the side effects are killing me. Damn it, should I just kill them both and be done with it? I feel awful, you jerk. I knew you were cheating, ha ha ha. As the sun set, General left Ichiraku Ramen with the two blonde troublemakers. But Deidara, who had just been in an eating contest with Naruto, couldn't keep it together anymore. He didn't throw up, but the mouths on his hands had clearly reached their limit. Those mouths weren't meant for eating in the first place, they were designed for chewing and molding clay. But for the sake of showing off, the guy had stuffed them full, forcing them beyond their limits. Now, his face looked absolutely drained, and the mouths on his hands hung open with their tongues sticking out, completely worn out and lifeless. TCH, whatever. I still won. Deidara didn't care about Naruto's mocking at all. He snorted and lifted his chin. A loss is a loss. Don't make excuses. HMPH. You cheated. Oh. Still not over it. You two, shut it already. Before they could argue any further, General grabbed both of them by the collars and slammed them against a nearby wall. You two ate so much on my tab, and one of you even barfed it up. I don't care what your excuses are, I said 5 bowls each. Any extra, pay me back. Now. After yelling, General finally let go and stepped back, looking a bit more relieved. But it didn't take long for him to realize, he had still underestimated them. TCH, it's just a few bowls of ramen. Why so stingy, huh? Deidara muttered. He used to scam me into treating him all the time, cost me a fortune in ramen. Money. Crap, I just realized, old man always paid for me back then. I never carried any myself. This is a problem. Hee, I've got you beat there. I have a grandpa too, and he gives me tons of money. What the hell? Both of them freeloading off their grandpas were all second-generation kids like this. General didn't even bother responding anymore. Right at that moment, a few Anbu operatives appeared nearby, clearly ready to escort Deidara to his assigned quarters. Since Deidara was an outsider, even though General had watched over him during the day, he still needed to be housed separately under Anbu supervision. Gen was a little surprised by this. He'd noticed the Anbu watching them for a while, especially around Naruto, but they hadn't intervened in Naruto and Deidara's meeting at all. And General didn't believe for a second that Hiruzen Sarutobi didn't know what was going on. Looks like they're not trying to hide things anymore. Or maybe, they're preparing for the future. After all, the upcoming Chunin exams would bring a wave of foreign shinobi to Konoha. Naruto had wandered all over the place back then too, and even got involved. Whatever. I'll just focus on my own business. The rest isn't my problem. Deidara may have had a screw loose, but he wasn't totally clueless. He was still Anaki's disciple. So even with a grumpy look on his face, he obediently followed the Anbu. He even waved back casually to General and Naruto as he left. That guy's kinda awful, Naruto muttered under his breath, pouting slightly. But also kinda cool. How'd he end up with 3 mouths, anyway? Right. But it looks like you two got along. General chuckled as he nodded, amused. Naruto pouted again. He was alright, but he's still a total jerk. Haha, congratulations. You've made a new friend. Hey, were you even listening to me? Well, since you're friends now, you can cover the ramen debt for him. A friendly favor. What? I knew it, you bastard. Naruto exploded, hopping around in frustration, but General didn't bother arguing. In a flash, he vanished from the spot. Whoosh, with a soft pulse of chakra, General reappeared inside his room. Looking at the mark on the floor, General nodded slightly. Each user's flying thunder god mark was unique. The second Hokage's was a symbol, the fourth's took the shape of a sword of shinobi love. As for Gen's, his was a simple Magatama symbol. These marks reflected their creator's preferences, and Gen had opted for the most straightforward design. Finally, no more interruptions from those two idiots. Now I just wonder when Onoki will come knocking to reclaim his man. Massaging his temples, General sat cross-legged. He was about to test something he had obtained from Nagato. Speaking of Nagato, General had never quite figured him out. How powerful was he, really? From what he remembered, Nagato hadn't even reached his limit by the time he died. Otherwise, how could he have used enough chakra to resurrect thousands of the dead from Konoha? Resurrection techniques were extremely rare in the ninja world. From his memory, there were only 3. Rinne rebirth, self-reincarnation, and dragon life reincarnation. Well, perhaps the sage's sigil that saved the sage of 6 paths could count as 1, 2. But no matter which, all of them only brought back one person, and the cost was always the user's life. And yet, Nagato, after fighting such a drawn-out battle, still managed to unleash Super Shinra Tensei and Chibaku Tensei, and then used Rinne rebirth to revive so many people. In other words, if Naruto hadn't talked him down, Nagato could have kept fighting, and maybe even beaten Naruto. That thought made General frown. He realized he had underestimated Nagato. Based on his memory, Nagato's capabilities were nothing short of outrageous, and the Edo Tensei version of Nagato. He had showcased his full power clearly. Despite facing a post-Turtle Island trained Naruto and the perfect Jinchuriki Killer Bee, Nagato still overwhelmed them both. Keep in mind, he wasn't even fighting of his own will, he was merely being controlled. What a ridiculous guy. General couldn't help but sigh. He even suspected that the Gedo statue had been suppressing Nagato's growth on purpose. But whatever. No matter how insane Nagato was, I'll surpass him one day. Shaking his head, General focused. All right, let's begin. Buzz, with the hum of chakra, power exploded within him once more, and he felt that familiar sensation, his blood boiling with energy. At that moment, in the Kazekage's office in Sunagakuer, 4th, what is it? It's already this late. It was twilight, and Chio and Ebizo had entered the office, puzzled. Wasn't this way past office hours? They both noticed that the 4th Kazekage looked visibly troubled. Did the village run out of money again? You're here. Please, take a seat. Rasa massaged his forehead, then handed over a scroll after the two sat down. This is a message from Konoha. It just arrived, and the situation is urgent. Please read it. Konoha. Chio and Ebizo exchanged glances. What could have happened now? To be honest, relations between Konoha and Sunagakuer weren't exactly friendly. After all, the land of fire was rich in fertile land, great climate, abundant resources, and smooth transport. Everything the Wind Country, this barren land, desperately lacked. In fact, the entire ninja world probably envied the land of fire. Even though they were technically allies, that alliance had only been formed after losing a war. Konoha again. What now? Chio muttered as she opened the scroll. Ebizo leaned over to read alongside her. In just a few seconds, both of their faces froze. This is impossible. I know it's hard to believe. But I'm sure you've both heard the reports. Rasa spoke grimly. A major battle broke out near the Earth country's border. It's suspected that even Onoki himself was involved. That whole region's been sealed off, but word is, Konoha's involved somehow. Yes, we received that intel, Ebizo nodded. He still managed Sunagakuer's intel network despite being semi-retired. Iwa was still their main rival, after all. In fact, we even sold Yura back then just to focus on our fight with Iwa. But this information from Konoha, it's different. This involves, I know how serious it is, Rasa interrupted. That's why I brought you two in. He sighed deeply. The puppet of the third cage, no matter what, we must investigate that. And they say the person controlling it was a red-haired puppeteer, one that looked extremely young. Do you think it could be impossible? Before Ebizo could respond, Chio cut him off, unable to stay calm. Of course, she knew exactly what Rasa was hinting at. But halfway through her denial, even she couldn't finish the sentence, because deep down, she knew it was possible. She just couldn't accept it. That's why I'm assigning you both to investigate this. Handle any contact with Konoha as well. Rasa didn't bother arguing. After glancing at the siblings, he stood up. Thank you for your efforts. I'll take my leave now. With that, he left, leaving Chio and Ebizo bathed in the golden twilight, silently seated in the Kazekage's office. Meanwhile, under the moonlight in Iwagakure, TCH. That little brat Deidara. Onoki glared at the Konoha report in his hand, eyes wide with disbelief. Standing beside him, Kuratsuchi's father Kitsuchi didn't dare make a sound. Neither of them could believe it. Deidara actually went and ran off to Konoha. Luckily, that kid's head was full of nothing but explosions and art. He had no real interest in any sensitive intel. Otherwise, Onoki wouldn't just be mad, he'd be furious. What now? Kitsuchi asked hesitantly, gulping under his father's glare. Now, what else can we do? Konoha obviously wants contact. They're probably using Deidara to fish for information. Onoki snorted, but then sighed. Fine. We want something too. Let's retrieve Deidara, and maybe we can probe Konoha a bit while we're at it. He was very clear-headed. There was no doubt that Konoha had some agenda here, and they were probably the ones behind everything that happened. Now that they wanted talks, they were probably looking for a breakthrough, maybe even admitting failure. He could take advantage of that, see if he could squeeze some answers out of them. Especially that guy who can use the Flying Thunder God. But it doesn't look like Hitaki Kakashi. So who is that white-haired guy? I've never heard of a powerful white-haired ninja in Konoha. General, why are you here so early? Early morning, at Konoha Hospital. A half-awake Kakashi looked groggily at Kitagawa General standing by his bedside holding flowers, and instantly felt a headache coming on. Kakashi-sensei, you're back in the hospital again. Of course I had to come check on you. You really didn't have to. It's fine, it's fine. I'll just put these flowers in a vase. General didn't give Kakashi any room to protest, placing the flowers in the vase and casually sitting down beside him. Wait, flower shops are open this early in the morning. Kakashi rubbed his forehead, clearly puzzled. General, meanwhile, simply shrugged and smiled. I went too early, but I got lucky and ran into Ino. But as he mentioned Ino, a twitch tugged at the corner of his mouth. Because Ino's hair is blonde. The real reason he came this early was to avoid a certain other blonde who had been pestering him. After yesterday's experience, he decided he had no patience for a second round. He'd rather spend the day hanging out with Kakashi instead. After all, it had almost been a full year since graduation, and he'd mostly been following Kakashi around ever since. Well, there's also Guy and Jiraiya. General realized that the people who'd taught him were few, but each one was a top-tier powerhouse. That kind of mentorship wasn't something an ordinary ninja could dream of. TCH, you just couldn't handle that loudmouth from Iwagakure, huh? Kakashi rolled his eyes, now fully awake, and lazily pulled the book from under his pillow. To start reading. That brat does talk too much, and he's a bit unhinged. But deep down, I don't think he's bad. Otherwise, the third Tsuchikage wouldn't have taken him in as a disciple. Indeed, there was a high chance the boy was being groomed to be the next Tsuchikage. Gen nodded, leaning against the bed. He's just way too crazy. He kept insisting we had the same artistic vision. I was just using Flying Thunder God in a creative way, that's all. That's not just anything, Gen. Kakashi sighed, thinking back on Gen's performance during the mission. It had left him speechless. It wasn't just him. Jiraiya, who had been there, and even Hiruzen, after hearing the full debrief yesterday, were equally stunned. A sky filled with what seemed like endless puppets. General wiped out over half of them in an instant. It was hard to put into words how shocking that was. Now they finally understood why Onoki was so alarmed. A shame I couldn't witness it myself. Hiruzen had murmured those words yesterday after learning the full extent of Gen's feats. They all now agreed on one thing. As long as nothing goes wrong, Gen will surpass the 4th Hokage. But that was too reckless. Even while thinking that, Kakashi couldn't help but slip into sensei mode, hoping to instill caution in his student. Pulling that off in Iwagakure territory like that, it was a direct provocation to the 3rd Tsuchikage. You have to remember the consequences. I didn't have many options at the time. That was the only way I could think of to handle the situation. And, well, it worked. General smiled casually. He was clearly in a great mood. How about this, Kakashi-sensei? Teach me some new and stronger techniques. I wish I could, but honestly, at this point, you're on your own. Kakashi buried his face in his book. He wanted to help, but there wasn't much more he could offer. Besides, he had his own path to focus on, like fully unlocking the potential of his Mangekyo Sharingan. The battle with Itachi had left him with plenty to reflect on. But I can give you some inspiration. Jiraiya-sama already mentioned it to you, developing your own version of the Rasengan. The Rasengan doesn't have an elemental affinity by default, so you could try combining it with your purple lightning, or even other chakra natures. It's worth experimenting. Besides, your purple lightning is already powerful, and I can tell you're thinking about evolving it into something like the lightning release chakra mode. That's a solid direction. If you combine both ideas, I believe you'll become even stronger, General. General nodded thoughtfully, but Kakashi did get one thing wrong. His so-called lightning release chakra mode was basically a sham. Still, he had done a decent job developing purple lightning. There was more potential there, sure, but it was solid. It was becoming his signature move. The Akatsuki members who had fought him likely all recognized it. As for the Rasengan, he hadn't used it much. But its biggest advantage was compatibility. So then, what if I infused my Kekkei Genkei into the Rasengan? That idea made Gen's eyes sparkle. It didn't sound impossible at all. He hadn't quite figured out how to clean up the reputation of those bloodline powers just yet, but it seemed wasteful not to use them. After all, he'd earned them through hard work and effort. And the Rasengan could be the perfect platform to integrate them. If I infused them into the Rasengan, problem solved. And Deidara's explosive clay, though called explosion release, might actually be a secret technique, not a true Kekkei Genkei. Which means I could totally take inspiration from it, right? General quietly mused to himself, his thoughts racing. This was worth a shot. If he had to explain it later, maybe he could just call it a chakra combination secret technique. It's got real practical potential. General nodded to himself. This definitely felt worth trying, especially since he already had 2 Kekkei Genkei. Name: Kitagawa Gen. Age: 13. Bloodline: Ōtsutsuki clan. Development progress: 28% chakra reserves. SS Elite Cage level chakra natures: Water, Fire, Earth, Lightning, Wind, Yin, Yang. Special abilities: Ice Release, Magnet Release. Last night, after merging the Yang Release chakra acquired from Nagato, he had felt it immediately. Something was changing. His natural recovery rate had become stronger, and the speed at which he recovered chakra had increased noticeably. More importantly, his sensory perception had become terrifyingly sharp. Now, paired with his Flying Thunder God technique, he could accurately mark and teleport from even greater distances. At the same time, the quality of his chakra had also improved, which meant his techniques now packed even more power. The biggest change, aside from my heightened sense of the skies, is, almost subconsciously, General flicked his hair. He could feel it now. As his bloodline continued to evolve, his hair was truly starting to turn white. Aside from that, hey, why do you look even paler than before? Kakashi suddenly asked, squinting at General suspiciously as he gave him a once-over. No idea. Must be natural. General chuckled. That question was too awkward to answer directly. His complexion hadn't changed all at once, but rather subtly over time. This latest jump in his bloodline's development had clearly pushed it further. He was genuinely starting to worry. If things continued like this, he'd not only need to find a way to explain any horns that might appear on his forehead, but also his unnaturally pale skin. By the way, Kakashi-sensei, what's the deal with those books you're always reading? Not wanting to dwell on the topic, General quickly changed the subject with a grin. It's the same few volumes over and over, don't you get bored? Not at all. They're great. Kakashi shook his head without even looking up. But General was already peering over his shoulder. How about we go check out the hot springs in the Land of Steam next time? Jiraiya-sama already gave me the okay. I trust my transformation jutsu. Let's go together next time. Kakashi slammed the book over his face. He was done. He'd decided, once he got discharged, he was definitely requesting a private meeting with the third Hokage. Gen might have talent beyond even the fourth, but his personality was a disaster. Clearly a failure of Konoha's education system. Konoha needed a reform movement. Immediately. Meanwhile, in the Hokage office, Hiruzen Sarutobi stared thoughtfully at the report in his hand. That kid, he's pretty interesting, isn't he? Gen's loud banter with Kakashi echoed in his mind. Sarutobi had carefully observed Deidara's behavior the day before and hadn't interfered when Naruto met him. After all, Naruto would eventually need to stand on his own as a shinobi. It was fine for him to get a taste of what other villages ninja were like. But who knew the two of them would stir up such a commotion? So, Onoki is planning to send Kitsuchi to negotiate, huh? He glanced at another scroll, freshly delivered overnight. Iwagakure's message clearly expressed their intent. That satisfied Hiruzen. Kitsuchi was Onoki's son, and his arrival would reflect Iwa's genuine attitude and willingness to talk. Hopefully, we can get more intel from this, but we'll have to rely on ourselves in the end. Hiruzen took a long puff from his pipe. He definitely wanted to get a better handle on what was going on in Iwagakure, but he also knew they wouldn't reveal too much. Deidara wouldn't be staying in Konoha permanently either, so any leads would have to be pursued quickly. Thankfully, both Deidara and Jiraiya had already offered some valuable intel. Hiruzen. You wanted to see me. The door burst open without warning. Shimura Danzo walked in, his expression cold as ever. Ah, you're here. Have a seat. Hiruzen didn't react to Danzo's blunt tone. He was long used to his refusal to address him as Hokage. If you have something to say, hurry up. I've got information to gather. Danzo raised a brow, clearly irritated. That organization is dangerous and complex. I don't have time to waste on petty matters. It wasn't that Danzo was so devoted, he was just anxious. Last time, he'd gone out of his way to send Jiraiya away, and it hadn't worked. And now Jiraiya had gone to Iwagakure and stirred up another storm. Danzo was feeling the pressure. If this continued, he might lose his edge in the power struggle. Fine. Since you're in such a hurry, Hiruzen nodded, then took a deep breath and leaned in. There's something I want to ask you. Go ahead. Danzo folded his arms, slipping into a serious tone. But in the next moment, his expression changed dramatically. How familiar are you with Hanzo the Salamander? Danzo went red with anger. Red hot. Salamander Hanzo. That damn name. Danzo knew it all too well. He could still remember the events in the Land of Rain vividly. His root organization had been dismantled because of Hanzo's actions. Why are you asking about that guy? Danzo's fists clenched, but he forced himself to stay calm. This latest investigation has ties to Hanzo, Hiruzen replied flatly. He knew some of the history between Danzo and Hanzo, otherwise, he wouldn't have called him in. Jiraiya and the others went to Iwagakure and ran into some interesting individuals. But we need to confirm a few things with Hanzo. Jiraiya, as if hearing Hanzo's name wasn't bad enough, hearing Jiraiya's pushed Danzo to the edge. Could there be any good news today? He still remembered the day he walked into the Hokage office and heard Hiruzen tell Jiraiya, I'll leave the village to you. Why didn't you ever say that to me? Danzo was now seriously suspecting that this whole meeting was just Hiruzen's way of spiting him. But he could only grit his teeth and endure it, for the simple reason that he wasn't Hokage. Hanzo's been in seclusion in Omegakure. I have no way of contacting him. But didn't you have close ties with him over 10 years ago? So, could you try and find a way to get in touch? I have some important things to ask him. Danzo's breath quickened. He wanted to shout. That was then. This is now. If it were up to him, he'd strangle that damn salamander with his bare hands. After all those years of painstakingly building up root, it all crumbled because he had tried to gain Hanzo's support. Wait a minute, suddenly, Danzo remembered the message that came from the fourth Mizukage's side. An orange-haired man, a blue-haired woman, that scene. It matched those people from back then. Hold on. Didn't that orange-haired guy die back then? Danzo clearly remembered everything from that day, but something about it didn't add up. Wasn't the one who survived supposed to be the redhead? Do you know something? Hiruzen asked, tapping his pipe with a frown. You seem, HMPH. I was just thinking that bastard might already be dead, Danzo snapped. Despite the unease growing in his chest, he kept his face cold and stern. According to intel, he's been reclusive for years, hasn't shown his face at all. Maybe he really did die. If Hanzo was dead, it would make sense for a Megakure to cover it up. After all, the Land of Rain was a strategic hotspot, bordering several small countries and right next to the lands of Wind, Fire, and Earth. Without Hanzo, who knows what kind of chaos would break out. You might be right, Hiruzen admitted, frowning deeper. But I still want to try. That information could be vital. Danzo, about this matter, hold up, Danzo suddenly interrupted. I heard Anaki's student, Deidara, is in the village right now. Hiruzen paused, instantly growing cautious. Yeah, what about it? I suggest we detain him. Are you insane? Hiruzen's face darkened immediately. But Danzo calmly shook his head. He came here of his own will. We didn't capture him. Besides, Onoki values him highly, why waste this opportunity? No. I've told you countless times, we can't make short-sighted decisions. Forcing him to stay isn't a good move. The shinobi world needs peace. Don't you get that? Iwagakure has never been our ally. Using him to leverage Onoki, what's wrong with that? I said no. That's final. You haven't changed a bit, Danzo scoffed. Still so soft. Just like with the Uchiha. You'll regret this one day. That's enough. I am the Hokage. HMPH. Danzo turned on his heel and stormed out. I'll try to contact Hanzo, he muttered bitterly, but I'm not promising anything. Bang. He slammed the door hard. That felt good. He had not only irritated his old friend but also dodged being given a direct order, even if he himself had been disgusted by the whole conversation. Still, how should I handle this? As he made his way toward the route base, Danzo mulled over his options. Go to the Land of Rain and find Hanzo. Not a chance. That place was a graveyard, for both his hopes and his route operatives. Besides, he wasn't even sure how Hanzo viewed him now. Without guaranteed safety, he wouldn't risk it. I need someone else to go. Maybe, suddenly, a name popped into his head. Maybe I can send Orochimaru. That would also help stir up some tension with Jiraiya. Ah, how annoying. And Iwa is probably arriving soon too. Konoha village. A training ground. Kitagawa General was working on his Rasengan while Deidara sat off to the side, clearly bored out of his mind. Another day passed. Nearly a week had gone by. Gen had been having a pretty easy time recently. Oddly enough, Naruto and his crew were being watched much more closely now. Every time he saw Naruto, he'd hear him complain about Iruka hovering over him like a hawk. But that also meant both blonde troublemakers were too busy to cause him problems. And in the meantime, he had managed to tame the bigger blonde, Deidara. To deal with Deidara, you had to appeal to his interests. Conveniently, General had been eyeing his secret art, not only as preparation for dust release, but also to mask the new Kekkei Genkai he had acquired. So, he spent some time researching it thoroughly. Now he finally understood why Deidara's technique felt like a bloodline limit, but technically wasn't. The key lies in the clay. It's the medium that fuses earth release and fire release. But this gives a solid foundation. Onoki probably is trying to see if Deidara can learn dust release. If Deidara could improve his wind release and learn the correct ratio for dust release, he might actually pull it off. Dust release is a Kekkei Tota, not a bloodline limit passed down by family, so, in theory, it's possible. Deidara may be problematic, but once he believes something matches his idea of art, he'll throw himself into it wholeheartedly. Unfortunately, it seemed like Onoki was a bit too stubborn and old-fashioned. Ah, who'd want to see that cranky old man anyway? Deidara muttered. Deidara had no idea what General was thinking. He stood up, brushed off his pants, and curiously walked over. How's your research going? My art isn't something you can understand with just a glance. He declared proudly. TCH. You think your clay is that amazing? General raised an eyebrow, lifting his hand, and in an instant, a white Rasengan swirled into existence. It's certainly interesting, but I can express myself in my own way. Besides, you're still far off from the third Tsuchikage. HMPH. I admit that old man's dust releases art, but don't lump us together. My art is dazzling. Much more dazzling than his. Personally, I think he is more dazzling. You bastard. Alright, shut up and watch. General didn't feel like arguing. Deidara was the type who'd never back down with words. Your clay mixes earth and fire release. I can't replicate that, but I can take a different approach. Like this. The moment he finished speaking, Gen's figure blurred and vanished. In the blink of an eye, he reappeared on the opposite end of the training field. Casually, he tossed the white Rasengan away. Instantly, he was back at Deidara's side. Boom, a massive blast of light erupted in the distance, followed by a deafening explosion that sent shockwaves ripping through the air. Deidara's eyes widened in disbelief, then immediately sparkled with excitement. Yes. 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 That's it. That's the kind of dazzling art I'm talking about, yeah. TCH. Not even close, General said, glancing at the aftermath of his attack and shaking his head. The explosion's power isn't bad, but once it leaves my control, it becomes unstable. Dust release is much more consistent, and a hell of a lot stronger. The new Rasengan variant he created gave him a sense of suicidal danger, not that it could hurt him. Still, it served its purpose, mainly, messing with Deidara. You've said enough, you bastard. Deidara finally snapped, unable to take Gen's non-stop commentary any longer. It was dazzling. You're just blind. So, is your ultimate goal to blow yourself up? What? Well, you're an artist, right? Seeking the most beautiful moment of expression. So when you self-destruct, your enemies will never forget you. They'll remember how you gave your life so your art could bloom in its final moment. Isn't that right? I think I understand you now, oh great artist. Deidara had no words. For the first time, he seriously questioned if this white-haired kid was a lunatic. Great artist. Was this how people interpreted artists? Technically, what he said wasn't wrong, but Deidara couldn't shake the feeling that this guy was mocking him. Sure, I'd die for my art if I had to, but I'm not throwing my life away for nothing, you bastard. The annoyed blonde glared at Gen, but the latter leaned in again. What's up, great artist? Thinking about how to perfect your self-destruction. You bastard. You think I'm an idiot. Oh, aren't you? Damn it. One of these days I will drag you down with me. Scram, scram. What's going on in that yellow-haired head of yours? Ever even read a book? I have. Not many. Why? General was actually a little surprised by how candidly Deidara admitted his lack of book learning. The two bickered back and forth like this until Kakashi arrived, flanked by several Anbu operatives. Well, I didn't expect you two to get along this well, Kakashi said with a smirk. He then turned to General and explained, Iwagakure and Sunagakure representatives have arrived. Lord Jiraiya's gone to greet them. Deidara should head over with the Anbu. You hear that? Time to go home, great artist, Gen grinned. TCH. What a pain. Deidara didn't even bother arguing. As much as he didn't really want to go back, he couldn't deny that his interest had been piqued, especially by that guy's words about dust release. I'm heading out. Later, bastard. He waved lazily at General and turned to leave with the Anbu. Next time, I'll make sure you truly feel my art. Yes, of course, great artist. General waved him off with a chuckle, watching until the group disappeared before finally letting out a breath of relief. Finally gone. That guy's more trouble than a whole squad. You seem to be getting along just fine, Kakashi commented with a hint of amusement. As long as he didn't cause trouble, it's fine. He gave us some useful intel too. That's more than enough. Speaking of which, General said, still looking at the spot where Deidara vanished, the Hokage probably brought Iwa here to work together on the investigation, right? You and Jiraiya both mentioned they hired that organization before. I imagine they know quite a bit. Even Deidara shared a few things, though not much. Still, with a common enemy, Iwa should be willing to help us. The Hokage does want that. But it all depends on how the talks go, Kakashi replied. He wasn't surprised General had already figured that much out, he'd always been quick on the uptake. But that's not really our concern. Once the talks wrap up, we'll probably be assigned to the next phase. Another mission. Don't worry, not yet. Everything's still being investigated. But Jiraiya's taking this very seriously. Is this about that orange-haired guy we ran into last time? No. It's Orochimaru. Orochimaru. Gen's expression twisted. Again. Why did that guy's name keep popping up? Last time they tracked him down, General had a strong sense someone was pushing for something. And now, Orochimaru again. General frowned, realizing that if Orochimaru was involved, Jiraiya wouldn't rest until he got answers. Meanwhile, on the other side of the village, Anaki's right-hand man Kuratsuchi's father Kitsuchi had just arrived with Jiraiya. As they reached the rest area, Deidara suddenly came running over. Seeing him unharmed, Kitsuchi let out a breath of relief. He hadn't really expected Konoha to harm him, but he'd still been worried. You idiot. What were you thinking? Do you know how dangerous that was? TCH. Chill out, Uncle Kitsuchi. Enough with the lecture. Deidara snorted, but then suddenly looked up, eyes serious. By the way, when are we heading back? Huh. Tell the old man, I've made up my mind. I want to learn dust release. Kitsuchi froze. Was this really Deidara standing in front of him? Kitsuchi was stunned. He couldn't quite understand what had gotten into Deidara. He knew the old man, Onoki, had always hoped to teach Deidara the dust release, considering how Iwagakure lacked the seemingly endless stream of geniuses that Konoha kept producing out of nowhere. Even if Deidara's personality was irritating at times, he was still a certified genius of their village. But hadn't he always been completely against the old man's teachings? Why did just one trip to Konoha seem to change him? Just as Kitsuchi was lost in thought, a voice interrupted him. Lord Kitsuchi, seeing you reminds me of your father. Though we've stood on opposite sides, we're still old acquaintances. It was Sarutobi Hiruzen. The words made Kitsuchi snap back to his senses, though he couldn't help but mentally curse Deidara for being so unreliable. They had tried questioning him multiple times, and he just ignored them. And even after strict examinations the previous night, checking for poisons or genjutsu, nothing had been found. Kitsuchi genuinely couldn't understand how Deidara had suddenly changed. Lord Hokage, he said, steadying himself. My father often spoke of you as well. Though Kitsuchi looked like a stereotypical tough guy, being Anaki's son meant he had long absorbed much of his father's wisdom and political sense. After all, among the third Hokages, only you and my father remain. Indeed, Hiruzen nodded with a smile, time really does fly. He didn't mention his previous retirement, instead choosing to speak earnestly. I had once wondered when we might have a proper talk. I didn't expect the opportunity to come like this. Yeah, an opportunity that involved stirring up trouble in our village and dragging Deidara to Konoha. Kitsuchi resisted the urge to roll his eyes and simply nodded along. True enough. But, Lord Hokage, this time around, your intentions, in the past, due to various reasons, we were unable to build trust or maintain communication, Hiruzen smoothly interrupted, showing his seasoned political skill. Konoha and Iwagakure barely had any established channels of contact. But now, I believe I see an opportunity. Don't you? Just say you want information already. Kitsuchi wasn't the sharpest politically, but even he understood what Hiruzen was hinting at. And he hated this kind of talk. He would rather be on the front lines fighting than playing these political games. It is an opportunity, Kitsuchi admitted with a sigh. But Lord Hokage, for any connection to be built, mutual trust must be the foundation. Can you tell us what exactly is going on? What happened that day in the land of Earth, and all the events that followed? Unless we understand those clearly, nothing meaningful can move forward. Agreed. Hiruzen nodded as he puffed on his pipe. Kitsuchi's bluntness might have been inconvenient for others, but it was exactly what Hiruzen needed. For true trust, we indeed need to share intelligence. Only by understanding one another better can we address the growing threat, especially that of a certain mysterious organization. Meanwhile, in a Konoha training field, Kakashi and Gen had just finished a round of sparring and were now seated, resting. The current village situation wasn't something Kakashi was all that passionate about. He was more of a, call me when you need me, type. Kitagawa, on the other hand, was curious, but as a chunin, it wasn't his place to participate yet. And with no active missions at the moment, training seemed like the best use of time. You really are getting more and more impressive, Kakashi said, rubbing the back of his head as he gave General a serious nod. As your mission difficulty increases, your combat experience has grown too. You've still got areas to improve, but with the Flying Thunder God at your disposal, you've got a solid edge. I genuinely believe you'll become a shinobi who astonishes the world one day. Hey. General grinned, then asked cheekily, so I'm not astonishing enough yet. Kakashi rolled his eyes and pulled out his book. Stay humble. There's always someone stronger out there. Any ninja who becomes too confident makes themselves a target. As your reputation spreads, more people will try to understand and counter you. Yeah, I get it. General nodded, he was well aware of that. Even if he was strong, the shinobi world was full of monsters. At the very least, he wouldn't dare take on Onoki and his dust release head on. Still, it's a good thing the Iwagakure folks are here. Deidara still owes me money. Huh. I thought Naruto said you already asked him for it. At that moment, a voice suddenly called out. Turning around, they saw it was Jiraiya. Jiraiya-sama. What are you doing here? Kakashi was a little surprised. He thought Jiraiya had gone to meet with the Suna delegation. The old man's still tied up over there. The Suna group wanted some time to cool off, so I figured I'd bail, Jiraiya said with a casual smile, clearly disinterested in the politics he was inevitably dragged into because of his status. That situation's really a headache, he added, shaking his head before sitting down. Now the three white-haired shinobi were all gathered together. Suna's really taking things seriously this time. They even sent Chio. Good thing you two weren't there, or else, as he spoke, Jiraiya gave Kakashi and Gen a knowing look. Kakashi's eyes immediately turned into dead fish mode. Last time, that puppet master mistook General for Tsukumo, Kakashi's own father. No one brought it up afterward, but everyone had clearly gotten the message. Do I really look like him, Kakashi-sensei? General blinked innocently and turned to look at him. Kakashi responded by slamming his book onto the boy's head. Go dye your hair back already. Though annoyed, Kakashi turned back to Jiraiya and asked, so, that guy, he's actually the infamous, Red Sand Scorpion, Sasori. Yeah. Most likely, Jiraiya nodded, his tone serious now. With that level of puppet mastery, and being able to turn humans into puppets while retaining their powers, it has to be one of Suna's top puppet masters. I also heard something interesting. Back in the day, the Sasori was part of the 3rd Kazekage's personal guard. After the Kazekage disappeared, so did he. Everyone assumed he was just another casualty, but now, it seems, it was hidden in plain sight. As a bodyguard, he had private access to the Kazekage, Gen added. And he was an expert in poison techniques. Chances are, he's the one who poisoned the Kazekage to death. Yeah, that's entirely possible, Jiraiya sighed and gave a bitter smile. Who would have thought the Third Great Ninja War was triggered by something like this? Sure, that war was bound to happen eventually, but this cause is just too ridiculous. The ninja world had always been a powder keg. The end of the Second Great Ninja War didn't erase hatred, it only buried deeper grudges. Resource scarcity, uneven development, and village rivalries, they were all problems that the major shinobi villages had to deal with. And the simplest solution? Pillage. Especially for a land like the Land of Fire, any piece someone could bite off was a win. Jiraiya understood this too, which was why he could only sigh again. But enough of that, it's too depressing. Let's talk about something else. Oh, Kakashi-sensei said we might have a mission coming up. General asked curiously. Not yet. Nothing's set in stone, Jiraiya replied, shaking his head. Stroking his chin, he added, the intel came from that one-eyed old man you saw. It's related to Orochimaru, so I've got a vested interest. He's also digging into some other stuff, and apparently, he has a history with Hanzo of the Salamander. So for now, we wait. Ah, I see, General said, suppressing a chuckle. Hanzo and Danzo once practically stood shoulder to shoulder, both being chased like wild dogs by Nagato. That encounter likely turned their former friendship into pure animosity, not that any of that mattered now. After all, Hanzo's already been turned into chili pepper fish. Hanzo, Gen muttered. Hanzo's death led to Rain being taken over. And Danzo might be next in line. Damn, if he goes to Rain, he's basically walking into a tiger's den. Nagato and the others had two main enemies, Hanzo and Danzo. Suddenly, General realized why Orochimaru's name was being floated again. This reeked of Danzo's work. The guy probably didn't dare step into Rain directly, so instead he stirred up trouble with Orochimaru as a distraction. While he hadn't pieced together every detail, General had enough information to see the broad strokes. Danzo was about to make a move. Anyway, Enough speculating. We're still waiting for final confirmation, Jiraiya said with a big laugh, cutting off Gen's train of thought. He turned to Kakashi and suddenly grinned. But in the meantime, I think we could take on a different mission. Something more valuable. Mission. What kind? Gen's eyes lit up. He never turned down missions, there was always something to gain from them. Kakashi, on the other hand, looked wary. Sure, Kitagawa General joining his team seemed to have flipped his bad luck. He didn't have to worry about his comrades dying anymore. It really felt like a new beginning. But, each mission they went on seemed more ridiculous and dangerous than the last. It was starting to get to him. Relax, relax. This one's not gonna be anything crazy, Jiraiya said with a smile, giving Kakashi a firm pat on the shoulder. This time, I'm planning to bring Tsunade back. Tsunade-sama. Kakashi blinked, then nodded. That was a good idea. With that mysterious organization getting more dangerous and powerful, the village needed someone like Tsunade to hold the line. Especially since Uchiha Obito could use wood release, Tsunade's return might shed light on some crucial questions. That's a great idea, Jiraiya-sama, Kakashi agreed. Yeah, I've heard Tsunade-sama's medical ninjutsu is legendary, Gen added with a nod. If she returns, Kakashi-sensei can recover faster next time he ends up in the hospital. Kakashi covered his face with his hand. He had no words left. Land of Fields, Underground Laboratory. Orochimaru studied the scroll in his hand, his expression somewhat strange. More would release samples, along with a few Sharingan, in exchange for investigating Hanzo of the Salamander. Others might be clueless, but having once infiltrated the Akatsuki, Orochimaru understood the situation better than most. He knew exactly what kind of monster lurked in the Land of Rain. He had once tried to steal those Rinnegan eyes, only to be instantly countered and nearly killed. That experience alone had pushed him to join the Akatsuki, even if Itachi Uchiha had quickly forced him out not long after. With a monster like that around, there's no way Hanzo is still alive. Orochimaru casually tossed the scroll aside. The old man had been inside a megacure, his survival was impossible. Danzo, that fool, is practically handing me free resources. Now that he had the intel, Orochimaru was in control. And with Danzo footing the bill, there was no reason to refuse. Especially now, with the establishment of the Sound Village, he needed more funding than ever. Sure, exploiting an ally might be unethical, but Orochimaru knew exactly what kind of man Danzo was. A moral black hole. And besides, he didn't have morals to begin with. I'll have to make him pay even more. Information on Hanzo won't come cheap. The title of Sannin wasn't something Orochimaru saw as glorious. After all, back then, he, Jiraiya, and Tsunade had fought Hanzo together, and still couldn't defeat him. The only reason Hanzo spared them was because of their status, and because the Rain Village had already fallen. Killing the trio would have made things even worse. Thus, the title, Sannin, was born, and with it, a ceasefire between Konoha and the Rain Village. Orochimaru didn't necessarily see the title as a disgrace. It was a reminder, a scar. Proof of failure. A lesson to remember and correct moving forward, and he never forgot Hanzo of the Salamander. Cough, cough, cough. Suddenly, a hacking cough echoed behind him, causing Orochimaru to frown slightly. Kimimaro, didn't I tell you to rest? Stop wandering around. I'm fine, Lord Orochimaru. Kimimaro slowly walked in, bowing slightly. I want to take on more missions. If I continue lying around like this, I'll never be worthy to become your vessel. Orochimaru sighed. With that body condition, how could he possibly serve as my next vessel? Ever since the battle with Jiraiya, Kimimaro's health had only worsened. Using the dance of the seedling fern had pushed his body past its limits. And according to Jugo's report, that kid they faced wasn't just powerful, he was clever. The boy had used Earth style, Earth wall, carving his own face into it, leaving Kimimaro no clear target, only to be ambushed right after. Orochimaru couldn't decide whether to be angry or amused. But this can't go on. Looking at Kimimaro's calm but resolute expression, Orochimaru frowned, deep in thought. Kabuto had decent medical skills, but he was still in Konoha. And even he couldn't solve Kimimaro's condition. Orochimaru had been conducting his own research, but this illness defied all his knowledge. The stronger Kimimaro grew, the faster his life drained away. At this rate, he wouldn't survive more than a few years, killed by his own Shikatsumaku. Maybe, there really is someone who can help. Suddenly struck by a thought, Orochimaru rubbed his chin and began considering seriously. After a long moment, he made up his mind. Turning to Kimimaro, a rare smile curled on his lips. Looks like we're going to make a move. There might still be a chance to save you. Konoha. Root headquarters. Back in Konoha, Shimura Danzo waited patiently for Orochimaru's reply. He'd even preemptively leaked certain information to build political momentum. If he wanted to gain more reputation, he had to take risks. Besides, only a handful of people knew the leaked details. If Orochimaru refused, he could always send Jiraiya after him anyway. Still, this is a bit much. Why is he asking for so many materials? Danzo frowned at the documents in his hand. Sometimes he wondered if Orochimaru was just an expense siphon. They had worked together for years, and Danzo had poured an uncountable amount of resources into his research, only to see many of them end in failure. Well, not all of them were failures. Glancing at his right hand, Danzo sighed. Orochimaru's skill was undeniable. He'd seen the terrifying power of wood release firsthand. Back then, only one subject, Kinoi, had survived the experiment. All the others had died, but Orochimaru had found a workaround, suppressing the wild chakra of wood release with the power of the Sharingan. The fusion of these two abilities had given Danzo immense strength. That was why he kept supporting Orochimaru, bottomless pit though he was. Fine. As long as he's willing to act, it's worth it. Danzo shook his head, no longer concerned about the disappearing budget. The money was spent, what else could he do? More importantly, Orochimaru's cooperation was a win. He'd get intel on Hanzo, he could use Orochimaru to manipulate Jiraiya, and Orochimaru always had a way to escape. Danzo trusted that. With this, my intel is secured. I'll learn the truth about Hanzo, and maybe even deal a blow to Jiraiya in the process. A plan with triple returns. Danzo smiled faintly. This was the safest move. At the gates of Konoha, Kitagawa General stood reluctantly, watching a blonde figure fly away. Kitagawa General. You better listen up, I'll be back. Deidara shouted from atop a giant white clay bird, waving flamboyantly at him. With a final scolding from Kitsuchi, he flew off and disappeared from view. Finally gone. General muttered under his breath. Jiraiya chuckled beside him. Honestly, that kid helped us out a lot. We've confirmed quite a few things. That's true, but unfortunately, Iwagakure doesn't know much about the Akatsuki. Their info is limited. Kakashi nodded in agreement. At least now they had a name for the mysterious group they'd been chasing, the Akatsuki, a group operating near Iwa's borders, accepting both war contracts and black market jobs. Their members were powerful, enigmatic, and ruthlessly efficient. No matter how difficult the mission, they could always complete it. Getting more intel on them would not be easy. At least they've lost a client, General said, thoughtful. And with the Deidara incident, Iwagakure probably won't let them off easy now. That's for sure. We've also roughly narrowed down their activity zone. Jiraiya tapped his chin thoughtfully. Most likely somewhere in the smaller nations nearby, but there are too many around Iwa, the land of hot water, grass, rain, birds, bears, and demons. The range is just too wide. Yeah, and the land of rain has Hanzo, and the land of waterfalls has the seven tails. The Akatsuki probably wouldn't mess with either, right? Congratulations, you just ruled out the correct answer. Gen chuckled awkwardly. But he knew Kakashi's logic was sound. The Akatsuki had stayed hidden for so long because of Hanzo's overwhelming reputation. No one took on the demi-god lightly, and Omegakure was so sealed off from the world that even entering it was difficult, let alone gathering intelligence. Forget it. Let's focus on our current mission first. Jiraiya patted his face, trying to shake off his tension. He knew the value of good intel. Rushing in blindly wouldn't help. And this mission wasn't his alone. Hiruzen wouldn't allow him to act solo. Let's get what we need done first. The old man thinks bringing Tsunade back is crucial. She probably won't agree easily, but it's worth a shot. And hey, we've all been wound up for so long, it's time to relax. So let's treat this mission like a vacation. I, the great Jiraiya, shall take you two out for some fun. Really? Gen's eyes lit up with excitement, grinning from ear to ear. He didn't have any bad intentions, he just wanted to become the emperor of hot springs. Was a soak too much to ask for? Sure. But whether they let you in, that's not my responsibility. Jiraiya grinned, glancing at Kakashi who rolled his eyes. If they kick you out, well, rules are rules. Understood. General nodded quickly, then turned toward Kakashi. Don't worry. My transformation jutsu is top-notch. Even Uchiha Obito didn't see through it. I'll just transform into you, Kakashi-sensei. And if that doesn't work, I'll turn into the fourth Hokage. I do no flying thunder god, after all. The two older shinobi were stunned into silence. They exchanged looks, each one blaming the other for failing to properly raise this chaotic genius. After a long pause, Jiraiya finally spoke with a sigh. General, here's a suggestion. Why not just transform into the third Hokage? General and Kakashi both stared at him in shock. Jiraiya continued calmly. He won't know, and he probably won't hold it against you, right? The moonlight was hazy, casting a faint glow over a dilapidated house in a small border town in the land of Suji. Inside, the fourth Raikage's face was dark and stormy, his clenched fists trembling with frustration as he thought back on the day's mission. We actually got played. Their objective for this operation had been crystal clear from the start. Steal the secret techniques of the land of Suji. The hidden cloud had always favored the most straightforward method when it came to things they didn't possess. Take them by force. Small nations, reclusive ninja clans, even major villages like the Leaf. They'd never hesitated to make a move. Decades ago, they dared to kidnap the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Uzumaki Kushina, just for her sealing prowess. That attempt had ultimately failed, but at least they'd lost to the man who would become the fourth Hokage. More recently, they'd even tried to seize the Byakugan when Konoha was at its weakest. They might have been tricked in the end, but it didn't matter. They felt no shame in stealing what they wanted. This time was supposed to be no different. But things hadn't gone as planned. The Nokizuru clan. It seemed the land of Suji had anticipated a potential raid and hired the mysterious Nokizuru clan as protection. As a result, without sufficient preparation, his squad had been completely outmaneuvered. Nikai was blown to pieces on the spot. Karai got hit with their signature jutsu, exploding bugs. This is a disaster. Raikage looked over at Amai, who was frantically trying to treat Karai. Shaking his head, he muttered under his breath. They had technically completed the mission, but at the cost of 2 of his men. That was unacceptable. Any hope? He asked at last, voice low as he stepped closer. Amai fell silent before replying with a pained expression. I'm sorry, Lord Raikage. My medical ninjutsu isn't enough to save him. The Raikage's face darkened even more. However, Amai added after a pause, there may be someone who can help. And she's in a nearby town. Raikage's eyes lit up. Speak. Who is it? Amai hesitated before answering. It's Lady Tsunade from the Leaf. There's no one in the world of medical ninjutsu who can match her. If we ask her for help, Tsunade. Raikage didn't even mind Amai referring to her with honorifics. Frankly, most medical ninja would do the same. After all, she founded the modern medical system that every village now depended on. Even the cloud benefited from her work. Still, Tsunade. Don't be naive, Amai. Karai gritted his teeth and sat up, annoyed. And don't you dare call a ninja from another village, lady. Our relationship with the Leaf is far from friendly. Why would anyone from Konoha help me? But you, even if she's willing to help, I wouldn't. Their bickering began to escalate. The Raikage rubbed his temples in frustration, torn on what to do. Then a memory flashed through his mind. His father, the previous Raikage, who once stood alone against thousands from the stone village to buy time for his comrades. His gaze hardened. HMPH, old man, anything you could do, I can do too. He stopped paying attention to the quarrel between his subordinates and looked out the window, his decision made. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the same town in the land of Suji, Orochimaru strolled down the road with Kimimaro close behind. Under the moonlight, the town bustled with energy, laughter, shouting, music, and flickering lanterns lined the streets. Drunkards staggered about, gamblers celebrated or sulked in defeat. Kimimaro wasn't surprised by the chaos. He'd seen plenty of towns like this in the land of hot springs. What he didn't understand was, why they were here. This town, it's our destination, Orochimaru said offhandedly, completely unfazed by the noise around them. His eyes were fixed ahead. His goal was clear. Tsunade wasn't exactly discreet about her habits, especially her notorious gambling addiction, and it wasn't hard to track down a walking disaster like her. Soon, I'll introduce you to someone, Orochimaru continued. A woman who used to be my comrade. A comrade. Like Jugo and me. No. More like that white-haired fool we ran into last time, Jiraiya. The bond between the three Sannin was complicated. Even though they'd gone separate ways, and Orochimaru often found Jiraiya annoying, he couldn't deny their connection. They'd once faced death together. That kind of bond never truly faded. I see, Kimimaro said coldly, recalling how that white-haired man had dared to attack Orochimaru. Don't look at me like that, Orochimaru chuckled. Tsunade wouldn't like it. If she gets angry, not even I can do much about it. He scanned the area once more before smiling slyly. Well then, let's go. She hasn't changed a bit in all these years, but this time, there shouldn't be any unpleasant surprises. Ha 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 ha. Back on the streets of the border town, Jiraiya watched the crowds pass with interest, a mischievous grin spreading across his face, especially at the sight of scantily clad women lingering under lanternlight. Behind him, Kakashi and Kitagawa General both had dead fish eyes. They'd seen this far too many times to be surprised anymore. On this trip alone, Jiraiya had already pulled this stunt more times than they could count. No matter how many times they warned him, he never listened. His unrestrained behavior was just embarrassing. Was it this bad the last time you traveled with Jiraiya? Kakashi whispered, hoping no one would recognize them. More or less. Maybe even worse, Gen replied dryly, rubbing his temples. He told me the respectable bathhouses wouldn't let me in. Later I realized what he meant by respectable wasn't exactly normal. No wonder the kid had such strange obsessions. Relieved, Kakashi let out a quiet sigh. He'd been worried General might get caught up in Jiraiya's antics this whole journey. Especially when Jiraiya had suggested using a transformation jutsu to sneak General into the women's side of a hot spring. As the third Hokage. Absolutely inappropriate. Thankfully, despite his outward behavior, Jiraiya hadn't actually taken them anywhere too outlandish. In fact, he'd somehow managed to gather useful intel along the way, ultimately leading them to the land of Suji. Small nations on the continent rarely fared well. Unless they were protected by a ninja village or so isolated no one bothered with them, most ended up leaning into specialized industries. The land of Suji and the land of hot springs were classic examples, filled with shady characters, gambling dens, bars, and brothels. Sometimes Kakashi wondered, was Jiraiya really here to find Tsunade, or just looking for fun? Well, we're already here, General said with a knowing smile. Might as well relax a little, Kakashi-sensei. Noticing Kakashi's discomfort, the well-experienced Gen chuckled. It was the same in the land of hot springs. Jiraiya-sama has his own unique ways of gathering intel. Best we just let him do his thing. Exactly. Jiraiya huffed, walking over. You could learn a thing or two from this kid, Kakashi. Do I really seem that unreliable? Neither Kakashi nor General answered. To break the silence, General changed the subject. So, got anything useful this time? You must have found something. Of course. Jiraiya grinned smugly, then turned serious. Kakashi, you might not know Tsunade well, but I've been her teammate for years. I know her inside and out. She loves to gamble, but she always loses. So all this time, I've been hopping from one casino to another just to track down some idiot neck-deep in debt. And wouldn't you know it, I finally picked up the scent of a fat sheep ready for the shearing. Also, Gen added with a blink and a knowing smile, she's a heavy drinker, right? Jiraiya gave a short nod. Sharp as ever. I saw you checking out izakayas all the way here, Gen continued, and I noticed you never stepped into any rowdier joints. That's because of her too, isn't it? TCH, you got it, Jiraiya replied, his tone slightly exasperated. No matter how much she loses, she'll always find a place to drink it off. At this point, I've got a pretty good idea of her habits. She's definitely in this town. So then, what's she doing now, gambling or drinking? Right now. Jiraiya glanced up at the night sky. It's already pretty late. I'd bet she's lost everything by now and gone off to drown her sorrows in some bar. Jiraiya had long since stopped overestimating Tsunade's luck. Tens of thousands, hell, even hundreds of thousands, vanish in half a day with her. At this hour, odds were she'd already racked up more debt and gone off to get plastered. Well, our target's clear then. Let's go. I've already scouted out where she's been seen recently. If we head there, we should be able to catch her. Ah, what a shame, Gen sighed, drawing curious glances from both Kakashi and Jiraiya. What's wrong? Asked Kakashi. Have you two never thought of this? General asked, raising an eyebrow. Jiraiya-sama, you said Tsunade-sama always loses when she gambles, right? So why don't we just bet against her? We'd be living in a seaside villa by now. Jiraiya and Kakashi exchanged a look, then turned around in perfect silence and began walking forward without a word. Gen chuckled and quickly caught up with them, sneaking a glance at his system panel. New side quest acquired. One big, happy family assist Jiraiya in finding Tsunade and bringing her back to Konoha. Looks like we're almost done here, he muttered. Then his eyes narrowed as he looked off into the distance. His expression turned odd. A big, happy family indeed. Looks like I'll need to come in swinging. TCH, passed out already. Inside the izakaya, Tsunade looked down at the woozy Shizune, slumped over next to her, and clicked her tongue. Come on, wake up. I'm not done drinking. Tsunade shouted, but Shizune didn't respond. With a sigh, she slumped over onto the table to rest for a moment. Big sis, I'll become Hokage. I love the village and my comrades. That's why I want to protect them. After my little brother died, that dream became my only reason to keep going. I will become Hokage. But the moment she closed her eyes, two familiar faces flashed through her mind, smiling, alive, and then lying in a pool of blood. TCH, damn it. Tsunade's eyes snapped open. She sat up and poured herself another drink. Leaving Konoha, and drinking like this, was partly an escape. A way to forget the past. Well, it was also something she genuinely enjoyed. Drinking helped dull the pain, if only a little. But suddenly, she frowned. She still looked relaxed, but as one of the legendary Sannin, her senses were razor sharp, especially now, when she was swimming in debt. Someone's coming. Why are so many people showing up at this crummy bar? And none of them feel ordinary. She couldn't quite place it, but her instincts were screaming. Still, she stayed put. Partly out of confidence, partly out of curiosity. A moment later, the side door creaked open, and two men entered. One of them immediately dropped to his knees in a full dagezabo. You must be the legendary Sannin of Konoha, Lady Tsunade. I beg you, please help us. Who the hell are you? Tsunade had already recognized their headbands, Kumogakure ninja. And behind them, the fourth Raikage himself. But what were they doing here, of all places? And there's more. Her eyes flicked toward the entrance. Still kneeling, the man continued, my name is Amai, a shinobi of the hidden cloud. My comrade is gravely injured. Only your unparalleled medical ninjutsu can save his life. I beg you, please, save him. TCH, who would have thought? A cloud ninja begging a leaf medic nin. A raspy voice drifted in from the other side of the bar. I remember when you guys tried to steal the Byakugan. And now look at you, crawling back to us. Tsunade raised an eyebrow. That voice was all too familiar. The Raikage turned, his eyes narrowing at the new arrival. Orochimaru. Well, if it isn't the fourth Raikage, they locked eyes, tension rising. Neither had expected to run into the other in a place like this. Hey, we're here. This should be the place, right? Just as the tension peaked, another voice called out, this time from the front door. Everyone's expression shifted at once. Even Tsunade looked bewildered. Creak, the door swung open. Three white-haired figures stood there. One of them, an old white-haired man, spotted Tsunade and broke into a grin. See. Told you we'd find her, him. But before he could finish, he caught sight of the other two parties. Wait a sec. For a brief, heavy moment, the entire bar fell silent as the three groups stared each other down. Even Tsunade froze in place. She hadn't expected tonight to get this lively. Orochimaru. No one knew how long the silence lasted, but suddenly, Jiraiya raised his voice. You're actually here. Orochimaru stared silently at Jiraiya, feeling incredibly irritated. He just couldn't understand, why was Jiraiya like a damn housefly? Always showing up at the worst times, in the worst places. This meeting with Tsunade had been a spontaneous decision, meant to stall Danzo a bit longer. He hadn't told a soul. so how the hell did Jiraiya still manage to bump into him? Fourth Raikage. Kakashi was already on high alert the moment he saw Orochimaru. He still remembered the chilling paralysis that struck him during Orochimaru's defection years ago. Just one glance, and he couldn't even move. But he wasn't that same kid anymore. Plus, with Jiraiya here, he didn't need to worry as much. That said, another dangerous presence caught his attention. Why is that guy kneeling on the ground? Kitagawa Gen's mind was buzzing. He had anticipated Orochimaru showing up. His system and radar had both warned him, but the fourth Raikage. That was completely unexpected. Did they just rob the land of Cedar's Tsuji secret technique, get smacked by the Nokizuru clan, and now they're begging Tsunade for help? As the self-proclaimed info guy, it didn't take him long to piece things together. Kakashi leaned over and whispered, "Be on alert. If the Raikage is here too, they probably need Tsunade for something urgent." HMPH. The fourth Raikage snorted, still trying to make sense of the chaos in front of him. Jiraiya, Kakashi, some kid, Orochimaru, and Tsunade. Was this some kind of Konoha alumni reunion? No. Wait, Orochimaru defected. And Tsunade's been away from the village for years. What the hell was going on? The Raikage couldn't figure it out, but he was done asking questions. He decided to just observe for now. Orochimaru, just the person I needed to see. Jiraiya was uneasy with the situation, but still, he had found Tsunade, and now even bumped into Orochimaru. This might be the best shot he'd get. You, save it. Orochimaru cut him off mid-sentence, already guessing what Jiraiya was about to say, something naive like, "Come back to the village. Why are you always so damn idealistic?" Orochimaru's voice was sharp. And why is it always so damn irritating? No matter what you say, there are things I have to do. Jiraiya wasn't backing down. He stared Orochimaru down with serious eyes. Danzo's investigation had led to Orochimaru, and Orochimaru was part of that mysterious organization. Running into him now was just too perfect to ignore. Then let's see if you're strong enough to stop me. Orochimaru's eyes gleamed like a predator's. Without warning, he raised his hand. Ninjutsu. Hidden shadow snake hands. Dozens of venomous snakes shot from his sleeves, lunging straight at Jiraiya. But Jiraiya had already anticipated the attack, his hair instantly extended to shield him. Ninjutsu. Needle Jizo. The snakes crashed into his hardened hair, failing to break through. In the same motion, Jiraiya formed a new hand sign, his spiked hair lashing toward Orochimaru like blades. Orochimaru dodged with a sidestep, grabbing Kimimaro and leaping out of the building. He knew there was no avoiding this fight now, and such a cramped room wasn't going to cut it. You all stay here, I'll deal with Orochimaru. Keep your eyes on those others, too. With that warning, Jiraiya darted out after Orochimaru. Outside the tavern, explosions and tremors shook the air. What's going on? What happened? The nearby residents erupted in panic as the sounds of battle echoed through the streets. Get out of here. There's trouble. Run. Even without looking, Kitagawa General and the others could tell the entire district had been thrown into chaos. Civilian spaces were no place for ninja battles. Even the tavern owner bailed, not daring to charge anyone a single coin. He bolted along with the fleeing crowd. Tsunade-sama. Kakashi turned to the dazed Sannin beside him, anxious. Aren't you going to step in? Step in. Tsunade seemed sobered up now. She glanced at Kakashi, then looked outside, and finally shook her head. This is their business. I'm not getting involved. But, Orochimaru, I said, it's their problem. Tsunade had no intention of listening to Kakashi. Orochimaru hadn't enacted any destruction of Konoha plans, hadn't killed Hiruzen Sarutobi, and hadn't used Edo Tensei to traumatize her either. So while she didn't like Orochimaru, she wasn't at the point of fighting him on sight. And with Jiraiya showing up to make a scene, she had even less reason to interfere. Still, Orochimaru showing up here, could it be? Tsunade's expression turned complicated. She thought of that pale-haired kid beside Orochimaru earlier. The boy looked fine, but Tsunade's trained medical eye had caught the truth instantly. Heartbeat irregular, body extremely weak, but powerful chakra, definitely unnatural. He's surviving on meds alone. She shook her head. Another one come to beg for healing, clearly. She turned her gaze to Kakashi. So, what exactly do you want from me? Tsunade-sama, we're here to bring you back. Kakashi answered in a low voice. General nodded beside him. Yes, Tsunade-sama. Mostly because Kakashi-sensei ends up hospitalized for 10 days every time he goes on a mission. The Hokage is extremely unhappy with the state of Konoha's medical system, so, Kakashi suddenly froze and glanced awkwardly at General. Fortunately, the fourth Raikage spoke up then. I don't care what reasons you have. But I got here first. I won't take much of her time. TCH, never thought I'd see so many big shots show up in one day. Tsunade raised an eyebrow. She hadn't expected an ordinary day to devolve into such ridiculous chaos. The Raikage, that idiot Jiraiya, and now even Orochimaru, you people really know how to make things interesting. But tell me something, what makes you so sure I'll go with any of you? Because whether you agree or not, I'll make you say yes, even if I have to use force. The fourth Raikage's tone was cold and resolute. His words instantly put Kakashi on edge, while Tsunade's brow arched again. Use force, she said, amused. You really think you know who you're talking to? Oh, I know, the Raikage replied, his eyes narrowing. He rolled his neck, and in the next instant, his entire body moved. Then I won't be holding back. The Raikage wasn't in the mood to waste time. He hadn't expected this much trouble just trying to find Tsunade. The booms coming from outside clearly meant Jiraiya and Orochimaru were already locked in combat. Delaying now would only make things worse. Best to just take Tsunade by force and sort out the rest later. Watch out. Kakashi's eyes widened. He quickly moved to intercept, while Tsunade's chakra flared to life as she frowned and prepared to fight back. Buzz, but before either of them could act, a figure suddenly stepped between them. Boom. A crackling burst of purple lightning erupted, followed by an ear-splitting explosion as the entire tavern collapsed in an instant, shrouded in thick smoke and flying debris. Whoosh, multiple figures shot out of the dust cloud. The Raikage stopped, staring curiously at the teenager who had just blocked him. Purple lightning, that's rare. But the intensity, it's impressive. As a master of lightning release, the Raikage had a sharp sense for chakra. He could immediately tell this was no ordinary jutsu. The boy's purple lightning had formed a defensive barrier strong enough to block his strike, hasty as it may have been. Konoha's really scraping the bottom of the barrel, huh? Sending a kid like you to face me. Despite the wariness he felt, the Raikage's pride as a cage kept his tone haughty. Why don't you get Kakashi over here instead? You're way out of your league. Or maybe, the boy replied calmly, Kakashi-sensei thinks I'm more than enough to handle you. Without another word, Kitagawa General launched forward. The fourth Raikage was a rare lightning release powerhouse. He had even fought the Yellow Flash in the past. General wasn't about to miss this opportunity. Besides, with his current abilities, he could always escape if things turned south. And right now, no one in the world could rival his escape skills. HMPH. If you're so eager to die, the Raikage snorted and charged forward. A blue surge of chakra burst around him like a storm, as he met General head-on. Boom, blue and purple chakra-cloaked figures collided, unleashing a thunderous impact and a shockwave visible to the naked eye. Crack, the buildings around them split and crumbled under the force of their clash. Deep fractures split the earth beneath their feet, spider webbing outward in every direction. Not bad, the Raikage narrowed his eyes. He had to admit, this kid wasn't ordinary. That purple lightning, his speed, his strength, none of it was what he expected. But instead of worry, it only made him more eager. A shame, really, the Raikage said, his voice low. A kid like you, crossing paths with me. As he spoke, the Raikage's chakra surged again, his entire body now fully cloaked in crackling blue lightning. His presence intensified, becoming even more oppressive. Well then, I won't hold back. Funny, Gen replied, nodding slowly. I was just about to say the same. His aura changed. A streak of red eye shadow appeared beneath his eyes, and in that moment, his irises turned white. Even the Raikage froze briefly in confusion. What's going on with this kid's eyes? That chakra, what is this? Before he could fully grasp the answer, Gen's voice rang out again, then I won't hold back. Boom, 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 the deafening roars of battle echoed non-stop. The once bustling town in the land of Tsuji had been completely evacuated, everyone had fled. Now, the entire village resembled a war zone, and outside the town, crowds gathered with torches, staring in from a distance. Wah, what's going on? Shizune stirred groggily, still hugging Taunton in her arms. Never good with alcohol, a few sips had been enough to knock her out. If it hadn't been for the non-stop noise, she probably wouldn't have woken up so quickly. But when she looked around, she realized with a jolt, she wasn't in the tavern anymore. And in the distance, people were fighting. Her heart skipped a beat, especially when she saw the grim expression on Tsunade's face. Kakashi-senpai. What are you doing here? Quiet, Tsunade cut her off, voice low. Now's not the time for questions. She turned to Kakashi, narrowing her eyes. That kid, what's going on with him? Even though it all happened in an instant, she'd seen it clearly. Kitagawa General had stepped in front of them without hesitation, and purple lightning had exploded from his body, shielding them from the fourth Raikage's full-force attack. That lightning jutsu, that's something General developed himself, Kakashi replied quietly, rubbing the back of his head as he watched General now locked in combat with the Raikage. Gen is a prodigy, his talent even surpasses the fourth Hokage. Both Lord Jiraiya and the Hokage agreed on that. TCH. Talent, huh? Tsunade frowned. You seem to put a lot of faith in him. She paused for a moment, then lowered her voice again. So what exactly is your purpose in seeking me out? And shouldn't you be stepping in to help that kid? If only you knew how outrageous that kid really is, Kakashi thought with a wry inner smile. With his purple lightning and mastery of the flying thunder god technique, General was already a headache to deal with. But now, he had even learned Sage Mode. Whether he could win or not wasn't the issue. The real problem was that, if he wanted to leave, almost no one could stop him. Still, Kakashi remained ready to jump in at any moment. While he kept his Sharingan locked on the Raikage, he explained calmly, "Don't worry, Lady Tsunade. I'm prepared to assist. But the real reason we're here, is that the village may be in serious trouble." Trouble. Yes. And Orochimaru is at the heart of it. There's more involved, things like wood release. While Kakashi and Tsunade discussed the situation, the battle between General and the Raikage only grew fiercer. This damn kid, the Raikage's expression was darkening. He was starting to realize that this boy was far more troublesome than he'd expected. He hadn't wanted to go all out. After all, he still needed Tsunade's cooperation, but this brat was proving difficult to deal with. You don't seem quite as fast as I imagined, Gen taunted, easily dodging another of the Raikage's punches. In the same motion, he pulled out several kunai and flung them forward. At the same time, he raised one hand and made a sign. The next moment, a massive fire dragon erupted from his mouth, roaring toward the Raikage. A single-handed sign. And such stable, powerful ninjutsu. The Raikage dodged the kunai with ease, but as the fire dragon barreled toward him, he couldn't help but curse. No wonder that purple lightning is so versatile, this kid's chakra control is insane. Gritting his teeth, he let his chakra explode outward. With a single swing of his arm, lightning release, lariat severing slash. The fire dragon was cleaved in half by the sheer force of his lightning, but by the time the flames dispersed, General had already closed the distance. A short blade crackling with purple lightning thrust straight toward the Raikage's heart. Just as the blade was about to land, the Raikage vanished. Then his voice boomed from above. In this entire shinobi world, the only one faster than me, was Namikaze Minato. And he's dead. Lightning release. Wrathful thunder acts of justice. He came crashing down with a thunderous kick, lightning surging violently from his body, enough to chill the air around him. Boom, the earth split open with a thunderous shock. A crater several meters deep formed instantly, but the Raikage didn't relax. A clone. So fast? Not bad yourself, Gen replied, seemingly unfazed. Without hesitation, he launched another strike toward the Raikage's head. The Raikage ducked, flaring his chakra even more violently before throwing another devastating punch. Boom. 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 Under the night sky, the two became blurs of chakra, their high-speed clashes impossible to track with the naked eye. With every collision came shockwaves and sonic booms. The air itself trembled. Buildings, walls, even the ground itself crumbled like paper. In the blink of an eye, the street was nearly obliterated. And still, the battle raged on, devastation spreading further and further. What the? Tsunade, still deep in thought from Kakashi's explanation, was jolted back to reality. Shizune stared, stunned. Even Kakashi looked unsettled. He could follow their movements, but his Kamui couldn't lock onto either of them. Damn, I can see them, but Kamui needs time to focus. Even after unlocking his Mangekyo Sharingan, Kakashi still struggled to master the jutsu fully. Targeting enemies was draining, and with how fast those two were moving, it was nearly impossible. Kakashi watched with growing worry. Meanwhile, General was actually enjoying himself. The fourth Raikage was ridiculously strong, no question. Even with one arm, he still exhibited terrifying power. For most ninja, losing an arm meant disaster. Just look at Jiraiya during his battle with pain. He went from holding his own to being completely overwhelmed the moment he lost his arm. But the Raikage. Even missing a hand, he could still shatter Madara's Susanoo with Anaki's help. Even if Madara was only toying around, how many people in the world could still claim such a feat? Fighting someone like him is a huge help. And, I think I've almost figured out how the lightning release chakra mode works. From the start of the battle, General had been studying the Raikage's chakra flow. Sure, he was a fake sage, but he wasn't faking everything. Whenever possible, he'd take the time to actually learn the real technique. Faking it was just the first step. Pretend to know it, then actually learn it. That way, the lie becomes the truth. Too bad he doesn't know Storm Release. Storm Release was something General had been coveting, but he hadn't had any luck acquiring it. Still, he wasn't greedy. Damn brat. While General was having fun, the Raikage looked increasingly irritated. This punk moves like a greased eel, and is he seriously learning lightning chakra mode mid-fight? General had been using some strange enhancement technique to boost his speed and strength. The result? He could just barely keep up, and even seemed to predict Raikage's attacks, using substitution and transformation jutsu to slip away. And then there was that damned purple lightning. Its defensive power was incredibly high, and it could even reconfigure itself mid-battle. Worse still, it had started to refine, no longer looking like a crude energy cloak. It was evolving. He's learning just from fighting me. The Raikage found that hard to stomach. What were Konoha's Anbu even doing? How did no one know about this freak of a prodigy? Kid. You're impressive. But enough was enough. He had to finish this. His voice dropped, sharp and cold. But unfortunately, your fate ends here. Oh. General raised an eyebrow, amused. You sound awfully confident. I was holding back because of Tsunade. I need her help to save someone. But looking at you now, I think you might be more useful. Lightning surged across the Raikage's body, his hair standing on end. To master lightning chakra mode during battle, and even integrate it into your style, that kind of talent is unbelievable. So, Gen cut in, his expression suddenly strange. I heard a rumor. He gave the Raikage a once-over and asked with a smirk, is it true that your village just takes whatever you want? Kekkei Genkei. Secret techniques, if you see it, you try to steal it. What? Was Kumogakure founded by bandits? You insolent brat. The Raikage's chakra exploded in fury, shaking the already ruined earth even more. And didn't you guys have a move called Hellstab or something? How come I haven't seen you use it yet? Don't tell me, you don't know how. You won't live long enough to see it. In a flash, the Raikage appeared behind Gen, hand raised high, his legendary hand chop ready to smash the boy to pieces. But just as it fell, General vanished. His voice came from behind. Oh yeah. Then let's see how mine stacks up. Crap. He's going for the kill. Kakashi and Tsunade felt the shift in the Raikage's aura, and knew things were turning deadly. Tsunade frowned and immediately tried to intervene, but the next second, she froze in place. Her eyes widened, disbelieving. A figure appeared in her mind's eye. Someone she hadn't seen in years, her granduncle. While Kitagawa General clashed with the fourth Raikage, Jiraiya's battle with Orochimaru had only grown fiercer by the second. These two knew each other far too well, so well, in fact, that there was no need for any drawn-out probing or feints. Damn bastard. You really dragged me into a fight right in the middle of a town. That familiarity, however, was exactly what Orochimaru exploited to catch Jiraiya off guard at the start. Dodging a sudden strike, Jiraiya cursed inwardly, gritting his teeth. The only silver lining was that the townspeople of this small village in the land of Suji reacted quickly. Perhaps due to repeated wars always breaking out in smaller nations, especially border towns like this, the locals had long learned to flee at the first sign of danger. The once peaceful scene of vibrant life in full bloom still lingered in Jiraiya's mind, but now it was being torn apart, as the residents scattered like mad out of town. Jiraiya felt slightly relieved. Until his eyes swept across the crumbling buildings. His lips twitched uncontrollably. How much is all this damage going to cost? Fire style. Great flame bullet. With his temper rising, Jiraiya quickly formed seals, sending a massive wave of fire toward Orochimaru. Earth style. Earth wall. Orochimaru wasn't in the mood to play around either. With a flare of chakra, he summoned a wall of earth to block the flames. At the same time, he left behind a shadow clone and slipped underground. Wild Lion's main technique. Seemingly unaware, Jiraiya slammed his hands together. His hair suddenly lengthened, piercing through the wall and lashing toward Orochimaru from behind, binding him tightly. Gotcha. Idiot. But in that moment, Orochimaru burst from the ground behind Jiraiya and drove his fist straight at him. Boom. His strike shattered Jiraiya's head, only for the target to dissipate into dirt. A mud clone. Jiraiya's real body emerged from the opposite side, and the two resumed their close quarters brawl. Orochimaru, stop this madness. Jiraiya yelled between attacks. Madness. Orochimaru sneered and shook his head, mocking him with a cold voice. You know what I hate most about you? That hopeless naivety of yours. Always putting your faith in those dumb frog prophecies, always trying to shove your ideals onto others. He scoffed. Why don't you just stay in Mount Myoboku and keep chasing your little fairy tales? Tell me, have you found your so-called child of prophecy yet? Or was it Minato? He clicked his tongue with feigned pity. What a shame. The chosen one you picked turned out to be a short-lived ghost. You bastard. Jiraiya nearly lost it. Orochimaru's words hit deep, every one like a poisoned dagger. Still, Jiraiya forced himself to stay calm. He narrowed his eyes and asked in a low voice, what exactly is your organization's goal? I've been looking into it, and I've uncovered some very interesting things. Just what is that group up to? Orochimaru looked annoyed now. Does this guy ever shut up? But suddenly, something clicked in his mind. Danzo wanted me to contact Hanzo of the Salamander, could this be related? As he glanced at Jiraiya, still attacking relentlessly but clearly waiting for answers, his thoughts began to race, so Jiraiya found something that pointed him to the land of rain. And Danzo, after losing Root years ago, is too scared to go there himself, so he used me to test the waters. Orochimaru's fists clenched tightly. That bastard used me as a pawn. He never intended to visit the land of rain, but had he gone, would he have run into Jiraiya? With Danzo's nature, that was a guarantee. Damn it, if that's how it is, a flicker of malice crossed Orochimaru's eyes. His lips curled into a wicked smile. You're still digging, huh? Are you trying to die? What do you mean by that? Jiraiya's eyes lit up, sensing something important, only to suddenly realize something was wrong. Wait, are you crazy? Just because you don't dare summon him doesn't mean I won't. Before Jiraiya could react, Orochimaru had already finished weaving his hand seals. Summoning jutsu. With a burst of smoke, the colossal form of Manda the Snake King erupted into view. Damn it, Jiraiya's face immediately twisted. Orochimaru really didn't care about collateral damage. You two again. Manda's eyes narrowed the moment he saw Jiraiya. Unpleasant memories surged to the surface. The last time Orochimaru summoned him to fight Jiraiya, he'd been stabbed who knows how many times, and used as a living shield by both of them. He hadn't forgotten. You've got some nerve summoning me again, Orochimaru. I'll make it up to you with an appropriate sacrifice, Orochimaru said, slightly embarrassed. Just help me deal with the current problem first. At the same time, Jiraiya bit his thumb and quickly summoned his own ally, Gamabunta. He didn't want to use a summoning inside a town, but he had no other choice against Orochimaru. What's going on, Jiraiya? As the smoke cleared, the massive toad appeared, pipe in mouth, only to instantly spot Manda and Orochimaru. Huh. These guys again. Toads and snakes never got along, and the feeling was mutual. You damn toad. HMPH. Orochimaru, I'll deal with you later. But first, let me kill this ugly frog. You wish. Gamabunta didn't need to wait for Jiraiya's command. With a single leap, he drew his enormous blade and swung down at Manda's head with a thundering slash. The giant snake Manda swiftly dodged Gamabunta's blade and seized the opening to coil around him, fangs bared, ready to sink into the massive toad. The two beasts clashed ferociously, sending clouds of dust into the sky as buildings all around them crumbled in the chaos. You really have no fear, do you, Jiraiya? While the summons battled with earth-shaking might, Orochimaru stood calmly atop Manda's head, speaking with an almost amused tone. One of these days, you're going to get yourself killed for poking around in the wrong secrets. HMPH, no matter what it takes, I'll find the truth. This time, Jiraiya wasn't baiting him, he was serious. Between Orochimaru and his two mysterious disciples, his concern about the Akatsuki was only growing. Especially now that he knew there were two Uchiha in the organization wielding Mangekyo Sharingan, both responsible for countless killings. Everything pointed back to Konoha. If you're so desperate to die, allow me to oblige. Orochimaru licked his lips, already thinking through his next move. And don't waste your time looking. The Akatsuki's members are scattered all over. We barely interact outside of missions. He hoped Jiraiya would shift his focus away from him and onto the Akatsuki instead. He wasn't planning to say too much, though, he didn't want trouble with the organization either. But he certainly wouldn't pass up the chance to spite Danzo. Still, none of us are weaklings. Especially our leader, the one who defeated both Hanzo the Salamander and Shimura Danzo. What? Shimura Danzo and Hanzo? Jiraiya's eyes widened in disbelief. Orochimaru nodded. That's right. You've heard about the Root Division being utterly destroyed, haven't you? I've heard rumors. Hanzo and Danzo teamed up to destroy a mysterious group, but in the end, Root was wiped out, and Hanzo hasn't dared leave the Hidden Rain village since. Orochimaru's voice dropped, raspy and quiet, as he licked his lips. He knew some of what happened. He'd been close to Danzo while waiting to be named Hokage. Though things hadn't gone as he planned, he'd only pieced it together later, after joining the Akatsuki and spending time in the Hidden Rain. Not that he cared whether his theory was right. So long as it got Jiraiya off his back and irritated Danzo, it was good enough. Danzo and Hanzo, Jiraiya's thoughts were spiraling when suddenly, Orochimaru struck. Ninja art, hidden shadow snake hands. Dozens of serpents burst from his sleeves like a tide, surging toward Jiraiya. Coward. Jiraiya snapped out of it just in time, leaping back and forming seals. Fire style. Dragon flame bomb. A torrent of fire surged forth, incinerating the swarm of snakes in seconds. But now, Orochimaru's figure had vanished behind the wall of flame, only his voice remained. Fine. Go throw your life away if you want. I'm done playing with you. Don't worry, I'll be watching when you die. Damn it, don't you run. Jiraiya shouted in frustration, but Orochimaru's voice was fading. You might want to check on that kid, he's fighting the fourth Raikage, you know. General, Jiraiya froze at the name. Flames still roared around him, but he could only sigh deeply. Damn bastard. On the battlefield, seeing Orochimaru flee, Manda cursed loudly before canceling the summoning and vanishing in a puff of smoke. TCH. Damn snake. One of these days, I'll turn you into a wallet. Gamabunta muttered a curse of his own before turning to Jiraiya. Well, I'll take my leave then. Yeah. Jiraiya nodded. Now that Orochimaru was gone, the fight was over. It was time to see what was happening on the other front. Leaping into the air, he sped toward the other battlefield. Still, he was confused. Why was General fighting the fourth Raikage? Tsunade likely wouldn't step in, but where was Kakashi? Whatever. That kid's probably no worse than Minato. If Minato could handle the Raikage, then General should be fine too. Despite his words, Jiraiya subconsciously picked up the pace. But when he arrived, his eyes went wide, and a single terrifying thought struck him. Crap, he's not dead, is he? And Jiraiya wasn't the only one thinking that. Kakashi, too, froze. Even Tsunade's mind was overwhelmed with memories overlapping the scene in front of her. That technique. Tsunade stared in disbelief. She had clearly seen General take a direct hit, then vanish instantly, only to reappear behind the Raikage a moment later. Flying Thunder God technique, she whispered, and on the battlefield, the fourth Raikage's eyes bulged. Gen's voice came from behind him, and in that instant, he felt the crushing weight of mortal danger. Flying Thunder God. The Raikage wasn't slow, he immediately remembered. Years ago, he and Killer Bee had fought a man with golden hair, and despite fighting together, they couldn't touch him. This brat, he knows that jutsu. His mind raced as he desperately tried to twist his body, avoiding vital areas. He flared his chakra in an explosive burst. There was no time to dodge, his only option was to defend. And now he understood why General hadn't used the technique earlier. He was waiting for this moment. But it was too late. Kitagawa Gen's short sword, White Fang, crackled with purple lightning as it pierced forward. He didn't know any hell stab techniques, but this one relied on overwhelming speed and explosive power. In many ways, it resembled Chidori, but General fused the blade with his unique chakra and struck with surgical precision. Don't worry, I'm not stupid. Sometimes it's better to get the pain over with. Buzz. The short blade drove deep into the Raikage's back. Purple lightning surged violently, tearing through the blue lightning armor that coated the Raikage. That armor tried to resist, but having been hastily formed, it couldn't withstand Gen's ferocious attack. It was torn apart in an instant. But just as the blade struck, it shifted slightly, as if General adjusted to the Raikage's twisting movement, missing the vital organs and instead slicing clean through his left arm. Blood sprayed as the fourth Raikage crashed heavily to the ground. Morning sunlight bathed the land. What was once a bustling border town in the land of cedar now lay in ruins under the golden rays. Flames still raged in some corners, and broken beams and shattered walls littered the streets. The once thriving town now resembled a scene straight from the depths of hell. Fortunately, most of the residents and tourists had escaped serious harm. But as they looked out over the wreckage of their town, their expressions were blank, stunned into silence. Or screwed. In the nearby forest, Jiraiya stood with a grim expression, gazing at the devastated town. Then, glancing down at the unconscious fourth Raikage, missing an arm, he let out a sigh of utter despair. Yeah, this is really bad. Kakashi, his expression also stiff, nodded slowly. Tsunade, however, couldn't hold back any longer. You guys are insane. You completely destroyed an entire town, and look at the Raikage, he's in worse shape than if you'd just killed him outright. If we killed him, the fourth great ninja war would start immediately, Kakashi replied with a weary rub of his white hair. Kitagawa General simply nodded in agreement. Exactly. Too many people saw what happened. Killing him would spark an all-out war between the villages. But then again, he made a slicing gesture across his neck. Tsunade was left speechless. Wait, are you actually considering it? Don't joke like that, Gen, Kakashi sighed, knowing him too well. We need to focus on what comes next. Yeah, Jiraiya muttered as he trudged over with a dejected look, avoiding any more glances at the burning wreckage behind him. So, what do we do with the Raikage now? Look at the state he's in. That was a serious question. Jiraiya didn't dare take the Raikage back to Konoha. Sure, bringing him in would boost the village's reputation and strike a blow to the morale of the hidden cloud. But the Raikage was a symbol, the leader of a village. Capturing him wouldn't just cause trouble, it could lead to disaster. Not to mention. Kitagawa General cut off his arm. You couldn't exactly say you invited him over for tea after that. This is such a headache, Tsunade muttered. Frustrated as she was, she couldn't help but glance at Kitagawa General again. Still, this kid really is impressive. The battle between Kitagawa General and the fourth Raikage had left a deep impression on her. White hair, a mastery of Kenjutsu, and the Flying Thunder God technique. It was hard not to think of her second granduncle. Konoha had produced another prodigy. Anyway, let me treat his injuries first, Tsunade said, shaking her head and pushing her thoughts aside. Her curiosity about General could wait, there were more pressing matters now. Jiraiya, I already know why you came looking for me. That guy Orochimaru, he's with that Ōtsutsuki group, isn't he? Yeah, Jiraiya nodded, glancing at Kakashi. After seeing him nod as well, he continued. I got some intel from Orochimaru. The situation's worse than we thought. How bad? That Ōtsutsuki group, they're far more dangerous than we imagined. Even Hanzo of the Salamander and Danzo lost to them. Hanzo and Danzo. Tsunade's expression grew stern. Kitagawa General raised an eyebrow in surprise. Wait, what did Orochimaru say exactly? As Jiraiya recounted Orochimaru's words, Kitagawa Gen's eyes widened. Orochimaru hadn't said a single outright lie, but when you strung all those half-truths together, they formed a narrative that was, frustratingly, mostly accurate. He even exposed some of Akatsuki's internal details, and Danzo's shady dealings. Damn, this was a full-on sabotage. General clearly remembered the connections between Orochimaru and Danzo. This was personal. Orochimaru was really going for the kill. Danzo and Hanzo. Tsunade furrowed her brows, deep in thought. It took her a long while before she finally spoke. This is troublesome. That Akatsuki group might be even more dangerous than we feared. Exactly, Jiraiya said with a bitter smile. The situation was getting more complex and more dangerous than he'd anticipated. I might have to take a trip to the land of rain, see what Hanzo's situation really is, but that can wait. I need to talk to the old man first. Oh, and Tsunade, will you be coming back with us? HMPH. Tsunade snorted and gave Kitagawa General one last glance before turning to look at the ruined town. Like I have a choice. Damn it, all those beautiful casinos and hot springs, and you maniacs went and wiped them all out. I don't even have anywhere to relax anymore, and now I have to keep an eye on the fourth Raikage too. If he dies, I'll be held responsible. That's good to hear, Jiraiya forced a smile. As troublesome as everything was, at least they had reached some sort of resolution. But hey, Kitagawa General couldn't hold back anymore, it wasn't just us who started this fight. He made the first move, remember? He pointed at the unconscious fourth Raikage and gave Tsunade a strange look. If it comes down to it, maybe he can pay to rebuild the town. The group went silent. You chopped off his arm, and now you want him to foot the bill. And besides, Gen continued, I heard from Lord Jiraiya that Lady Tsunade is buried in gambling debt. Hey, Jiraiya, do you have a death wish? Tsunade instantly lost it and grabbed Jiraiya by the collar, causing him to panic. But isn't this actually a good thing now? General added with a grin. The whole town's gone, doesn't that mean your debt is too? Huh. Meanwhile, in Konoha, Hiruzen Sarutobi was in a rare good mood as he flipped through the latest reports. With Jiraiya, Kakashi, and Kitagawa General all out on a mission, the village had been a bit more peaceful. The village has been a lot quieter lately, they were all elite shinobi, sure, but when they stirred things up, it gave him a real headache. Plus, the constant high-level missions worried him, especially for someone like Kitagawa Gen. That kid's lacked proper guidance since the start, and he's been thrown into mission after mission without a break. Hopefully, this trip helps him decompress a little. People can't stay wound up all the time. Balance is key. Jiraiya might be unreliable at times, but when it really counts, he's trustworthy. Having Kakashi along too. This mission couldn't be in better hands. Lord Hokage. Urgent report. An Anbu suddenly burst into the room, holding a toad. Ellipsis exclamation mark quote. The moment Hiruzen saw the toad, his heart skipped a beat. Yo. Jiraiya told me to deliver this. Mission complete, I'm out. The toad dropped a scroll and vanished in a puff of smoke. No way, Hiruzen hesitated as he picked up the scroll, a bad feeling creeping in. They were just supposed to find Tsunade. What could possibly have gone wrong? He unrolled the scroll. Then his eyes went wide. They encountered the fourth Raikage and Orochimaru. The entire town was leveled in the battle. Orochimaru gave them crucial intelligence, and this involves Shimura Danzo. The fourth Raikage was defeated, and even had his arm severed. Each revelation hit Hiruzen like a hammer. His legs nearly gave out. It felt like the sky was falling. And the Akatsuki are somehow tied to Danzo too. The situation was spiraling out of control. Still, Hiruzen forced himself to stay composed. The Raikage's situation was serious. One wrong move could start a war. But he still needed more follow-up from Jiraiya's side. For now, the only thing he could act on was Danzo. He knew Root had been disbanded, but Danzo never disclosed the full extent of his past dealings. If he's tangled with such dangerous people and kept it from us, if he's planning revenge, it could be catastrophic. With that, Hiruzen left the office with the Anbu at his side. He needed to confront Danzo immediately. At the same time, in the land of rain, a cold rain fell over Omegakure. Under the gray sky, Pain stood still, glaring at Uchiha Obito. You're saying Orochimaru handed over our intel to Konoha? He gave them quite a bit, Obito replied with a nod. Not everything, but enough to be dangerous. He knows his limits, though. Obito had ordered Black Zetsu to investigate Danzo's connections in Konoha, never expecting this kind of chaos to unfold during the mission. He had intended to suppress the information, but Black Zetsu convinced him to inform Pain. After all, no matter how tense their relationship, Pain was critical to the revival of the Gedo statue, and their entire future operation. Jiraiya and Orochimaru were going too far. If Konoha started digging seriously, it could ruin everything. Even if Orochimaru kept quiet, Danzo was already investigating. Our intel shows he's about to contact Hanzo of the Salamander. You think he'll come to Omegakure? Pain's expression darkened. If he does, I'll personally kill him. Obito cut him off with a cold snort. He repeated what Black Zetsu had suggested. And then what? Konoha learns we're based here. You think they'll just sit back? They'll hunt us down, and don't forget what happened with Iwagakure. Pain fell silent. He didn't believe Iwagakure had learned much. But word was that Deidara had gone to Konoha. If the Leaf and the Rock exchanged information, what do you suggest? Pain didn't want to gamble. If this were just about him, he wouldn't hesitate. But he had a Megakure to protect, and the Geto statue to feed. They couldn't afford exposure. We won't let them off the hook, Obito said coldly. But it can't happen here. They're still in the land of cedars, he continued. Because of the fourth Raikage, they won't be moving anytime soon. So we pretend to take on a mission there, and, coincidentally, encounter them. Pain immediately understood. It was a clean plan. No trace would lead back to Omegakure. Still, a bitter thought crossed his mind. Who could have imagined things would spiral like this? All because of that man, the one who had betrayed Yahiko with Hanzo and now stirred up so much chaos. Shimura Danzo, you really do deserve to die. Why is there still no word? In the underground base of Root in Konoha, Danzo Shimura sat in silent frustration, waiting for a response from Orochimaru. It had already been over a week since Orochimaru agreed to the deal. The money and supplies had long been sent. All Danzo could do now was wait. Truthfully, he hadn't wanted to send payment up front, but after years of collaboration with Orochimaru, this had become their established mode of operation. And to be fair, this arrangement had yielded results in the past. Let's just hope nothing's gone sideways. Danzo muttered to himself, but just then, a voice filled with rage suddenly echoed through the base. Shimura Danzo, get out here right now. That voice jolted Danzo upright. It was both familiar and unsettling. He instantly recognized the voice. It belonged to his old comrade. But it had been years since he'd heard Sarutobi Hiruzen this angry. Still processing that, he looked up to see Hiruzen walk in, his face dark as thunder, flanked by several members of the Anbu. Danzo's heart skipped a beat. Was he about to be surrounded again? Trying to maintain his composure, Danzo stood and asked calmly, Hiruzen, what's the meaning of this? Hiruzen, still visibly seething, forced down the storm in his chest and spoke coldly. Back then, what did you really hide from me about the incident in the Land of Rain? Danzo's face darkened. The question instantly stirred a fire in his chest. That incident, he hated even thinking about it. Why was Hiruzen dragging it out now? What happened? Why bring this up now? He asked warily, though the stern look on Hiruzen's face made him fall silent. Hiruzen took a deep breath and said solemnly, Jiraiya ran into Orochimaru. Danzo's pupils dilated. Jiraiya ran into Orochimaru. Wasn't Jiraiya supposed to be looking for Tsunade? Just what in the world had happened? No matter what, though, Danzo could sense the danger in this situation. He had once speculated that the mysterious organization, Akatsuki, might be linked to the people who had decimated his root operatives. But the timing and the people hadn't lined up. Hiruzen continued, Orochimaru revealed some intel. Some of the current Akatsuki members were survivors of that so-called rebel group you and Hanzo helped eliminate back then. So what really happened? Danzo's mind raced. I don't know the full details, he replied. With a forced frown. Back then, Hanzo invited me to assist in eliminating a rebel organization in exchange for future support. I agreed, for the sake of Konoha. But things quickly escalated. Hanzo later told me the group was completely wiped out. Wiped out? Hiruzen's eyes bored into Danzo. Then how do you explain what's happening now? And do you even know who those survivors are? Hiruzen was beyond furious. Danzo had clearly never told him any of this. Of course, he couldn't bring himself to say outright that those people were Jiraiya's disciples, because Jiraiya himself had never told him that. Back after the war, Jiraiya disappeared for years. Both Orochimaru and Tsunade had simply said he'd gone off to relax. Turns out those two had been covering for him all along, leaving Hiruzen to deal with the aftermath. Danzo frowned. Who are they? But Hiruzen didn't answer. He turned away, waving his hand dismissively. It doesn't matter anymore. I have one order for you, get in contact with Hanzo. You claim you did it for Konoha, right? Well, Now I need answers. I want to know where those people are, and whether they hold a grudge against Konoha. If you can't even do that, then I'm sorry, but you'll be forced back into retirement. With that, Hiruzen turned and walked off. The knot in his chest had finally loosened a little. Just moments ago, it had felt like the sky was falling. He had nearly collapsed under the weight of it all. But unfortunately, fate wouldn't let him pass out and avoid this. All he could do was face the mess and clean it up. Is this what it means to blow off steam? He didn't know. But at least now, he could breathe. Danzo, however, was left cold and numb. He opened his mouth, wanting to explain, but Hiruzen was already gone, not giving him a chance to defend himself. Forced into retirement. That would be the end of him. Damn you, Orochimaru, you've ruined me. Danzo cursed silently as he watched Hiruzen and the Anbu disappear. And Hanzo, you've hidden yourself too well. Are you even still alive? Meanwhile, Omegakure, inside the Akatsuki hideout. As the holographic figures flickered into place, Hidan immediately let out a shout. Oi, do we have a mission or not? Kakuzu shot him a glare, but as usual, it had no effect. Luckily, Pain spoke up. We've got an urgent mission, in the Land of Cedar. Those who are available should participate. The Land of Cedar. Uchiha Itachi narrowed his eyes. What's going on over there? Pain's voice turned cold. We've run into a bit of trouble. Our target is in the Land of Cedar. He glanced around at the gathered members and continued, and lately, these people have been digging far too deep into our affairs. Several of you have already encountered them. You mean, those Konoha pests? Sasori raised a brow. Then it hit him. That kid, Kitagawa General. His name might not yet have spread across the shinobi world, but within the Akatsuki, everyone knew who he was. It started with Itachi and Juzo running into him, and suffering a humiliating loss. Then Kisame got played in the Land of Water. Kakuzu and Hidan clashed with him, and Kakuzu had several of his hearts destroyed. And finally, Sasori himself had his puppets wrecked during the Iwagakure mission. His body and the third cage puppet were almost completely dismantled. He'd lost nearly all his combat strength. That Iwa mission had also led to Onoki intervening, and Deidara being snatched away to Konoha, meaning they effectively lost the Hidden Stone as a major client. And if you factored in Uchiha Obito, these were grievances soaked in blood. Sometimes they couldn't even fathom how a single brat kept outplaying them. But they had to admit, this kid, Kitagawa General, was the real deal. That's right, Pain confirmed. Kitagawa Gen, Hitaki Kakashi, Jiraiya, even Tsunade, they're all there. Kisame bared his teeth in a twisted grin. Hey, what a lovely reunion. Itachi remained silent. Kakuzu and Sasori, on the other hand, were seething. After a while, the two of them couldn't help but shake their heads. I haven't fully recovered yet, can't move out. My puppets still need to be rebuilt. I won't be able to go either. Hearing this, Pain nodded. It wasn't unexpected. In that case, both of you will stay behind. Hidan, you stay too. Help them with their recovery. TCH. Works for me. I wasn't interested in going anyway. Hidan shrugged nonchalantly. He hadn't really clashed with that brat Kitagawa General much. The one who left a real impression on him was that damn, Kappa ghost guy. Tee. But since that guy wasn't around, he didn't care. So it's just the two of us and the leader. Kisame glanced at Itachi and grinned. But that's not a lot of people. And we're still pretty far from the Land of Cedars. No need to worry. It's not just the two of you, Pain said calmly, shaking his head. There's another one joining you. Someone will take care of your transportation. Inside a cave in the Land of Cedars, I swear I'm going to kill you, brat. Oh, shut up. No one comes out of a fight without a scratch. Besides, can you even catch me? You bastard. Kitagawa General shrugged as he watched the fourth Raikage roaring in fury. The Raikage had already regained consciousness, but he was clearly struggling to accept his current situation. As a taijutsu-focused ninja, suddenly losing an arm was a crushing blow. Gen recalled clearly, it was the Raikage himself who had severed it, trying to stop Amaterasu's flames. A brutal but necessary choice. And now, not only had he lost pathetically, but it was General who had sliced his arm off. Well, it was bound to happen sooner or later. Don't take it personally, General said kindly, though that only made the Raikage more furious. Bound to happen. You damn brat, I'll kill you. Same lines over and over. Your chakras sealed anyway. What can you even do? General tilted his head with a casual smirk. The Raikage was practically fuming. HMPH. You think you can kill me? That'd start a war. You wouldn't dare. You'll have to let me go. And when you do, yeah. Same old logic. You guys can take advantage of everyone else, but if something bad happens to you, suddenly it's a problem. General cut him off mid-rant and turned to leave. You couldn't argue with bandits like this. Not his problem anyway. Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Kakashi were all here. And if that wasn't enough, the third Hokage was still calling the shots. Oh, and by the way, don't expect to get that arm reattached. Sasuke burned it, and General ignored the renewed shouts behind him and walked toward the others, silently reflecting. His strike, charged with purple lightning, had severed the Raikage's arm and instantly fried the nerves inside. It wasn't intentional. It was just a side effect of purple lightning. Even someone like Tsunade couldn't fix it. Well, that's what she said, at least. Some things are just meant to be. Side quest complete. One big, happy family assists Jiraiya in finding Tsunade and bringing her back to Konoha. Reward. Being calculated, General nodded to himself as he read the mission screen. This task wasn't especially difficult. As for the reward, he wasn't sure yet. But with Tsunade, Jiraiya, Kakashi, Orochimaru, and the fourth Raikage all involved, the reward has to be something good. He stretched lazily and smiled. Finally, a chance to relax. Then it's back to Konoha. I've got research to speed up. There was still plenty he needed to improve, and he wasn't one to waste time. But just then, his system screen suddenly flashed again. New side quest available. We're all just trying to survive. Surviving is hard for everyone. Prepare for the Akatsuki's next assault. Seriously. Gen's eye twitched at the screen. Again. Sometimes, Kitagawa General couldn't help but wonder, was he just destined to clash with the Akatsuki? Otherwise, how could he keep running into them so often? He still remembered his very first mission. He crossed paths with them even then. Since that encounter, the entanglement between them had never truly ended, and every member of Akatsuki who came after him, despite not having full intel on him, ended up being the one who suffered. So, this time it's because we ran into Orochimaru, and now Akatsuki is targeting us again. General wasn't entirely sure. But an Akatsuki ambush wasn't exactly surprising. After all, he'd already sabotaged them multiple times. What goes around comes around. And more importantly, he knew what was coming. You all right? The fourth Raikage still raging in there. General was lost in thought, but Jiraiya, oblivious to his inner musings, called out casually when he saw him walk out. That guy's temper is seriously explosive. He's been shouting about killing someone ever since he woke up. TCH. Let's see how calm you'd be if someone chopped off your arm. Tsunade shot Jiraiya a glare, making him awkwardly scratch his head. Well, that depends on the situation, I guess, but you really can't fix his arm. Sure, Gen's purple lightning had done a number on the severed limb, but this was Tsunade, the most legendary medical ninja around. Even if she'd already said, it's impossible, Jiraiya wasn't sure if she truly meant it, or just didn't want to bother. Alright, Lord Jiraiya, let's focus. What do we do now? Kakashi interrupted, cutting through the banter. At this point, whether or not the arm could be healed didn't matter. In a way, it might even be better this way. We should head back. And the Raikage needs to be dealt with carefully. Has there been any word from the third Hokage? The old man said we should take good care of him, no more conflicts, and he told us to be extra cautious on our way back. Jiraiya pursed his lips, recalling Hiruzen Sarutobi's message. We caused quite a stir here in the land of Cedar. There's a chance the hidden cloud village might catch wind of what happened. That's why he emphasized being careful. Indeed. I've done some digging recently. Seems they were here for the secret arts of the land of cedars. Kakashi nodded, chiming in. They probably got what they came for, but things didn't go as planned. That's likely why they reached out to Lady Tsunade. Still, it's been so long, there's no way the hidden cloud hasn't responded. Typical thugs. Still the same after all these years, Tsunade muttered in frustration. I could have been out drinking and gambling somewhere. Instead, trouble after trouble. Maybe the only upside to this mess was that her debt problems were finally resolved. So, what's the plan now? General asked curiously. He knew Akatsuki wasn't done yet. They were still lurking, waiting for an opportunity. Should they just let Akatsuki and the hidden cloud fight it out? Sounded tempting, but risky. If those factions stopped bickering and decided to work together, he might end up being the one in deep trouble. How about we pass through the land of waterfalls? Suddenly, Jiraiya stroked his chin and proposed an idea. It's nearby, and from there we can enter the land of fire directly. Plus, we can escort the Raikage to the land of iron from there. Worst case, we have the old man meet us at the border and decide what to do from there. The land of waterfalls, huh? As soon as General heard the name, a thought struck him. Besides Kakuzu, there was something else. The Seven Tails Jinchuriki is there. From his memories, the Seven Tails was a strange one among the tailed beasts. Despite having more tails, its combat ability seemed to rank among the weakest of the lot. Normally, tail count correlated with strength. 9 tails Kurama and 8 tails Gyuki, for example, were absolute monsters in battle. Especially Kurama, who had only half his chakra for most of the series and still dominated. Who knew how much bias the Sage of Six Paths had when splitting the 10 tails? The 7 tails ranks third in tail count, but aside from flight and a few explosive techniques like Deidara's, it doesn't really stand out, right? General couldn't fully wrap his head around it, but he knew this much. The 7 tails was in the land of waterfalls Takigakure. If I can use this opportunity, his heart skipped a beat at the thought. Last time, the chakra he got from the 3 tails gave him a noticeable boost, especially to his eyes. He'd been thinking ever since about how to obtain more tailed beast chakra. But he had to be cautious. Take Sora from the Fire Temple, for instance, he could go after him, but he feared that chakra given by the system might be different from what he could harvest manually. The 3 tails chakra I got from the system didn't cause any chakra leakage or instability. It fused with my body smoothly. But, Kurama was far too powerful. And Konoha had tight monitoring and sensory measures in place around him. No one wanted another Knight of the Nine Tails. So he had to be extremely careful. But this time, if I get a chance to test it, and it works, things will be much easier in the future. He had already made up his mind. He would try. Even if it didn't work out this time, he'd come back again. The land of waterfalls, right. That just reminded me of something. Gen's eyes lit up. Can't sleep. Late at night, in a quiet valley of the land of waterfalls, the Konoha group had set up camp for the night. Kakashi was quietly reading his novel when he saw Kitagawa General walking out of his tent. Curious, he called out. It's not time for your watch yet. You could have just used a shadow clone, you know. You're not sleeping either, Kakashi-sensei, Gen replied with a chuckle as he sat down beside him. Besides, you don't even know how to use shadow clone, right? Kakashi shrugged. He wasn't about to admit he was using the moonlight to keep reading his book. Knowing Gen, he suspected the kid was up to something again, especially considering this was someone who once used a shadow clone just to escape responsibility. You're not planning to sneak into Takigakure, are you? You really know me too well, Kakashi-sensei. General didn't bother denying it. He nodded seriously. Takigakure is just too mysterious. From the intel I've studied, it doesn't seem like much. But that guy from the Akatsuki who came from there. He was way too strong. I want to investigate. You're going in alone. Of course. Trust my skills. Getting in and out won't be a problem. I won't get caught. His tone was full of confidence, and Kakashi had to admit, if there was one thing General excelled at, it was infiltration and escape. He was annoyingly good at it. Considering how mysterious Takigakure was, scouting it out beforehand wasn't a bad idea. Then go ahead. Before Kakashi could finish, a familiar voice chimed in from behind. You're not sleeping either, Jiraiya-sama. Kakashi turned to see Jiraiya yawning as he strolled out of the camp. This place is boring as hell. And when have I ever gone to bed early? Jiraiya plopped down next to them with a grin. If you're going, go ahead. The 4th Raikage still has the Flying Thunder God mark on him, so we're good. Just don't make a scene or get spotted, got it? No worries. General smiled, then raised a single hand and quickly performed a transformation jutsu. How about this? Jiraiya's face twitched. Kakashi stared, the book in his hands forgotten. Gen had transformed into none other than the masked Uchiha Obito. Even knowing it was just a disguise, this was a bit much. You cut the hair short. Kakashi suddenly asked, noticing the difference. Helps with identification, Gen replied naturally. We keep running into this guy on missions. What if someone mistakes me for him? At this point, Obito still had long hair like Madara. No one really knew when he had cut it, but General had clearly planned ahead. He knew the Akatsuki would show up again soon. Well then, I'm off. General waved, and the next moment, poof, he vanished into thin air. What a jinx. Kakashi, your teaching methods are seriously questionable, Jiraiya muttered, shaking his head. Kakashi immediately protested. Jiraiya-sama, you were the one who corrupted him. I never took him to a hot springs brothel. Oh. Then how come the first time I met him, he was already scheming to scam that rich merchant from the land of waves? And wasn't it him who conned Naruto out of his allowance and tricked the third Hokage into paying for him? Also, just now, stop. The problem is with Konoha's education system, not me. Meanwhile, on the other side of Takigakure, under the moonlight, Uchiha Obito stood near a waterfall, watching the landscape silently. How's the setup going? We're almost done. Everything's in place, Zetsu said quietly from beside him, also gazing at the distant falls. You planning to go in? Yeah. Better to assess the situation in advance. Even if the seven tails isn't that impressive, it's still a tailed beast. Obito wasn't trying to hide his intentions. Sneaking into a village was child's play for him. We don't know how long Nagato will take, but we can't delay gathering intel on the tailed beasts. I'm not risking our entire operation just because we lacked information. Agreed, Zetsu nodded. Things were already complicated enough. They still hadn't figured out what exactly was going on with Kitagawa Gen, and that unsettled him deeply. More than anyone, Zetsu just wanted this mess resolved quickly. Alright, I'll go check things out. Keep tracking Kakashi and the others. No problem. White Zetsu's been monitoring them, but he can't get too close. That bunch is really sharp. I know. I'm heading out. Obito's body twisted and phased out of sight in an instant. Damn hassle. Let's hope nothing goes wrong this time. Black Zetsu watched as Uchiha Obito vanished and couldn't help shaking his head. Deep down, he still felt an ominous unease. After all, nothing good ever happened when that Kitagawa general guy was involved. Takigakure, huh? Inside Takigakure, as the air twisted with spatial distortion, Obito materialized from the shadows. Looking down at the village below, he couldn't help but shake his head. The place was even more rundown than he'd imagined. But on second thought, that wasn't surprising. After all, the land of the waterfalls was a minor nation. Even though Takigakure possessed a tailed beast, it never developed into a major ninja village. Surrounded by two superpowers, Konoha and Iwagakure, their mission income was siphoned away, and to top it off, their shinobi forces had been decimated once by Kakuzu. At this point, all the village had left to show was that so-called hero water, and the Seven Tails. Still, thanks to the Seven Tails, the Great Ninja Wars never really touched them. The Seven Tails wasn't exactly powerful, but it was still a tailed beast. Who in their right mind would want to deal with a rampaging Biju? First things first, I'll locate the Jinchuriki and assess the situation. With that thought, Obito's figure flickered as he turned into an intangible blur, heading toward Fu's location. He had already investigated the village beforehand, so he had a general idea of where Fu would be. Wait a minute, something's not right. As he drew closer, a strange feeling crept over him. Why is it so quiet? Where are the Anbu guards? Obito frowned. Takigakure might be a mess, and its shinobi might be few, but surely they wouldn't leave their Jinchuriki completely unguarded. When he found an unconscious Anbu slumped in a corner, his expression instantly changed. What the hell? Has something happened in Takigakure? Or is someone else targeting the tailed beast too? With a growing sense of dread, Obito accelerated and raced toward Fu's residence, but the moment he used Kamui to phase into the room, he froze. There, standing inside the room, was himself. Staring in shock, Obito watched as the other, Obito, turned his head, alerted by the spatial distortion. For a moment, the two identically dressed figures, same cloak, same mask, stood dumbfounded, locked in an awkward silence. Nagato, is sending just one path really enough? In a forested area outside Takigakure, inside a hollowed-out tree, Konan looked at Nagato with concern. This time, we're facing Jiraiya-sensei, and he's not alone. One path might not be, now's not the time to reveal everything, Nagato cut her off, shaking his head. And maintaining control over all 6 paths isn't as easy as it looks. The Gedo statue drained too much of his power. Until it was fully prepared, he couldn't afford to spread himself thin. With the Diva path alone, it should be enough. Don't worry. Nothing will go wrong. Nagato had full faith in the Diva path's strength. Truthfully, if Yahiko's body could handle more power, he wouldn't have bothered with multiple bodies. Ever since Yahiko died, the ideals they shared had started fading. Now, all he wanted was for Yahiko to witness the creation of the peace they dreamed of. In Nagato's heart, Yahiko was still the true leader of Akatsuki. Get some rest. Tomorrow. He hadn't even finished speaking when a massive surge of chakra erupted in the distance. Boom. The shockwave rocked the forest. Both Nagato and Konan stiffened, and Nagato immediately seized control of the Diva path. What the hell is going on? Itachi and Kisame came running too, clearly unaware of the situation. Did that brat blow his cover already? Is he actually fighting? Back on the other side, Jiraiya and Kakashi, still waiting for Kitagawa General to return, widened their eyes in alarm as the chakra explosion rippled through the night. Even Tsunade, awakened by the blast, stormed out of her tent in frustration. Sensing the scale of the chakra from afar, everyone's heart sank. Something major had happened. Without another word, they rushed toward Takigakure. Inside the village, Kitagawa General and Obito were already fighting. You bastard. How dare you impersonate me? Obito was practically fuming. He had only come here to investigate, and ended up running into this guy. As if that wasn't bad enough, Kitagawa General was disguised as him, and had clearly done something involving the Seven Tails Jinchuriki. Rage was one thing, but now unease started gnawing at him too. Had his identity been compromised? Was this guy also targeting the tailed beast? Relax. Even if I tried, I could never impersonate you convincingly. Standing atop a rooftop, Kitagawa General looked down at Obito. He was calm, almost sympathetic. After a pause, he sighed. I genuinely admire you, you know. Because no matter how hard I try, I can't use genjutsu on myself to escape reality. I can't pretend the dead are still alive and convince myself it's all real. Seriously, who in their right mind would choose illusion over reality? But you're a true hero. I'll kill you. Go to hell. With Uchiha Obito's furious roar, a set of chains clattered out from his sleeves as he lunged forward. Lunatic, Kitagawa General muttered. Raising a brow as he charged to meet the attack. Whoosh, their weapons clashed, just a fleeting exchange before their bodies split apart again. But Obito twisted midair, and the chains whistled through the air, sweeping in from behind. Swish, the chains cut through the space where General had just been, but he was already gone, and his voice echoed from behind Obito. Your taijutsu's a little slow. By the way, didn't I hear you were dead last back in the academy? Shut up. Obito's figure flickered and reappeared right in front of Gen, swinging his chains again. With no flying thunder god seal on him now, Obito wasn't worried about being outmaneuvered, especially not when he was already seething with rage. Not just because this bastard had impersonated him, but because of his words. He thought he had come to terms with everything. That he'd made peace with his past. But hearing those things out loud still cut deeper than he expected. What gives you the right to judge me? You're just another fool who blindly obeys the rules of this hellish world. At least I don't take illusions for reality. General pressed the attack, clearly enjoying beating Obito while he was down. His white-fanged short sword shimmered as it slashed again. And haven't you realized something else? If your chains are cutting the wind. Clang! General parried Obito's chain mid-swing with the white fang, redirecting its path. In that same instant, purple lightning surged in his left hand, thrusting straight at Obito's chest. You're solid now. TCH. Obito grunted and twisted his body, his Mangekyo Sharingan spinning rapidly, the unmistakable prelude to Kamui. He was going to suck General into his dimension. Whoosh, but just as the spatial pull activated, General flashed away with instantaneous speed. Fire style. Blast flame dance. Obito didn't miss a beat, he'd anticipated this. A massive torrent of flames roared after Gen. Earth style. Earth wall. General didn't hesitate either. Slamming his palms into the ground, a thick earthen barrier rose in front of him. Boom. The explosion of fire lit up the night sky, bathing the once quiet Takigakure in chaos and heat. From the very first clash, the entire village had been thrown into alarm. Takigakure might have fallen from glory, but it was still a shinobi village. Hundreds of ninja were already evacuating civilians while surrounding the two combatants. What's happening? Not sure. Looks like the fight broke out near Fu's place. Damn it. Who are these people? Could they be after the Seven Tails? The Taki Nin were tense. They wanted to step in, but these two were moving too fast, disappearing and reappearing at will. Their overwhelming chakra made it clear this was not a fight just anyone could interrupt. Should we prepare the hero water? Do it. If the situation turns any worse. Takigakure's leadership exchanged grim glances. One of them looked at Fu, who stood frozen and confused, and let out a sigh. While they were debating, the battle between Kitagawa General and Uchiha Obito continued without pause. As Obito spun his chains with deadly precision and the number of onlookers grew, General suddenly remembered something Jiraiya had told him. Don't make a scene. He pursed his lips, instantly teleporting away using the flying thunder god to put some distance between them. As Obito charged after him, General gathered chakra once more. What the hell are you really after? Sneaking into Takigakure like that, or you here for the Seven Tails? Ellipsis question mark quote. Obito froze. His face darkened as he realized, this bastard was framing him. Before he could respond, General kept fighting and yelling at the same time. I'm a Konoha shinobi. I came here with Lord Jiraiya and Lady Tsunade to visit your village, only to run into him. Be careful. You son of a. Obito's eyes turned bloodshot. He just realized something very unfair about being a rogue ninja. Even when you catch someone else causing trouble, if you're the one labeled a criminal, no one listens to you. Even if the shinobi of Takigakure didn't believe Kitagawa Gen's nonsense, the name of Konoha, plus the weight of Jiraiya and Tsunade's reputations, wasn't something they could afford to ignore. Since he's an honored guest from Konoha, then all personnel, assist the Konoha ninja and subdue this attacker. Yes, sir. As expected, a small nation like Takigakure didn't have the backbone of Kurigakure. They made their decision almost instantly. This turn of events made Uchiha Obito feel as if the entire world truly had abandoned him. Die! Obito roared in fury, and in a flash, countless massive shuriken shot out from his Kamui dimension. He charged toward Kitagawa General like a madman, only to realize with shock that General wasn't dodging this time. Instead, General calmly pressed his hands to the ground, his chakra subtly shifting. You go play by yourself. I'm done here. His voice drifted into Obito's ears just as a mud wall rose from the earth, blocking the giant shuriken right before impact. And in that moment, Obito's eyes widened. Because engraved on the earthen wall, were portraits from a photograph taken the day they graduated from the academy. Rin, smiling brightly, stood right in the center, facing down those deadly projectiles. No. Obito's expression twisted in panic as he quickly activated his eye to absorb the incoming shuriken, but at that instant, General shattered the wall himself. His white-fanged short blade, glowing with purple lightning, came slashing straight at Obito. Meanwhile, outside Takigakure, Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Kakashi had finally arrived. Tsunade muttered under her breath, "What the hell is that kid doing in there?" The fourth Raikage was also with them, being watched over by Shizune. They hadn't wanted to bring him, but they were concerned something might go wrong, especially since his chakra had been sealed. Still, even without chakra, his sheer physical power and combat skills could prove dangerous. I don't know either, Jiraiya admitted, looking puzzled. Normally, General is very cautious, he continued. He wouldn't cause unnecessary trouble. And with his abilities, he should be just fine. So that must mean, he's encountered an enemy, Kakashi said bluntly, confident in his assessment. General might have a difficult personality, but there's no doubt, he's an excellent shinobi. If he's causing a stir, it's because something serious happened. Sounds about right, Jiraiya nodded. Then he muttered, don't tell me that kid's jinx actually came true. He didn't get to finish the thought, his eyes widened suddenly. And so did Kakashi's. From the opposite side, figures wearing black cloaks with red clouds emerged. When they saw Jiraiya and the others, they paused. Both groups stared at each other in stunned silence. TCH, that damn brat really is a jinx, Jiraiya sighed. His gaze darkened with complexity. Taking a step forward, he asked in a low voice, Yahiko, is that you? You were behind the last incident too, weren't you? It was me, Pain replied after a moment of silence, nodding slightly. It's been a long time, Jiraiya-sensei. That single sentence stunned both Kisame and Uchiha Itachi. What the hell? Their leader is Toad Sage Jiraiya's former student. Kisame instantly went on alert. Itachi, meanwhile, looked genuinely taken aback, as if still processing what he'd just heard. That boy, Kitagawa Gen, is he your student? Pain asked. But Pain seemed unfazed, maintaining his cold composure. You've always had a talent for teaching, haven't you? Another powerful shinobi you've trained. He's not really my student, not officially, Jiraiya replied with a trace of embarrassment. But then his tone turned serious. What's going on, Yahiko? I received some very unusual intel, it said you were dead. And Orochimaru told me a few things too, about what happened back then. So, those days are long gone, Pain interrupted, shaking his head. For a fleeting moment, sorrow flickered in his voice, but it vanished just as quickly. We're no longer who we used to be. We are pain, beings that no longer feel pain. And we have come to reshape this world. Reshape the world. Jiraiya's heart sank. From what he'd gathered from Uchiha Obito, it was clear, his former student had completely gone astray. But one thing still didn't add up. Staring into Pain's eyes, Jiraiya asked quietly, your eyes, those are Nagato's. And you're not Yahiko. If you were, you wouldn't be doing this. You're right. Yahiko is dead, Jiraiya-sensei. Pain's voice was still calm, but a faint edge crept into his words. He chose the wrong path. Or perhaps, it was the path you gave him that was wrong to begin with. This world isn't full of hope and kindness. It's a hell built on suffering. True understanding between people is near impossible. Even basic trust is hard to come by. Yahiko paid the ultimate price. But now, I am Pain. We will walk a new path. One that leads to true peace. A peace we will create. So what? You're the same as Uchiha Obito, then. A voice cut in. They all turned, and saw Kitagawa General standing casually beside the fourth Raikage. He tilted his head in confusion, then asked curiously, if you just kill everyone in the world, does that count as peace? As Gen's words fell, the entire scene was instantly plunged into silence. Tsunade and Shizune stared in disbelief at Pain and his group. Even the fourth Raikage, who had been brimming with murderous intent toward the Konoha shinobi, was momentarily stunned by what he'd just heard. Jiraiya and Kakashi, while always suspecting that this group's goals were dangerous, didn't think they were this extreme. But for now, neither of them spoke. After all, changing the world had to involve some kind of method, and they wanted to know what this organization truly intended. Suddenly, the fourth Raikage's eyes widened as if struck by a thought. Wait, how did that brat suddenly appear behind me? He looked at General in disbelief, a sudden suspicion flashing through his mind. That little bastard, did he really leave a flying thunder god mark on me? You're spouting nonsense, brat. Pain frowned, but before he could say anything else, General cut him off. Did I say something wrong? I remember you lot talking about changing the world, creating peace, wasn't that it? Pain furrowed his brows and nodded slightly. General immediately followed up. But the human heart is greedy. Wherever there are people, there will be conflict. So, the simplest solution would be to erase all life from this world, wouldn't it? That way, there'd be no one left to start any more wars. Pain didn't speak, but his hand slowly curled into a fist. Tsunade shot a sharp glare at Jiraiya and Kakashi. No words needed to be exchanged, her look said it all. Or, do you have some other plan? General continued, thoughtfully rubbing his chin as if something had just occurred to him. Like, maybe randomly wiping out half the population of the ninja world. After all, the world has limited resources, but humanity's reproduction is endless. Doing that would ensure long-term sustainability, while giving the remaining population just enough fear to avoid war. Peace would follow naturally, right? Pain felt his fists clench tighter. What kind of twisted logic is this? Were they really that extreme? But General still looked completely unbothered. He tilted his head and asked softly, or maybe, you have another method for this so-called revolution. Of course we do, Pain began to answer. Instinctively, then abruptly cut himself off. His fists were clenched so tightly now they trembled. Coldly, he stared at General and the others and spoke with icy finality. but there's no point trying to probe for my secrets. You'd better worry about surviving first. He genuinely didn't want to talk to General anymore. He'd initially considered discussing ideology with Jiraiya, perhaps even having a mentor versus student battle afterward, but now, he didn't want to say a single more word. His chakra surged, yet even then, a thought flashed in his mind. That guy pretending to be Uchiha Madara, what's his deal? Did he clash with this brat too? Pain had long suspected the truth about that man. He wasn't stupid. Some truths didn't need to be spoken aloud. Their current relationship was built on mutual exploitation, and that was fine by him. Is it time to fight? General raised an eyebrow, then suddenly smiled. You guys tailed us the moment we arrived in the land of the waterfalls. Based on what you did in Kurigakure, Iwagakure, even Konoha, don't tell me your plan this time is to assassinate the fourth Raikage. Oh, and earlier, I noticed one of your comrades sneaking into Takigakure. Their target didn't seem simple either, so, shut up. Pain had had enough. He didn't want to hear one more word from this infuriating brat. Who knew what he might expose next? In a flash, Pain vanished and reappeared directly in front of General. A black chakra rod formed in his hand as he thrust it forward with deadly precision. Watch out. Even Jiraiya hadn't expected Pain to move so suddenly. He was still digesting Gen's earlier words. As he rushed forward to intervene, Kisame unleashed his own jutsu. Water style. Exploding water colliding wave. With a massive surge of chakra, a torrent of water erupted from Kisame's mouth, instantly flooding the entire area into a massive artificial lake. Jiraiya, Kakashi, and Tsunade quickly leapt aside. The fourth Raikage and Shizune dodged in opposite directions. Coming for my head, or they? The Raikage's eyes flickered. He no longer knew who to believe, but it was clear this wasn't the time to hesitate. Everyone was already fighting. TCH. You again. Kisame scoffed as he faced Jiraiya, hefting Samahata onto his shoulder and pointing it menacingly forward. Whatever, makes no difference. This time, you won't be getting lucky. Out of my way, shark face. Jiraiya had no time for nonsense. He wasn't interested in wasting energy here, he had to get to Yahiko. Lady Tsunade, what an honor. On another battlefield, Uchiha Itachi stood cautiously, yet politely greeted Tsunade. Great, and Uchiha, Tsunade groaned. She didn't particularly want to be involved in a fight like this. She knew her own limitations, but thankfully, Kakashi was nearby. That's Uchiha Itachi. The one who slaughtered his entire clan. But judging by earlier movements, someone else is here too. Be careful. Kakashi. Before he could finish his warning, his Sharingan flared. Kakashi shouted a warning to Tsunade as he swiftly leapt aside. But just as he did, Uchiha Obito emerged from his personal space-time dimension, whipping a chain toward Kakashi with brutal force. Obito. Kakashi recognized him immediately, though something felt off. Obito's emotions weren't right. Something was seriously wrong. Not only was Obito's emotional state off, but even his appearance was suspicious. Even with a mask on, it was obvious something was wrong. Part of it was missing, his clothes were tattered, and one of his arms was completely exposed. And that arm, clearly wasn't normal. White. Is it transplanted? Kakashi evaded swiftly, muttering to himself before narrowing his eyes and speaking. So it really was you that General encountered in the hidden waterfall. What's your objective? My objective. Obito almost laughed in disbelief. His mind flashed back to the 10 chaotic minutes in the hidden waterfall village. It was the first time he'd realized just how shameless one person could be. That brat had impersonated him, stirred up trouble, and then had the gall to pin everything on him. Not only that, he even used despicable, underhanded techniques. Obito was absolutely livid. Forget my objective. Let's talk about you, Kakashi. You're pathetic. Only a useless man like you could raise a disciple that's so disgracefully shameless. I honestly wonder, when you die, will that despicable little brat even mourn you? Seeing the increasingly unhinged Obito, Kakashi sighed internally. He wasn't sure what had happened, but it was obvious. Kitagawa General had done something outrageous again. To push Obito to this level of fury, now that was rare. Still, Kakashi really wanted to clarify some of Gen's habits and behavior were totally not his responsibility. So it's a full-scale battle now. Kitagawa General wasn't surprised that Pain had zeroed in on him. After all, that highly targeted verbal barrage he delivered. Anyone would have lost composure. I wonder how Obito's holding up, and what's happening with Tsunade. General continued dodging Pain's fierce assault while keeping a mental note of the battlefield. Tsunade was probably still struggling with her hemophobia. Then again, General figured, hemophobia wasn't the full story, it was more psychological trauma. She had twice witnessed the people she loved most collapse in a pool of blood. That gruesome imagery had become a haunting nightmare. Whenever she saw blood, those memories would flood back, pushing her toward mental collapse, and rendering her unable to fully utilize her strength. You're still daydreaming while fighting me. Pain suddenly growled lowly, thrusting a sharp black rod toward General with lightning speed. How do you know I'm daydreaming? General raised an eyebrow. In the next instant, his entire aura shifted. Crimson eye shadow bloomed on his face, and his pupils turned completely white. That form, it's that special transformation. Pain immediately recognized it. Intel had prepared him well. It was exactly what Jiraiya had once told them about. So you've mastered Jiraiya Sensei's Sage Mode. Impressive. But it's pointless. Because, Pain's voice hardened as General suddenly flickered forward, his white fang blade lunging directly at him. Power surged violently from within Pain's body as he shouted, "In front of these eyes, you stand no chance." A powerful repulsive force erupted around them. Shinra Tensei, huh? Gen's expression didn't change. He allowed the force to throw him back, just as he planned. While flying backward, his hands rapidly formed hand signs, chakra flaring wildly. Sage Art. Great Fireball Jutsu. Just as Shinra Tensei's effect ceased, a massive fireball surged toward Pain like a roaring comet. Pain clicked his tongue. Though this body wasn't afraid of fire techniques, he still leapt backward. He couldn't afford to let Yahiko's body take unnecessary damage, even if it was minor. But just then, countless kunai tore through the flames in a storm of steel. Flying Thunder God Technique. Pain instantly recognized the signature move. After so many run-ins with Gen, the Akatsuki had gathered plenty of intel on him. If he dared show up here, there was no way he came unprepared. Seeing the dense rain of kunai, Pain leapt further back, staying alert for Gen's sudden arrival. Meanwhile, the fourth Raikage, who still hadn't been drawn into the fight, turned to Shizune. What the hell is going on here? What's Konoha even doing? I don't know either. Shizune shook her head, visibly confused. But Lord Raikage, if they really are here to assassinate you, we'll protect you. The Raikage clenched his right fist. Assassinate me. More like you people hired them. Of course, he couldn't say that aloud. If he were in Konoha's position, he might have resorted to underhanded tricks, too. Bzzzzzzz. Suddenly, a sharp electrical sound ripped through the air. Boom. A thunderous explosion followed, rocking the entire battlefield. The Raikage turned his head just in time to see. Wait a damn second, is that my jutsu? His molars nearly cracked in fury. That brat was using his technique. The fourth Raikage's greatest pride had always been the overwhelming speed and power he could unleash using his lightning release chakra mode. With such explosive force, he truly believed that few across the entire shinobi world could stand against him. In terms of sheer speed, he had always thought no one could match him. Maybe Namikaze Minato once had, but that man had been dead for over a decade. As far as he was concerned, no one alive came close to catching up. And yet now, from out of nowhere, appeared a completely unknown brat with terrifying strength. Not only had this kid mastered the Flying Thunder God technique, but he's even learned my taijutsu. The Raikage stared in disbelief as Kitagawa General suddenly flashed across the battlefield, his body crackling with brilliant lightning, appearing right at the side of the orange-haired man. Tendo Pain. Then, General dropped into a textbook Liger bomb stance, one the Raikage knew all too well. Even if the boy substituted a short sword for the usual hand strike, the stance was unmistakable. This damn kid, while the Raikage was still caught between rage and disbelief, Gen's blade came slashing down. Boom. With a thunderous crack, the ground split apart, leaving a deep fissure in the earth. Gen raised an eyebrow. Somehow, a wall of debris had appeared between him and Pain, deflecting the blow. Shinra Tensei. No, General quickly realized it was the opposite. Pain had used Bansho Tenon, pulling up chunks of stone from underground to form a protective wall. So, you've really come prepared. As Pain charged toward him, General launched himself forward as well. Clang. 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 In the blink of an eye, the two figures clashed repeatedly, vanishing and reappearing throughout the forest. White Fang's short blade clashed violently with Pain's black chakra rods, sending out sparks and a deafening metal screech each time. As their chakra flared, the high-pitched clashes turned into explosive booms. Trees snapped like twigs, and the ground fractured beneath their feet, spiderweb cracks spreading rapidly outward. With the dual boost of lightning release chakra mode and sage mode, General moved with blinding speed, faster than he'd ever thought possible. And for once, I don't have to worry about my eyes failing to keep up. Kakashi had once nearly killed himself with Chidori because his normal eyes couldn't track his own movements fast enough. But General, his vision was crystal clear. Still, Pain's taijutsu and physical durability are stronger than I expected. He couldn't help but think it, even as his relentless assault continued. Then again, it made sense. Pain had been trained by Jiraiya, and his body had clearly been modified. From what General remembered, even a berserk Naruto hadn't been able to damage him. Only after a Rasengan finally disrupted the chakra flow inside did Pain falter. There were likely two reasons for that. 1. Nagato was running low on chakra after a prolonged battle. 2. Naruto's Rasengan had disrupted Pain's chakra long enough to let him yank out one of those chakra rods. Naruto himself said those rods were the key. If you pull them out, the bodies stop moving. Regardless, General felt confident he could handle Tendo Pain. After all, I know your secrets. Boom! Suddenly, his chakra surged. In the same instant, he flung several kunai and appeared right at Pain's side. With a swing of his blade, cloaked in violet lightning, he slashed directly toward Pain's neck. Bansho Tenon. Pain had been anticipating this. As soon as General moved, he crouched and slammed a hand to the ground. Chunks of stone tore from the earth and rose around him, but then he looked up in alarm. One of the kunai had flown over his head. A split second later, General appeared midair above him, ready to strike. Shinra Tensai. A wave of invisible repulsion burst out, blasting General away before he could land the blow. But even as he was thrown back, the purple figure twisted midair and landed perfectly atop a broken tree trunk. Your tricks don't work on me. Pain didn't chase after him. Instead, he spoke calmly, coldly. I've already seen through everything, brat. Is that so? General tilted his head, then gave a small, amused smile. I'm just curious about one thing. Back in the hidden mist, when I ran into Uchiha Obito, he was pretending to be Madara. He's part of your organization, isn't he? So, do you really know who he is? You're asking such a pointless question before your death. Pain shook his head, his tone colder than ever. Does it matter who he is? Not at all. What matters is what he can do for us. Whether he's Madara Uchiha, or some no-name like Obito, it makes no difference to me. So no, your question isn't even worth answering. I see. General nodded. Just as he expected. Obito's wanted posters were plastered across the continent. There was no way Nagato hadn't suspected something. But suspicion was one thing, trust was another. From the beginning, neither Nagato nor Konan had ever truly trusted Obito. Obito's idea of peace was to trap the world in an illusion. A dream where everyone could live out their fantasies. But Nagato's version of peace was something else entirely. He wanted to become a god, to crush the world beneath his heel. A world ruled by fear and power, where resistance and war would be impossible. If enemies remained, he alone would face them. A god, huh? For some reason, the thought made General recall an old Gundam series he'd watched ages ago. Those people had the same kind of misguided ideals. Finished your questions. Pain judged that enough time had passed. He spoke again. Then it's time to end this. Like Jiraiya-sensei, you've strayed from the right path. Both of you, hold on. General interrupted with a grin. I've got the Flying Thunder God technique. I can appear and disappear at will. Do you really think you can catch me? Pain raised a brow. He had no retort. Besides, I think I've figured out how your abilities work. Repulsion and attraction, right? General cracked his neck, still smiling. Oh, and I discovered two little secrets. 1. The cooldown between your jutsu is about 5 seconds, right? Pain's expression didn't change, but his eyes did, just barely. You're careful. You keep knocking away my kunai, and you never let me touch you in melee. You've clearly learned your lesson. But I've been observing. Using Flying Thunder God to test your limits, I think I've worked it out. Truthfully, General was bluffing, But that was the point, to throw Pain off. And here's the biggest secret, your chakra feels wrong. Those black rods are constantly transmitting chakra from the outside. Which means, whoosh, before he could finish, General vanished and reappeared right in front of Pain. HMPH. Pain didn't dare use his abilities recklessly. He countered instantly, thrusting a black rod forward, but the moment he struck, General burst into crackling electricity. A lightning clone. When? No time to think, kunai suddenly erupted around him in every direction. Within seconds, they multiplied into thousands, pouring down like a rainstorm. Then from behind him, General surged out from the ground, blade gleaming. His voice pierced the air, echoing not just in Pain's ears, but all the way to Nagato's. You're just a puppet. Why do you think I dragged this out so long? I've been looking for your real body. So, what do you think? Did I find it? While General and Tendo Pain were locked in their intense fight, chaos was unfolding everywhere else too. Die, Kakashi. Pointless. I've already seen through your jutsu. Kakashi was locked in combat with Obito, though something felt off. Obito's ability could be countered now. Kakashi wasn't as skilled with Kamui, but he was getting better. He could at least disrupt Obito's phasing, but what stunned him more was Obito's durability. He'd landed multiple clean hits, yet the guy was still going strong. And what's going on in Takigakure? Why has Obito lost his mind? To Kakashi, Obito wasn't thinking straight. His attacks were dangerous, but chaotic. That was fine by him. He was ready to end this, once and for all. I need to move faster. Gen's facing someone truly dangerous. Jiraiya was thinking the same thing. They still remembered the dust release Onoki dropped back in the land of Earth, and how it had been blocked. So many questions remained, like why Yahiko had the Rinnegan, and what other secrets lay hidden. Tsunade, are you holding up? Jiraiya glanced at his old teammate. I'm fine. For now. Tsunade nodded, eyes still on Uchiha Itachi nearby. But who knows how long that'll last. Damn it, understood. I'll handle it. Jiraiya nodded. He couldn't help feeling a little jealous of Gen's mastery of Sage Mode. But now wasn't the time. He had to give it his all too. Then, let's do this. He decided to summon Gamabunta to buy time, but before he could even form a hand seal, he suddenly looked up. What is that? Not just him, everyone, even the frenzied Obito, seemed to sense something. Their heads turned skyward, and in the next instant, a colossal shockwave ripped through the area. Boom! The forest was torn apart. Trees shattered, rocks and roads crumbled. And far in the distance, a mushroom cloud bloomed silently in the forest. Take a guess, do you think I found it? The moment Kitagawa General reappeared, Pain's body stiffened slightly. He hadn't expected it at all. This was their first real clash. How had this brat already figured out so much? His analytical ability was terrifying. Conan, we're pulling out, Nagato said without hesitation. Even if he didn't believe Kitagawa General could truly threaten him, his immobility was a serious vulnerability. And Conan was right beside him. If he were alone, Nagato might not care what this kid did. But Conan couldn't necessarily handle that guy on her own. Even if she could fly, he wouldn't risk any unforeseen mishaps. The original trio, only two remained now. Nagato had sworn to protect Conan with his life. What's going on? Is it really that troublesome? It's complicated, Nagato replied, shaking his head. But just as he was about to explain, his face changed drastically. Crap. Back on the battlefield, surrounded by a storm of kunai and caught off guard by Kitagawa General suddenly emerging from behind, Pain, though shaken, remained calm under Nagato's control. Shinra Tensai. A wave of overwhelming repulsive force blasted the sky full of kunai away, and even Kitagawa General behind him was sent flying like a rag doll. But as he saw Gen's body fly away, the boy suddenly grinned, and a moment later, puff, the figure burst into smoke. A shadow clone. Pain's gut dropped. So, how many seconds do you have left? The voice came from behind him. Kitagawa General had already reappeared at Nagato's actual location. With techniques borrowed from the fourth Raikage and a blade in hand, he struck decisively. Damn it, he left a flying thunder god mark underground. Thinking back, General had been chatting him up just minutes earlier, so he'd been stalling on purpose. He'd been played. 1 second. The blade came down. This time, Pain had no time to react. Gen's sword slashed directly across his back. Still, Pain used the force of the blow to propel himself outward, accelerating his escape. 2 seconds. Just as he took to the air, another volley of kunai rained down, and Gen had already begun forming seals. Ninja art. Shadow Shuriken clone technique. Bansho Tenon. Pain pulled a massive boulder into place as a shield, but in the very next instant, that rock was shattered by a single strike. Gen reappeared behind him again. 3 seconds. Boom. A purple lightning-charged punch smashed into Pain's body, sending him flying like a meteor. // This kid, the fourth Raikage swallowed hard. He had followed the battle from afar, wanting to observe this mysterious boy more closely. He didn't expect to arrive just in time to see General pummeling one of Akatsuki's core members. Those flickering movements, it reminded him of someone. Namikaze Minato. He still remembered how Minato, alone, had overwhelmed both him and his brother back in the day, and now another one shows up. His eyes lingered on the short sword, the white hair, something clicked. Didn't they say the second Hokage invented Flying Thunder God, also skilled with a blade, and had white hair? But there was no time to dwell on it. Gen's form blurred again, and a shadow clone appeared by his side. In each of their hands formed spinning chakra spheres, not blue like the usual Rasengan. One was white, the other black. The Raikage's eyes widened in disbelief. Rasengan. No, the color's off. 4 seconds. Without sound or warning, Gen's voice rang out just as he slammed both chakra spheres into Pain's body. Damn it. Pain realized what was happening, but there was no time to react. With no other bodies brought into the field, he couldn't switch out or escape. In this desperate moment, Nagato unleashed a torrent of chakra to protect himself. A blue aura erupted around Pain, but Gen's Rasengans had already landed. Boom. The devastating power exploded at once. Night was momentarily turned to blinding day as white and black light mingled into a violent flash. A massive mushroom cloud surged into the sky. Wild flames engulfed the landscape. The ground quaked as shockwaves tore through the terrain, cracks spreading outward like a web. Shit. The fourth Raikage was instantly blasted away by the shockwave. He crashed through countless trees before slamming into a massive boulder, shattering it. Luckily, his body was strong enough to survive. Even sealed from his chakra, he was still resilient. But his expression darkened. That brat definitely left a Flying Thunder God seal on me. He recalled their first encounter, the way General waited patiently to strike until Raikage thought victory was his. A chill ran down his spine. He remembered how his father once described a certain Hokage. This brat, could he be planning to take me out too? The Raikage wasn't afraid to die. But if he was going to die, it had better be in battle, not by being outwitted. Whatever the Raikage was thinking, General was already far away. His Byakugan locked onto Pain's body from a distance. Lying in a pool of blood, Pain's robes were tattered, half his body was gone. The chakra rods infused with yin-yang release had been scattered. Looks like it's over. General finally let out a breath. Fighting just one of the Pains, especially with enough intel, wasn't too difficult. But if all 6 had shown up, that would have been another story entirely. Especially Edo Tensei Nagato, now that guy is terrifying. He still remembered how Nagato, even after being reanimated, managed to beat both Naruto and Killer Bee. The thought excited him. But for now, let's find someone. He took out a shard of a black chakra rod, a fragment he'd just extracted from Yahiko's corpse. As for Yahiko's body, he had no interest in it. Taking it would only mess with Nagato's head temporarily. New bodies could always be made. Just leave the wreck behind. Let him deal with it himself. As for finding someone now, what's said must be done. Leaving a lasting impression isn't such a bad thing either. Gripping the black staff tightly, he slowly closed his eyes to sense the surroundings. But after only a moment, his expression turned strange. He looked up toward the sky, and after a long pause, muttered to himself, "They sure ran fast." As sunlight bathed the land, a new day began, but the villagers of Takigakure wore fearful expressions. Last night's events were far beyond anything they had ever experienced. Takigakure, once hidden behind a majestic waterfall and surrounded by lush mountains and rivers, had become a shadow of its former self. After the fierce battle that raged through the night, the waterfall's entrance was nearly sealed off, and the once verdant landscape had been devastated. Flames still burned across the terrain. Trees that once stood tall and green had been snapped like twigs. The once peaceful scenery now resembled a war-torn battlefield. Last night was terrifying. Yeah, were all Konoha shinobi like that? But who exactly were they fighting? No idea. What worries me most is whether they'll come back. After all, last night, enough. Let's wait for the elders to decide. Inside Takigakure, whispers filled the air as the villagers discussed the chaos of the previous night. Meanwhile, in one of the village rooms, a man walked in with a thick stack of documents. Lord Jiraiya, here are the materials you requested, all of them. Thank you, and good work. Jiraiya stood up immediately, smiling as he nodded. Then, looking a little embarrassed, he added, we honestly didn't expect things to turn out like that last night. Still, it's thanks to your timely arrival. If not, the elder shook his head and nudged the dark-skinned girl beside him. Fu, go ahead and thank them. If not for them, you would have been in real danger. Thank you all. Fu bowed respectfully, but her gaze lingered on Kitagawa General with a strange look. That stare made Kitagawa swallow nervously. Did she figure something out? Well, I won't keep you any longer. I'll be taking my leave. The elder didn't linger either. After all, with everything that had happened, there was much to deal with. He took Fu with him and quickly exited. Once they were gone, Jiraiya let out a long sigh. Last night was a real mess. It ended better than it could have. Fairly smooth, all things considered. Tsunade, who was treating the fourth raikage, shot Jiraiya a glare. But those guys retreated really decisively. And what was the technique anyway? Indeed, the battle had been intense. But once General caused that massive disturbance, the fight came to an abrupt end. With Uchiha Obito forcefully using Kamui, even Kakashi couldn't stop them from escaping. Just like that, the enemy vanished without a trace. That was a Mangekyo secret technique. Kakashi can explain it to you later. Looking at the documents in his hands, Jiraiya sighed softly. It's a shame, we still couldn't uncover the whole truth. We'll figure it out eventually. For now, let's take a look at this guy's file. Takigakure calls him Kakuzu, right? General muttered to himself on the side. With pain defeated, the battle was naturally over. Dragging it on would have helped no one. Yeah, let's check the info first. Jiraiya nodded and murmured, but tracking them down is such a pain. They're always on the move, it's nearly impossible to locate their base. General pursed his lips. He figured this attack was probably a diversion, triggered by how close Jiraiya had gotten to uncovering the truth about Omegakure. Nagato would never allow the Rain Village's secret to be exposed prematurely. Whatever. Doesn't matter. I made quite the haul this time anyway. Walking to the window, General glanced down at Fu as she followed the elder away, a smile creeping onto his lips. Side quest complete. We're all just trying to survive. Surviving is hard for everyone. Prepare for the Akatsuki's next assault. Reward acquired. Seven Tails Chakra. Seeing the message flash across the system interface, General nodded in satisfaction. Even though that lunatic Uchiha Obito had interrupted him, he still got what he came for. It was unfortunate that he couldn't harvest wild-tailed beast chakra for further experiments, but this is safer anyway. Besides, recalling the way Fu had looked at him earlier, Kitagawa wondered if she had sensed something the previous night. Fortunately, they were about to leave. He was itching to go home. My eyes, they're reacting again. General couldn't tell if it was the battle or the reward of the Seven Tails chakra, but his eyes were experiencing an eerie fluctuation. It felt like something new was being born, like the stirrings of a developing life. It was, like fetal movement. Are my eyes evolving? He looked up at the sky again, uncertain of what kind of power these new eyes might bring. Would they resemble the Tensagen from the moon? He could only hope. But then, a strange thought struck him. Wait a sec. I remember Tensagen comes in 3 colors: blue, gold, and purple. If I really get one, which color would mine be? While General dreamt of the future, Tsunade had just finished treating the fourth raikage. TCH. Always stuck cleaning up the mess. Such a pain. HMPH. The raikage snorted but said nothing. Jiraiya, rubbing his temples, suddenly spoke up. Let's just release him. Once we've reviewed the files, we'll head back to Konoha. What, are we going to drag him along too? You've got a point. Tsunade looked conflicted. Letting him go was risky, but taking him back was even more trouble. Since Jiraiya had made the call, she didn't argue. You're releasing me. In Takigakure. But the fourth raikage froze, his expression shifting in an instant. No. Don't. I'll go with you to Konoha. When the fourth Raikage heard that Jiraiya intended to let him go, a sense of foreboding immediately rose in his heart. That bastard's planning to release me in front of all the hidden waterfall people, then have that brat come and kill me, isn't he? The fourth Raikage wasn't afraid of battle. In fact, he thrived on it. He was a true battle maniac who found joy in fighting, but what he couldn't stand was being taken out by some sneaky, cowardly trick. If he were to die, it should be face to face, with honor, not ambushed by some punk while he was unprepared. If he had to live constantly on edge, always watching his back, then he'd rather die in a proper fight. At least that way, he could die with his dignity intact. Are you really not leaving? On the way back to Konoha, Jiraiya couldn't help but double check. But the fourth Raikage wasn't having it. If you want to kill me, do it head on. I'd gladly fight to the death. But don't give me that half-assed nonsense. You lunatic. Tsunade couldn't help but curse, her gaze drifting toward General, seeing his innocent expression, as if to say, don't look at me. She felt a wave of frustration. This brat. If you're going to act like him, then go all the way. Forget it, Jiraiya. You talk to the old man yourself. Got it. What a damn headache. Jiraiya sighed deeply, starting to wonder if the fourth Raikage had overheard that strange conversation they had with General earlier. Or maybe, during the fight with Yahiko, the Raikage had seen something he shouldn't have. Speaking of which, what exactly happened with Yahiko? Unable to suppress his curiosity anymore, Jiraiya asked once they left the hidden waterfall village. You didn't go into much detail yesterday. The one I fought was a puppet, Gen replied calmly. He glanced at Jiraiya and handed over a broken piece of a black rod. I could feel the real body was somewhere far away. The puppet was being remotely controlled through this. They noticed I was tracking the signal and made a mistake. I seized the chance, but the real body escaped. Apparently, they can fly. Remote control, and flight. Jiraiya took the fragment and studied it closely. Very quickly, his expression darkened. This chakra, he could clearly sense the unusual nature of the chakra. It must have come from the Rinnegan's power. And the news from General made his heart sink even further. Yahiko was probably already dead. And Nagato. You've done well, Gen. Jiraiya carefully tucked away the black fragment before speaking softly. Also, don't get overconfident. I don't know exactly what happened, but those people aren't easy to deal with. After all, don't worry, I understand. General nodded, cutting him off. He knew exactly what Jiraiya was hesitant to say. Rinnegan. As someone armed with inside knowledge, he understood the burden on Jiraiya's heart very well. But Nagato probably hates me now, huh? He thought back to how he shattered half of the Diva Path's body, Yahiko's corpse, no less. Nagato was likely furious beyond reason. And not just Nagato. Uchiha Obito probably wants to strangle me right about now too. Thinking of Obito, General couldn't help but feel a bit awkward. He hadn't expected to get caught red-handed the first time he disguised himself and caused trouble. Not to mention, he'd done and said quite a few things that had completely broken Obito's composure. Though Obito did leave behind some things for him, unintentionally, of course, not that they were useful right now. Still, he's not all bad. General quietly nodded to himself. Just then, Kakashi suddenly appeared at his side and asked in a hushed voice, General, can I ask you something? Sure, Kakashi-sensei. What is it? Last night, Obito seemed a little, mentally unstable. Like, something was seriously off. Do you know what happened? If we can figure it out, maybe I can try it too. It could help us fight him more effectively. So tell me in detail, what exactly happened last night? Bastaard. Meanwhile, in the land of rain, Uchiha Obito let out a furious roar. The mission itself hadn't been a complete failure, they'd merely wanted to divert Konoha's attention, not fight seriously. But still, Kakashi. This is your brilliant student. The more he thought about it, the angrier Obito became. He just couldn't understand, how could someone be this shameless? Obito, calm down. The battle's over. Even Black Zetsu couldn't stand watching anymore. He tried to soothe him in a low voice. It's over now. We need to focus. That kid's a freak, we have to take him seriously. What the hell do you know? Obito shot him a glare that immediately silenced Black Zetsu. Because the truth was, he hadn't been there. He didn't actually know what had happened. Just that Obito had gotten wrecked. He glanced at White Zetsu, he probably saw something. But things had happened so fast, especially with General defeating the Diva Path, he hadn't paid close attention. Thinking about it won't change anything. Nagato lost, and badly. Black Zetsu sighed, but Obito just snorted. Nagato was too arrogant, sent a single puppet body in. Sure, it was strong, but General can use the Flying Thunder God. What was he thinking? Obito had never agreed with Nagato's methods. Even he had repeatedly suffered because of Flying Thunder God. And Kakashi's twisted little brat is cunning and ruthless. He'll exploit any opportunity. Black Zetsu looked at Obito in silence. Just how badly? Did you get beaten? Enough. I don't want to talk about it. Obito suddenly remembered that earthen wall from last night. The sheer trauma made him switch topics immediately. Did you recover the pain body? Yes, Black Zetsu nodded. That body belonged to Nagato's friend, so I grabbed it right after the fight. It's badly damaged though. Give it back to him, Obito said through gritted teeth. And try to repair it. Help him remember this disgrace forever. Black Zetsu blinked. Obito's brain was, actually working for once. Was it possible he'd been pushed so far that he leveled up mentally? Hey, Obito tilde, weren't you the one who said that kid wasn't worth mentioning? Just then, White Zetsu couldn't help blurting out from the sidelines. Now you're finally taking him seriously, huh? I told you he was special. Way stronger than you back then, and he even tricked, you wanna die. Before he could finish, Obito turned and gave him a glare so cold it could freeze air. White Zetsu instantly shut up. Obito glared one last time, then his body twisted and warped. I'm going to check on Nagato. You two handle the rest. And check for any Flying Thunder God marks. With that, he vanished on the spot. White Zetsu finally let out a sigh of relief. Phew. He really looked like he wanted to kill me this time. Just stop talking. Black Zetsu had a headache. The tasks Obito left him were not easy, especially fixing the pain body. They couldn't use White Zetsu's body, could they? It was effective, sure, but too risky. Especially with Nagato's unique bloodline, it needed extreme caution, even in a puppet. We'll figure something out. Anyway, what did happen in the hidden waterfall yesterday? Why was Obito so messed up? Oh, I saw it through a clone. White Zetsu said brightly, though he looked confused. But it was weird. Even if someone pretended to be him and did bad things, it shouldn't have made him that angry. I use clones all the time. Also, I remember Obito always calling out for Kakashi and Rin in his sleep. Last night, that kid used Earth style to show them to him, and Obito got even angrier. What's there to be mad about? Black Zetsu finally understood. No wonder Obito had snapped. That kid really doesn't treat people like people. Meanwhile, in the Hidden Leaf Village, Hiruzen Sarutobi was pacing anxiously, waiting for Jiraiya's return. Ever since their last communication, some time had passed, but there was still no sign of them. Could something have gone wrong? And from the looks of it, the hidden cloud is on the move too. It won't be long before we find out what's really going on. Hiruzen Sarutobi had a splitting headache. General and his group had made their move right out in the open, which meant, if the hidden cloud wanted to dig up information, all they had to do was poke around that small border town in the land of cedars. Someone would definitely talk. If only no one had seen anything. Hiruzen let out a long sigh. Then, suddenly, an old friend came to mind. Danzo. If it were Danzo, his likely solution would be, trap the whole town with earth release, then burn everything down with a fire release. TCH, Hiruzen inhaled sharply. He realized he absolutely couldn't let himself think like Danzo. That line of thought was far too extreme. I wonder how that guy's negotiations with Hanzo the Salamander are going. He immediately cut off the chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind. He didn't dare let them continue. Just then, an Anbu operative came rushing in, clutching a toad in his arms. Hokage-sama. New intel. Hiruzen straightened up at once. The toad leapt out of the ANBU's arms and, as if it had done this 100 times before, spit out a scroll right onto the desk. Hiruzen unrolled it instantly, and the moment he read it, he felt as if the very air had become too heavy to breathe. It's begun. Land of Fire, a mountain not far from the Hidden Leaf Village. Jiraiya stood gazing down at Konoha, feeling unexpectedly sentimental. It had only been a little over a month since he left, but it felt like a lifetime. So much had happened in that short time. TCH, back again, huh? Tsunade looked down at the village too, her expression complicated. After all these years, returning now brought up too many mixed emotions. If it weren't for some pressing circumstances, she honestly wouldn't have wanted to come back at all. But in the end, this was her home. Sooner or later, you have to return to it. She glanced at Shizune, who was practically glowing with excitement, and felt a little awkward all over again. Still, she held back her words. Instead, she turned to Jiraiya. You're explaining this mess to the old man. That man insisted on tagging along, not my problem. Yes, leave it to me, Jiraiya replied with a strained smile. Especially when he glanced at the fourth Raikage walking silently behind them, eyes locked on them the entire time. Yeah, this was a huge headache. Well, we're all back now. Let's head in. Seeing the awkward atmosphere, Gen, who had caused the whole thing, finally spoke up, trying to lighten the mood. Besides, we were lucky this time. At least Kakashi-sensei doesn't need to be hospitalized. Kakashi glared daggers at Gen, who was clearly tempting fate. What, did he think every mission had to end with someone in the hospital? Someone's coming. Just as Kakashi opened his mouth, Anbu operatives approached. One glance at the Raikage told him exactly what was happening. Looks like we're not done yet. Indeed, Tsunade nodded. This meeting is critical, after all. Jiraiya and Tsunade both turned to Gen. General, go on ahead and rest. We'll contact you later if anything comes up. Gladly. General nodded eagerly. He'd been dying to get away. Right now, what he wanted most was to tally his spoils, and study his eyes a little more. I'll be taking my leave, then. Before the words had even fully left his mouth, General had vanished from sight. You're just letting that brat leave. He did start this whole thing, you know. Tsunade couldn't help but ask. Watching General disappear, Jiraiya just sighed. Keeping him here would only make things worse. Anyway, despite the unexpected turns, we made it through. Right, Kakashi. Kakashi could only nod weakly as the Anbu reached them. Jiraiya-sama. Tsunade-sama. Kakashi-senpai. Thanks for your work, Jiraiya acknowledged them. Then he got straight to the point. So, where are we meeting the Raikage? I assume the old man's not bringing him straight into the village. There were sensitive matters to handle first, things that had to be discussed outside the village walls. Well, the Anbu looked a little troubled. After a moment's hesitation, he lowered his voice. Hokage-sama said, you should decide. He'll head there shortly. What's that supposed to mean? Hokage-sama is currently recovering in the hospital, so, Jiraiya was momentarily stunned. Tsunade stared in disbelief, then finally scoffed. Figures. Konoha's medical system is as broken as its shinobi education. What the hell is going on? Inside an Anbu base just outside Konoha, Hiruzen Sarutobi glared furiously at a sheepish Jiraiya. Since the fourth Raikage couldn't be brought directly into the village, they had chosen a neutral location for a temporary holding. Jiraiya selected this Anbu outpost, and Hiruzen had rushed over the moment he was informed, though not to meet the Raikage just yet. First, he needed answers. His face was pale, and the lingering smell of antiseptic clung to him. It was clear he had just come from the hospital. Upon receiving Jiraiya's report, he had nearly collapsed. His chest tightened, dizziness set in, and it was only thanks to a nearby Anbu that he made it to the hospital in time. Otherwise, who knows what could have happened. Well, there might be a bit of a misunderstanding here. Jiraiya quickly shot Tsunade a pleading look, eyes full of desperation. TCH. Tsunade wasn't in the mood to speak up, but ultimately, she stepped in to help him out. Old man, I'm not sure what exactly happened either. That fourth Raikage insisted on following us back, and no amount of persuasion could stop him. It was like, if we let him go, it was the same as sentencing him to death. Letting him go equals killing him. Hiruzen frowned, confused. How does that even make sense? That's exactly how he acted. Tsunade gave Jiraiya a sidelong glance and then looked to Kakashi, speaking lazily. Though, it might have something to do with him secretly eavesdropping on our conversation. What exactly did you say? Watching Tsunade's nonchalant expression, Hiruzen could only take deep breaths to calm himself. He could already sense something wasn't right. Did they say something truly outrageous? Don't ask me. I'm too embarrassed to repeat it. Tsunade snorted and looked away. Can't believe this is what Konoha's come to. Hiruzen's unease only deepened. He glanced at Jiraiya, then finally looked toward Kakashi. Kakashi. You explain it. Huh. Me. Kakashi felt his scalp go numb but reluctantly nodded. Actually, it really was all a big misunderstanding. Just get to the point. General suggested that we release the fourth Raikage in a public area, then mark him with the Flying Thunder God seal in. Stop. That's enough. At that, Hiruzen immediately understood why the fourth Raikage had insisted on coming back to Konoha. As Hokage, he dealt with many Raikages before. He knew how these battle maniacs thought. They weren't afraid of dying. Not really. Just look at the third Raikage, who held off 10,000 Iwagakure shinobi alone for 3 days and nights so his men could retreat. What they feared was dying dishonorably, by trickery, ambush, or betrayal. The fourth Raikage must have sensed a trap and decided it was safer to come to Konoha directly. After all, he figured Konoha wouldn't dare kill him openly. You people really know how to stir up trouble. Hiruzen rubbed his temples, trying to steady his emotions. After a while, he calmed down enough to speak again. Forget it. I'll meet with him personally. He does have the Flying Thunder God mark on him, right? Yes. General confirmed it himself. I trust him. Jiraiya nodded quickly. Hiruzen brushed off his robes and nodded. Good. Last time, Konoha didn't have a choice. But now things are different. There was no turning back. While Hiruzen hoped for peace, he was fully prepared to retaliate if necessary. Especially against Kumogakure, he hadn't forgotten their past crimes, like trying to force Konoha to hand over a Hyuga after the war. Back then, Konoha had just ended a devastating conflict and hadn't yet recovered. The death of the fourth Hokage and the Nine Tails incident had left the village reeling. Faced with Kumo's unreasonable demands, they'd been backed into a corner. If not for Hiashi's twin brother offering himself as a sacrifice, Konoha might have been plunged into war again. But now, the situation had changed, and Hiruzen had more leverage. Still, Hiruzen suddenly turned back toward the others. Next time you people want to plot, could you at least do it somewhere more private? That plan, in extreme situations, it's not entirely off the table. Jiraiya fell silent. Tsunade snorted again, clearly unimpressed with Konoha's leadership. Kakashi just hung his head, not daring to speak. After a long pause, Jiraiya mumbled, as expected of the strongest Hokage. No. Wait, old man. Don't hit me, you just got out of the hospital. It was you people who put me in there in the first place. Stop. Stop. At least we got intel on Kakuzu and the Akatsuki. No one even ended up in the hospital this time. You bastard, I'm someone, aren't I? Whoosh. With a faint ripple of chakra, Kitagawa General suddenly reappeared inside his home. Looking around the small space, he nodded in satisfaction. A little cramped, but cozy enough. He opened the window and saw the vibrant flowers blooming on his windowsill. Hey. Looks like Naruto's been watering them for me every day. General nodded again, clearly pleased. That kid's not bad. After a moment's thought, he made a decision. When the Chunin exams come around, I won't sit next to him. I'll stand behind him instead. Sure, it wasn't a huge difference, but it might make things a little less intimidating. Anyway, back to business. General scanned the area briefly, then created a shadow clone without hesitation. In the very next instant, his entire figure vanished from the room. Although he had already confirmed that the tailed beast chakra granted by the system wouldn't cause any major issues, he still had to proceed with extreme caution. After a few teleportations, his figure appeared in a valley within the Land of Fire. When he looked up, he could even see the towering statues of the Valley of the End in the distance. This place will do. General didn't care who had originally left the Flying Thunder God mark here. To him, they were all the same. His perception range with the Flying Thunder God had grown incredibly vast, allowing him to deal with many enemies with common ease. Still not far enough. It'd be great if I could sense the mark inside Loran all the way from home. He hadn't forgotten. Hidden deep within Roran was what he called a gift from nature. He didn't fully understand the nature of the chakra stored there, but he knew one thing: its reserves were immense. Activating that chakra can even enable time travel. If I don't check it out eventually, it'd be a waste of opportunity. As a blank slate Ōtsutsuki, his potential and adaptability were off the charts. A gift from nature, like that. There was no way he wouldn't have plans for it. At the very least, it could significantly boost his chakra reserves. Still, I need to investigate it carefully. If there's anything wrong with that chakra, it could be dangerous. For now, I should deal with the matter at hand. With that thought, he sat down cross-legged and activated his system. System, use the chakra of the seven tails. The moment he gave the command, a peculiar surge of power began flooding into his body. Just like with the chakra of the three tails last time, this energy immediately started resonating with his own. Perhaps because of the residual three tails chakra still within him, the integration with the seven tails was even smoother this time. Guided by his chakra, the seven tails power surged straight into his eyes. As expected, the power of the fruit still targets the eyes. From what General remembered, the Ōtsutsuki's way of eye swapping was absolutely outrageous. One moment they had a Rinnegan, next moment the eye turned a different color and gained a new ability. Not to mention people like Deidara, opening up a whole new art path in their hands. While his thoughts wandered, the pressure in his eyes continued building. He could feel them swelling with power. With the ongoing influx of Seven Tails chakra, the pulsating sensation he'd felt earlier intensified drastically. His eyes, now absorbing chakra with wild hunger, felt as if they were consuming all the power he had. Fortunately, he had an absurd amount of chakra at his disposal now. Anyone else would have been drained to a dried-up husk on the spot. With my bloodline boiling like this, it looks like something big is truly awakening. He murmured to himself, tilting his head to the sky. He could vaguely sense a mysterious presence above, a unique sensation seemingly drawing him toward it. But that was a concern for later. Right now, his focus was singular. What kind of evolution will my eyes undergo? To be honest, he still had no clue what form his eyes would eventually take. He hoped it would be the Tenseigan, but other possibilities had to be considered. The first and most likely one is the Byakugan. After all, the Byakugan was the foundational template of all ocular powers. Ōtsutsuki Kagaya's eyes never changed. Only the one on her forehead evolved into the Rinne Sharingan. The second possibility was the Rinnegan. It was rare now, yes, but, eventually, everyone and their uncle will have one. As for the Jogan, he hadn't even figured out what that eye did. Apparently, it could see shadows in space and even predict the future. But, seeing shadows in space. That's oddly specific. And as for predicting the future. I am the future source of information. He grumbled to himself, while his bloodline seemed to surge toward a breaking point. In that moment, his body began to transform. Previously seated cross-legged, he now appeared to float off the ground, as if gravity no longer held sway over him. At the same time, the chakra pulsing through his body shattered the dye on his hair, slowly turning it white strand by strand. His eyes remained tightly shut as a storm of chakra gathered within them. The throbbing sensation in his eyes intensified, the power gestating within growing stronger and stronger. No one knew how long it lasted, but eventually the chakra flow slowed. Gen gently returned to the ground. And then, he opened his eyes. A dazzling blue, deep and vast, as though containing stars within, silently appeared in his gaze. On the moon within the sacred altar of the Hamura shrine, a white-haired elder sat cross-legged on a meditation mat, eyes closed in solemn stillness. Not far from him, a golden orb encased in an intricate metallic lattice pulsed with rhythmic energy, the Tenseigan. It was the pride of the lunar Ōtsutsuki clan and their greatest source of power. The Tenseigan's might was undeniable. In the great battle of old, it was with a Tenseigan, born from the combined Byakugan of the branch family, that they defeated the main family. The current Tenseigan was condensed from the main house's Byakugan. But that war had nearly wiped out the lunar Ōtsutsuki. Only a handful of them remained. Yet hope still flickered. Tonari, you must grow strong. And quickly, the elder murmured softly. But in the next instant, his dim, milky white eyes snapped open. He turned sharply toward the glowing orb. What's going on? Why is the Tenseigan reacting? The Tenseigan flared with dazzling chakra light, its glow flooding the entire temple with golden brilliance. The elder's expression turned to disbelief. He hadn't activated the Tenseigan. Grand Elder, what's happening? Why is the Tenseigan being used? Two other elders entered the shrine moments later, eyes filled with concern and confusion. It wasn't me, the Grand Elder replied, shaking his head gravely. I didn't activate it. It responded on its own. On its own. The second elder echoed, staring at the now dormant orb, which had gradually returned to its calm, original state. How could that be? Only the three of us can wield it. Even Tonari hasn't. Could it be related to the Geto statue? The third elder suddenly proposed, his tone thoughtful. The disappearance of the demonic statue of the outer path had perplexed them for years. From time to time, they had sensed vague pulses from it, but always too faint to track down. I don't know, it's too soon to tell, the Grand Elder sighed, clearly shaken by the Tensagen's unexpected behavior. What if it's connected to the Hyuga clan in the lower realm? The second elder's voice turned serious. Don't forget, years ago, we investigated them. That girl of the main branch, her Byakugan was no ordinary one. HMPH. Even the purest Byakugan means nothing without true Ōtsutsuki guidance, the third elder snorted coldly, cutting him off. And don't forget, they're degenerates. They're destined to perish along with the failed world the Sage of Six Paths created. Enough, the Grand Elder interrupted, seeing the second elder's face darken. The ancestors' will must be fulfilled. The fallen world will be destroyed. But our bloodline must also endure. That girl will be Tonari's future mate. No more arguing. His authority was absolute. The other elders fell silent immediately. But this anomaly must be investigated. We'll begin continuous surveillance of the Tensagen, he added. We'll rotate the duty. Whoever's on watch will report any change at once. Understood. Yes, the two elders nodded in unison. It was all they could do for now. Still, the third elder remained unsettled. After some hesitation, he asked in a low voice, so, when do we act against the lower realm? Not yet, the Grand Elder said flatly. We need to wait for Tonari to mature. That's final. But in his heart, he couldn't deny his own reservations. The shinobi world was far more complex than they had expected. He had long contemplated carrying out the ancestors' will, to bring ruin to that failed world. But the Tensagen's long-range observation had revealed something troubling. There were places on Earth shrouded in strange natural energy. 3 in particular stood out. Even their ancient records spoke little of them, only vague lines like, within lies the power to reshape the future. It was that uncertainty that haunted him most. Meanwhile, hey, how many bowls is that now? I told you I was starving, Naruto. You said you were treating me, what, backing out now? I am not. Hey. You bastard, you're doing this on purpose, aren't you? Bingo. Sadly, no prize. The sun dipped low over Konoha. At Ichiraku Ramen, under the fading orange sky, Kitagawa General sat contentedly slurping noodles. A towering stack of empty bowls stood before him. Naruto looked utterly defeated across the table. For a moment, he really considered just running away. Just thinking about how he probably couldn't outrun this sneaky bastard, Naruto ultimately gave up the idea of fleeing. Hey, can you eat a little less? I'm really hungry. Kitagawa General replied casually with a smile, then turned to Ikiraku's owner. Another bowl, Uncle Toiki. Coming right up, Toiki replied with a grin before turning back to prepare the noodles. Seeing this, Naruto completely deflated. He didn't even have the will to speak anymore. Gen, on the other hand, was in an excellent mood. As he slurped his broth, he chuckled. Thanks for the meal, Naruto. You really are my best friend. Naruto pouted but didn't dare argue. Having a friend like this was kind of a curse. All right, General, stop teasing him already, Toiki finally said with a chuckle, clearly unable to watch anymore. Don't worry, Naruto. You guys left a pretty big tab last time. It's more than enough to cover this. Huh. Only then did Naruto remember. Last time they ate here with Jiraiya, it was Jiraiya who paid. His eyes lit up as relief washed over him. Trying hard not to laugh, he said, PFFT. You jerk, scaring me for nothing. And anyway, I told you guys it was my treat last time. Why'd you still pay yourselves? Well, if we really left it to you, you probably wouldn't be too thrilled. General raised an eyebrow and smirked. How about this time? Ah ha ha. Hey, nice weather today, huh? Naruto immediately changed the subject, stiffly. Deflecting. But he couldn't help glancing over General again. Something felt different about him today. Still annoying, yes, but there was something else. A subtle change he couldn't quite place. After a long moment of studying him, Naruto finally asked curiously, did you dye your hair again? General gave Naruto a speechless look, but Naruto wasn't fazed. He kept squinting and inspecting him before continuing. It's weird, but it really looks better now. Last time I could tell you dyed it, This time it feels way more natural. Well, of course. I paid more this time. General raised his brows proudly, then asked with a grin, what do you say? Want to dye yours with me? Nope. Come on, people need to try new things sometimes. Nope. Absolutely not. Seeing the stubborn look on the little blonde's face, General just laughed. When the next bowl of noodles arrived, he lowered his head and immediately dug in. He really was starving. He wasn't sure if it was because every time his bloodline evolved, he got unbearably hungry afterward. But lately, he felt like his appetite had grown a lot. Well, it makes sense, he mused while eating. Ōtsutsuki don't exactly get by on just food. Out of the corner of his eye, General glanced again at the tips of his hair. It did look much more natural now, because this time, his hair color wasn't artificial. It was real. Name: Kitagawa Gen Bloodline. Ōtsutsuki Clan Development. 31% Dojutsu. Tenseigen. Eye of Rebirth Primordial Form Chakra Capacity. SSS Above Cage Tier Chakra Attributes. Water, Fire, Earth, Lightning, Wind, Yin, Yang. Special Abilities. Ice Release, Magnet Release. Looking at his personal interface, Gen's eyes especially lit up when he saw the entry for Dojutsu. The Tenseigen, this was the power he had been yearning for. Though, the development level is lower than expected. Still, that makes sense. He didn't know the exact steps to awaken a true Tenseigen. Maybe it involved tailed beast chakra. Hard to say. But his case was unique. Just like how the Rinnegan awakened in Ōtsutsuki with divine chakra, his evolution followed a kind of seed planting process too. Only, his method was more direct, activating the eye by fusing tailed beast chakra with his bloodline. And not even high-ranking tailed beast chakra at that, just one of the lower tier ones. Still, not bad. Even Madara Uchiha, for all his strength, was near death before awakening the Rinnegan. Madara brute forced it, pushing himself to the brink before it finally bloomed. Gen didn't need that kind of suffering. As long as his bloodline developed far enough, the eye would awaken naturally. And his Tenseigen wasn't weak, either. Based on my testing, my vision range has massively improved. Plus, I've gained 3 interesting abilities. Being in the primordial stage, he currently had access to 3 techniques: attraction, gravity pull, repulsion, force push, chakra manipulation. These powers gave him serious Rinnegan vibes. They really feel like Shinra Tensei, Bansho Tenon, and the 6 Paths puppet techniques. It made sense, though, both eyes came from the same source. Not a huge toolkit yet, but I've got time. And besides, that's not my only gain today. Seeing that, SSS, chakra rating also lifted his mood. That label, above cage, was vague, but it was undeniably a recognition of his own effort. Even if it's just my chakra reserves, more chakra didn't automatically mean more power, but without chakra, you couldn't do anything. And now that he had repulsion, he wondered, could he also recreate Super Shinra Tensei? Still, when he glanced at the label, Primordial Eye, he couldn't help but twitch. It sounded impressive when you said it aloud. But breaking it down, well, it started to sound a little weird. Especially when he remembered some of the dumb stuff he'd done lately. Whatever. It's all the same in the end. He shook his head, dismissing the thought, then looked up at the sky. It's getting clearer, like it's almost within reach, but still so far away. He could now feel the presence hidden deep within the moon much more vividly. And the pull of that power was getting stronger by the day. He knew exactly what it was. The Tenseigen, sealed deep inside the lunar temple. Eventually, I'll have to go find it. Although he didn't need any rebirth cycles to awaken his eyes, he still had to absorb external power to fully complete them. And such a giant eye, of the same kind as his, was practically calling to him, not claiming it would be a waste. Hey, what are you staring at the sky for? Naruto asked curiously, snapping him from his thoughts. It's nothing, just thinking. General gave a relaxed smile, set down his chopsticks, and wiped his hands with a napkin. Then, dramatically, he flicked his hair back and put on a cool, arrogant expression. The vacancy on the throne of heaven is about to end. From today on, it belongs to General. Before he could finish, a voice called out. Turning around, he saw Kakashi walking over. The Hokage's looking for you. Come with me. Ah, fine. Rolling his eyes, General stood up and obediently followed Kakashi, leaving a completely baffled Naruto behind. What the hell was that all about? Naruto muttered. Throne of Heaven. Vacancy. What the heck is he talking about? Then his expression froze. Wait. Grandpa Hokage. Crap. Don't tell me, he's trying to become Hokage. A torrential downpour blanketed the land. Deep within a hidden underground chamber in a megacure, Nagato and Konan sat in heavy silence. The battle in the land of waterfalls still weighed heavily on their minds. For Nagato especially, the sting of defeat this time was far too bitter. He had even lost Yahiko's body. It's not your fault, Nagato, Konan said softly, seeing the gloom on his face. Her heart ached as well. The situation back then was too complicated. I was careless, Nagato muttered, shaking his head. He closed his eyes and sighed deeply. If I had brought even a few more paths of pain, maybe things would have been different. That kid's talent, it was far more terrifying than we expected. Though his words were calm, turmoil churned beneath his composed exterior. That fight with Kitagawa General had been a wake-up call, a brutal reminder of the overwhelming potential of space-time ninjutsu. He had also seen firsthand Gen's cunning and razor-sharp perception. Just 1 second. He had been just 1 second away from using Shinra Tensei again. Even if the next 5 seconds would have been a storm of attacks from Gen, blocking that one wave might have been enough to retreat with Yahiko's body. Or if I had just brought another path, the situation could have been completely different. The Rinnegan was no joke. With the Preta path, he could have absorbed incoming ninjutsu. The animal path could have summoned reinforcements to harass the enemy. Even just buying time could have let me unleash Gedo, Mazo, Chibaku Tensei, or even. His eyes flicked toward the hulking, ominous silhouette of the Gedo statue, slowly draining his chakra in the background. Even though the Gedo statue wasn't fully restored, it was still viable in battle. He had used it once before, to fight Hanzo. But this time, he'd done nothing. He could only watch as Kitagawa General shattered Yahiko's body, and even severed Nagato's control over it. The pain of that moment was indescribable. I have to recover Yahiko's body, no matter what. I won't just let this go. Nagato opened his eyes, his voice low and determined. Konan, however, looked visibly concerned. Don't do anything reckless, Nagato. Relax. Nagato nodded, about to respond, when he suddenly froze. Even Konan noticed the sudden shift in atmosphere. Before either could speak, a figure slowly emerged from the ground, a giant Venus flytrap unfurling before them. Don't worry. It's just me. You. Nagato frowned but didn't move. Though tense, he didn't take action. Taking a deep breath to calm his foul mood, he asked in a quiet voice, "Why are you here?" "What do you want?" "I came to return something," Black Zetsu replied calmly. As he spoke, he unfurled a scroll in his hand and released the seal. Poof, a puff of smoke appeared, revealing a figure lying on the floor. Nagato and Konan were on guard at first, but the moment they laid eyes on the figure, their pupils shrank in shock. It was Yahiko. He lay there quietly. Though one side of his body was still damaged, it had clearly been repaired and treated to some extent. You. Nagato stood in stunned silence, staring at Black Zetsu in disbelief. No need to be surprised. I was there the entire time. Black Zetsu shrugged nonchalantly. That explosion was terrifying, but even Kitagawa General didn't dare approach it. So I made my move. Sorry I couldn't return the body immediately. I had to be sure it wasn't marked with a Flying Thunder God seal. Now that it's safe, I brought it back. But restoring it any further, that's beyond me. He paused. Truthfully, he could have done more. But he didn't dare. Even though he had many white Zetsu clones and puppet bodies, he wouldn't risk investing them into Nagato, not even as simple repairs. Who knew what kind of hidden dangers that might provoke? He'd rather play it safe. Why did you do this? Nagato asked after a long silence. Black Zetsu's expression remained calm. Because this is your friend, he means a great deal to you. And you mean a great deal to us. He paused again, then continued seriously. The situation has taken a turn for the worse. Konoha is closing in on us step by step, and we've suffered repeated setbacks. Especially with that general boy, something about him is off. Every time we confront him, we come up short. Whether it's coincidence or not, as he grows stronger, so does the threat Konoha poses to our plans. Nagato didn't respond, but he didn't deny it either. After all, he had felt that heavy punch, firsthand. Kitagawa General was no ordinary foe. That's why I want you to remember your friend, and everything that happened that day, Black Zetsu continued, voice steady. That boy, and the village behind him, Konoha, will shape the future of this world. We must be more cautious, and more serious than ever. Agreed, Nagato thought grimly. He had underestimated his opponent. He hadn't taken it seriously enough. And now, he was paying the price. Meanwhile, back in Konoha, Kitagawa General followed Kakashi curiously toward the village gates. Kakashi-sensei, what's going on this time? The fourth Raikage is still waiting outside, Kakashi replied, flipping a page in his book as he walked. Hokage-sama isn't letting him into the village, we don't want to cause unnecessary trouble. But the negotiations are pretty much done. Just a few loose ends to tie up. You really gave him a hard time, you know. Thinking back to the earlier talks, and the way Kumo used to strut around with arrogance, Kakashi couldn't help but smile. Back then, war was nearly upon them. Only the Hyuga clan's forced compromise had prevented another full-blown conflict. But times had changed. The fourth Raikage was still as proud and fiery as ever, but Konoha wasn't what it used to be. Especially now, with Kitagawa General having left a flying thunder god mark on the Raikage, that had changed everything. Really? General tilted his head, amused. But the Raikage doesn't seem like someone who compromises easily. He gave me the kind of vibe where, kill him, and it's war. Let him go, and he gets angrier and still starts a war. Is he really that easy to negotiate with? Not really, Kakashi admitted. But we're not afraid either. The third Hokage made things clear, Konoha desires peace. We'll treat his injuries and await Kumo's delegation to escort him home. However, if he wants war, we're ready to meet it head-on. Especially since we now know exactly what they were doing in the land of cedars. So firm. General blinked in surprise. He hadn't expected Hiruzen, usually so cautious in old age, to take such a hardline stance. Then again, Hiruzen hadn't always been soft. He too once stood up to Kumo, until the Hyuga clan buckled under pressure. Well, times have changed, Kakashi said, patting Gen's shoulder with a smile. The Raikage might be a hothead, but he's still a Kage. In the end, he signed the agreement. Can we really trust it? General raised an eyebrow. Of course not, Kakashi replied without hesitation. But at least he can't act openly. He'll definitely try something behind the scenes. That's why we're walking there instead of teleporting with Flying Thunder God. General stared at Kakashi in silence. He was starting to understand why people said his moral education was lacking. Were any of his teachers even normal? Aside from Gai-sensei, maybe. Truly, bad teaching is the teacher's fault. Oh, that reminds me, Kakashi suddenly turned to him with a grin. You still haven't told me how you messed up Obito last time. Come on, spill the details. I might need the trick someday. Rather than worry about Obito, Gen muttered, maybe we should be more concerned with Kumo. This whole trip is probably just for me to remove the Flying Thunder God seal from the Raikage, right? Yeah. Wait, you're not planning something again, are you? I am. General smirked. How about I pretend to remove the seal, then once they're on their way home, we follow them via the mark. When they stop to rest, we ambush and wipe them out. Bury the bodies somewhere no one will ever find. Then we blame it on the Ōtsutsuki, say they're targeting villages, and drag Kumo into the investigation too. It's a win-win. Kakashi-sensei. Say something. Kakashi said nothing, just silently walked forward. For a moment, he seriously wondered if General was better suited for Anbu than he ever was. Back in the day, Kakashi had been efficient, decisive, and ruthless, but he never used tricks like this. Kitagawa General, this guy is on a different level of devious. He looked up at the Hokage monument, bathed in the evening glow. The village is thriving. So many talents now, but something feels off. Kakashi sighed in his heart. How can I correct this kid's twisted thinking? His eyes drifted from the fourth's face, to the second Hokage's, and all of a sudden, a thought struck him. Could it be that General has been most like the second Hokage all along? Konoha and Kumogakure, two of the most watched villages in the entire shinobi world. Their sudden, inexplicable meeting in the land of hot water quickly became a hot topic. No one knew what kind of agreement had been reached, but the two factions left shortly afterward without incident. That alone would have been enough to raise eyebrows. But what truly shocked everyone was the confirmed presence of the 4th Raikage and 3rd Hokage among the delegation. This revelation sent ripples across the entire shinobi world. Sunagakur, Wind Country, Kazekage's office, Chiyo-san, what do you think they're up to? Rasa looked down at the reports in his hands, frowning with uncertainty. Elder Chiyo shook her head slowly. Kazekage-sama, I can't say. As you know, we've been preoccupied with investigating Sasori's whereabouts. I see. Since Chiyo and Ebizo had returned from Konoha, many of the village's resources had shifted toward uncovering the truth about Sasori, an issue that deeply affected Sunagaku's honor and reputation. Any updates? Nothing concrete yet. The information Konoha shared was minimal, Chiyo admitted. And even that wasn't particularly detailed. It's difficult to investigate something they themselves haven't confirmed. The biggest issue, she continued with a sigh, is that we still don't have a clear understanding of Sasori's connection to that mysterious organization. Rasa nodded. He went quiet for a moment before speaking again. Can we allocate more personnel? We need to get to the bottom of what's going on between Konoha and Kumogakure. Chiyo hesitated. Kazekage-sama, we don't have the budget. Try to make it work, Rasa said with a grimace. I'll figure something out. This matter is too important. Understood. Chiyo bowed slightly, though her face reflected her frustration. Sunagakur was broke. So broke, in fact, that even the Kazekage had to mine for gold dust himself using magnet release. Their ninja forces were shrinking as well, not because of a streamlined elite policy, but simply because they couldn't afford to field more troops. By the way, Rasa added, what's the situation in Rorin? Rorin. Chiyo looked even more exhausted. The city's dragon vein had been sealed by Minato Namikaze years ago, but it still held untapped potential. I've heard that after the queen's death, the remaining citizens are preparing to abandon the area. That's good. Keep monitoring them. That power is far too important to ignore. Yes, Kazekage-sama. I'll begin arrangements immediately. With that, Chiyo excused herself quickly, unwilling to linger. Just like that, her to-do list had exploded. Sasori, Rorin, and now intelligence gathering on Konoha and Kumogakure's secret dealings. Chiyo muttered to herself as she departed. Sigh, one step at a time. Still, I can't help but wonder, what exactly are Konoha and Kumogakure planning? Iwagakure, Earth Country, Tsuchikage's office. It wasn't just Sunagaku who was baffled. In Iwagakure, the 3rd Tsuchikage, Onoki, was equally in the dark. Fortunately, unlike Suna, Iwa had money, and more importantly, manpower. Hey, old man, here. Deidara marched into the office and slapped a scroll onto the desk. Report from the Anbu. You wanted it, I brought it. Onoki gave him an irritated glance. Watch your tone. I'm not just your teacher, I'm the Tsuchikage. Yeah. Deidara scoffed but couldn't hide his curiosity. He leaned in. Well, is there anything in there about Kitagawa General? TCH. Onoki rubbed his temples. Deidara continued excitedly. Come on, old man. That guy's a jerk, sure, but he gets my view on art. I've got to beat him someday. Onoki was beginning to wonder if Deidara had been brainwashed in Konoha. They'd already checked him for genjutsu and everything else. Nothing came up. That could only mean one thing. That damn brat Kitagawa General really did influence him. Since coming back from Konoha, Deidara had changed. He was still obsessed with explosions, but noticeably more controlled. He'd even started studying dust release seriously. How long had he even been in Konoha? Onoki muttered darkly as he opened the scroll. The report didn't include many details, but key information stood out immediately. A town in the land of Cedar was destroyed. The 4th Raikage reportedly clashed with a shinobi wielding purple lightning, and was likely defeated. Onoki's expression darkened. He knew only one shinobi who used purple lightning, Kitagawa Gen, the same one Deidara wouldn't shut up about. And worse, he knew this kid had mastered the flying thunder god technique as well. That part, Deidara had personally confirmed, meaning Onoki had to believe it, no matter how insane it sounded. A shinobi that young had already become this dangerous. How does Konoha keep producing monsters like this? Another freakishly powerful ninja, and another headache for Iwa. Hey, old man. So, any news about General? Deidara pressed again. If I ever see that guy again, I'm gonna beat him down so hard, Onoki's head throbbed. You. Beat him. With your lax guard and hot head, he'd probably teleport behind you and slice your neck before you even finished your sentence. Idiot, Onoki muttered. Still, he had to admit, he was thankful to Kitagawa General. Deidara's improvement, his new focus, his seriousness, all of it had started after meeting that boy. But at the same time, why is it that when I say something, you ignore me, yet when General says it, suddenly dust releases art? At this rate, Deidara wasn't walking his own path. He was becoming a reflection of that boy from Konoha, land of hot water, on the road to the land of lightning. Raikage-sama, are you alright? Dodai, the Raikage's aide, looked nervously at the fourth Raikage's empty left sleeve. I'm fine. Losing one arm doesn't make me any less of a Kage, he growled. But fury still burned in his eyes. This mission had been an utter disaster. He had set out to steal a secret technique. Instead, he'd lost all his men, gotten crippled, and had to grovel in the land of fire just to return home. Even though he'd successfully secured the technique, the cost had been far too high. This won't end here. The fourth Raikage's voice dropped as he turned to Dodai. We're going to make them pay. Start drawing up a plan. I don't care what it takes. Konoha won't get the last laugh. Understood, Raikage-sama. As the Raikage's strategist, akin to Konoha's Nara Shikaku, Dodai already knew what needed to be done. He bowed silently, but in his mind, he was already laying the groundwork for the next move. This time, it wasn't just the fourth Raikage who suffered humiliation, it was the entire Hidden Cloud village. No matter what, they had to find a way to get revenge. Right, they seemed to be investigating some organization. The fourth Raikage suddenly remembered. His trip to Takigakure was still fresh in his memory. There were a bunch of rogue ninja in that group. They claimed they were there to assassinate me, but I don't buy it. Have someone look into it, dig up what you can. Understood. I'll start on it as soon as we return. Dodai immediately grasped the Raikage's intent and nodded without hesitation. Then let's hurry back. You need treatment for your injuries too. Yeah, pick up the pace. The fourth Raikage nodded. But just as he spoke, Dodai added something that made his expression twist. I know a shortcut that'll get us back much faster. No. We're not taking any shortcuts. Huh. We can't trust those cunning, sneaky bastards from Konoha. Meanwhile, back in Konoha, General slowly sat up in bed, stretching with a lazy yawn. One glance at the clock, already noon. He hadn't participated much in the negotiations between Konoha and the Hidden Cloud, partly because he simply wasn't that interested. But more importantly, Kakashi-sensei, seriously. I just provided a reasonable plan, did you have to report everything to Hiruzen? He thought back to that day when he followed Kakashi out to a secret Anbu base outside the village to help remove the Flying Thunder God seal from the fourth Raikage. Kakashi had explained his plan to the third Hokage in full detail. That made Hiruzen's face go pale on the spot. If Tsunade hadn't been there, he might have ended up in the hospital again. I mean seriously, you're supposed to be a legendary Hokage, how do you lose your nerve like that again? General muttered while brushing his teeth, but he understood what he had planned. Maybe the Hidden Cloud could have guessed parts of it too. Especially since the fourth Raikage now seemed to distrust him entirely. Even after removing the seal, the Raikage looked at him like, you're full of crap. Whatever. Let that idiot think what he wants. He pushed the matter out of his mind. He had more important things to focus on now. His eyes had evolved again, further boosting his strength. Along with that came new abilities, powerful ones. He needed to seriously think about how to use them. He didn't want to end up like Nagato, relying on brute force output without finesse. Sure, he had raw power maxed out, but tactically, he was lacking. Besides the new powers, his chakra reserves had also expanded dramatically. But to him, this was just an increase in his potential ceiling. Even with tailed beast chakra or Jinchuriki chakra, if you're gonna get your ass kicked, you're gonna get your ass kicked. Same goes for the Ōtsutsuki. I still have to train hard. Keep a calm mind, and the path forward becomes clear. Gen understood his own shortcomings, and he had no plans to slack off. Alright, time to find Kakashi-sensei and see what kind of hell he's got prepped for me today. After finishing his morning routine, he was about to head out when something crossed his mind. He reached into his ninja pouch and pulled out a scroll. Obito's right arm. Looking at the scroll, a strange expression crossed his face. This little item had been the secret treasure of countless colleagues in his past life. He'd wanted to get his hands on it too, but now that he had it, he found he didn't really need it anymore. Still, it's a valuable asset. If I use it wisely, it might lead to some unexpected results. The tricky part was figuring out when to bring it out. Then, another thought came to him. Yahiko. I scrambled his chakra with a Rasengan and pulled out the black rods. Nagato couldn't take him away in time, so Black Zetsu recovered the body. With Hell Path's power, that body should be repairable, right? But if I use this on Yahiko's body, could he fully wield the power of the Rinnegan? The contact between Konoha and the hidden cloud stirred up quite a commotion in the shinobi world. Of course, the ones truly worn out by it all were the intel agents of the Anbu. For people like Kitagawa Gen, life wasn't nearly as rough. After all, he wasn't Anbu, and for now, he didn't have any missions assigned to him. Maybe Hiruzen Sarutobi thought he deserved a break, or maybe he figured every time General went on a mission, something outrageous would happen. Either way, General currently had nothing official to do, just spending his days either training or aimlessly strolling through Konoha's streets. Day by day, time passed. Eventually, the shinobi world welcomed the arrival of the new year. Finally. A break. Hell yeah. Naruto practically bounced down Konoha's streets, grinning ear to ear. Kitagawa General shook his head at the sight. Hey, could you calm down a little? Don't you think you're being embarrassing? TCH. You have no idea how much we've suffered lately. Naruto snapped back indignantly, quickly counting off with his fingers. Iruka-sensei was always strict, but I don't know what happened. He got even scarier during the second half of the year. How so? He used to let small things slide if you were careful, like sneaking naps or skipping a lesson. But now, he literally stands behind us the entire time, watching like a hawk. I've been caught more times than I can count. And it's always when we're learning stuff like calculating shuriken flight distances. I hear that and my brain shuts off. That's not even the worst of it. We also have to memorize the ninja code word for word, plus the entire Will of Fire textbook. Every single page. My brain's gonna explode just thinking about it. Arg. Watching Naruto freak out, General was genuinely surprised. Wait. Since when did Konoha start taking education this seriously? Scratching his chin, he spoke up with a hint of doubt. Back when I was in school, no one cared if you skipped class. I used to sneak off to train all the time. You guys must have done something to deserve this crackdown. It's probably because of you. Naruto gave him a sideways look, full of envy, then it shifted to a glare of mild resentment. Why didn't you stop me from giving out that mushroom soup last time? What nonsense. That was ages ago, and didn't the school already ramp up their rules since then? General rolled his eyes, clearly unimpressed. They probably revised things again because the Hokage wasn't happy with your generation's performance. HMPH. Naruto pouted, grumbling. If that's true, then the Hokage is such a pain. Yeah, he really is, Gen nodded in agreement. This kind of overcorrection could mess up Konoha's whole education system. So, what have you been up to lately? Even if his days were tough, Naruto was still curious about Gen. Haven't seen you leave the village in a while. Don't tell me you got into trouble and they grounded you. PFFT, as if. General chuckled, knocking Naruto on the head lightly. If all goes well, I'll be taking the Jonin exam in September. Jonin exam. The very thought made Gen's blood stir with excitement. Ever since he became a Genin, his system had updated his main quest. Become a Jonin. Apparently, the system didn't even consider the Chunin rank worth noting. Gen had worked hard, but the bureaucracy was what it was, and Hiruzen wasn't the type to hand out promotions lightly. Thankfully, after all this time, even the third Hokage had to admit it was about time. I mean, come on, I've got conceptual level power now, Flying Thunder God, Purple Lightning, even Sage Mode. Keeping me at Chunin would be an insult. Of course, the exam was still a while off. Even though Kakashi hinted that it was mostly a formality, he still had to wait. Not that I'm in a rush. I've had a pretty productive few months anyway. Even though he seemed to be just coasting, General hadn't stopped developing his abilities. Specifically, attraction and repulsion, powers he didn't want to just brute force like Nagato did. He had been trying to incorporate them with timing and precision. Like, if someone's about to hit me, and I suddenly shift their attack path using repulsion or attraction, then counterattack, that's what it should be used for. Or perhaps altering an enemy's personal gravitational direction to disorient them, much more effective than just going all out every time. That said, sometimes going all out was still the most efficient option. As for his chakra control, basically a form of puppet-style manipulation, it was still a work in progress. He'd experimented with it, but without a quality puppet, it wasn't impressive. Maybe once I meet Sasori, we can exchange some ideas. Overall, things were going smoothly, except for one thing. That strange jutsu, Rasengan, Uzuhiko, continued to baffle him. He tried sensing the so-called planetary chakra behind it, but couldn't detect much. After some thought, he figured it might be related to his bloodline not being fully awakened yet. After all, the system hadn't even updated his name. Meanwhile, Boruto already gets called Ōtsutsuki Boruto. TCH. Still, with steady growth and progress, his spirits remained high. Naruto's generation was about to graduate, and once they were shinobi, things would only get more interesting. He couldn't wait to unleash his max-level character in a beginner's pond type of dominance. Just then, a voice called out, "Gen Senpai." He looked up to see, not just Lee's team, but the rest of Konoha's rookies, too. Even Sasuke had tagged along. Hinata stood in the back, a little shy. Gen blinked in surprise. "Huh. You guys. What's up?" "Hee, I told them we should all come together." Naruto gave a sheepish grin and pulled out a carefully prepared gift box. "Here, Gen, you may be a pain in the butt sometimes, but, happy birthday." "Happy birthday, Gen Senpai." One by one, the kids offered gifts, and Gen was caught completely off guard. He hadn't expected Naruto to pull something like this. But soon, a warm smile crept across his face. "Thank you, I didn't even realize today was my birthday." Cough cough cough. Meanwhile, in the land of rice fields, deep inside the hidden sound village, Orochimaru frowned as a coughing fit echoed through the lab. "Getting worse again, huh?" It was Kimimaro, his worsening condition clearly irritating Orochimaru. Last time he tried to seek out Tsunade for help, he'd unexpectedly run into Jiraiya instead. Just his luck. The whole ordeal left him frustrated, especially when he thought of Danzo. He was certain, if he went to Omegakure, Danzo would leak his intel to Jiraiya on purpose. And he'd probably leak Jiraiya's intel to me too. That way, when Jiraiya finds nothing and I still get caught, Danzo gets to claim credit. TCH, it's no wonder Danzo almost became Hokage. That guy played dirty like a pro. Still, Orochimaru glanced around his shiny, state-of-the-art lab and let it slide for now. Danzo was a major financial backer, after all. He could be useful. But Orochimaru wasn't one to forget grudges. Kimamaro's situation is becoming troublesome. He stepped over to Kimimaro, who immediately tried to rise. "Orochimaru-sama, don't move. Just stay seated." With one hand, Orochimaru gently pushed Kimimaro back down and began examining him. "Your condition's deteriorating faster than expected." Inside Kimimaro, the uncontrolled explosion of yang-released chakra was growing more violent. It was a powerful force, so powerful, in fact, that it was turning fatal. He had indeed considered using the Sharingan to counterbalance the issue, just like when dealing with the cells of Hashirama Senju. Perhaps the same method could be applied to resolve Kimimaro's predicament. The problem is, Orochimaru muttered, there doesn't seem to be anything suitable enough to match it. And worse yet, this force is only growing stronger, devouring everything more and more rapidly. If this keeps up, in his mind, Orochimaru had already sentenced Kimimaro to death. At this rate, the boy wouldn't live another year or two. It left him frustrated. Kimimaro was a vessel he had painstakingly nurtured, now destined to be ruined by something as inconvenient as a Kekkei Genkai-related illness. Such a waste. If only you had more time to grow, you might have been able to go head-to-head with Jiraiya's new student. Orochimaru sighed internally. Yet there was little he could do. And just thinking about Jiraiya's so-called disciple left him feeling irritated. That brat was no ordinary kid. He had defeated the fourth Raikage, and cut off his arm. Flying Thunder God, Sage Mode, TCH. That kid really isn't simple. Especially Sage Mode, it consumes an enormous amount of chakra, and he's able to pull it off. Orochimaru subconsciously licked his lips. Then, suddenly, a thought struck him. Chakra, he has a lot of chakra, doesn't he? Lowering his gaze to Kimimaro, Orochimaru focused on the chakra within him, so wild and unrelenting that it was actively devouring his life. Maybe my approach was all wrong. A new idea took root. If this chakra was so voracious, then why not stop resisting it? Why not feed it and see what it became at its peak? Of course, this was incredibly risky. Kimimaro might not survive the process. But given that his remaining lifespan was already so short, what did they have to lose? Besides, while it's hard to find something to match this force, it's not impossible to find powerful chakra sources without owners. Orochimaru's eyes gleamed, his mind racing with dangerous possibilities. Meanwhile, in the land of rain, within a megacure, Pain, having finally restored his body via the hell path, gazed at the projection before him and spoke in a cold, emotionless tone. Now that everyone is here, let's begin. Author's note: promotion. Recommending a new book. This Uchiha is way too cautious tch. What annoying mess do we have this time? Hidan's projection appeared on the palm of the demonic statue of the outer path, his tone as brash and irritating as ever. But after glancing over at Pain, he cracked a wicked grin. I heard you guys lost. Tisk tisk, imagine screwing up an ambush. His words made Kisame raise an eyebrow, though Uchiha Itachi and Pain remained calm and unaffected. After all, they knew exactly what kind of mental state Hidan operated under. There was no point in arguing with a lunatic. Better to focus on more useful matters. The mission failed due to unexpected circumstances, Pain said coldly. We were exposed earlier than anticipated, and we underestimated General Kitagawa's capabilities. Pain's body had been fully repaired thanks to the hell path. His voice was as cold and detached as ever. Still, we accomplished our primary goal. But we must remain cautious, this is not the right time to go to war with Konoha. Tch. Hidan clicked his tongue, lips twitching. He wanted to mock them, losing and still acting arrogant, but then remembered something, he had lost too, so he shut his mouth. Besides that, Pain continued, we must also resume our missions to divert Konoha's attention. And we'll need new members. Seeing that no one else spoke, Pain went on. Deidara's mission failed, and our manpower remains incomplete. If any of you have suggestions for new recruits, now is the time. Strong shinobi were essential for their future plans, and Pain, or rather, Nagato, understood this well. But figuring out who to recruit remained a difficult question. There were plenty of missing nin in the shinobi world, but those with strength and compatibility were few and far between. Of course, for someone like him, it made little difference. But as a leader, he still had to consider the big picture. No specific recommendations for now, Black Zetsu spoke up, the one in charge of intelligence. But there are candidates worth monitoring. Many powerful rogue ninja fled from Kurigakure, including former members of the 7 Ninja Swordsmen. They're potential targets. Aside from that, there are others, individuals who are well hidden, yet formidable. Missing nin from Konoha, and even remnants of the long-destroyed Land of Sky. All of them might be worth recruiting. Missing nin from Konoha. Pain narrowed his eyes and glanced at Uchiha Itachi. He also thought of Orochimaru, and that Uchiha, Obito. He couldn't help but notice just how high Konoha's defection rate was. You'll be in charge of monitoring these candidates, Pain instructed Zetsu. Once they're deemed suitable, we'll handle the recruitment. Understood. Black Zetsu replied with a nod. Pain then turned his attention to Kakuzu and Sasori. How are your recoveries coming along? Mostly recovered, Kakuzu responded after a moment's thought, but I still lack a few critical components. I need to find a skilled wind release user. That kind of chakra is rare and not easily obtained. Full recovery will take more time. Wind release. Sasori echoed, turning to glance at him. Apparently, Kakuzu was thinking the same thing he was. Sasori, too, needed a wind release user to craft a new human puppet. Gen Kitagawa's flying thunder god technique was too troublesome. A single kunai bearing his seal could turn the tide if overlooked, especially when combined with that shadow shuriken. Clone jutsu. It was impossible to tell which target was real or fake, forcing them to treat every projectile as deadly. Wind release was the perfect counter to scatter and neutralize such tools. Don't tell me, he's going to compete with me for targets. Sasori frowned internally. Even within the same organization, everyone kept their secrets, especially big ones. Just as no one knew the details of his puppet body and its core, he didn't know Kakuzu's hidden mechanics either. My third cage puppet is fully restored, Sasori said aloud, but I've lost too many others. I'll need to go to the Land of Wind to restock. The Land of Wind, huh? Kakuzu muttered. That barren land was mostly desert and wastelands, but it was home to a high number of wind release users. He glanced at Sasori, ideas forming in his mind. That glance didn't go unnoticed, Sasori saw it too. Damn it. That bastard really is going to compete with me. Back in Konoha, peace had finally returned for a while. Standing atop the Hokage Tower, Hiruzen Sarutobi looked out over the bustling village and smiled. It's been a while since we've had some calm. And it's rare to have both of you back for the new year, he added, glancing at Jiraiya and Tsunade. Feels like we can finally celebrate properly. Too bad, someone's still missing, Jiraiya murmured, his tone soft. He looked at Tsunade as he said it, and a heavy silence followed. Sarutobi's fist clenched slightly. Does this guy not know how to read the room? Just blurting out whatever pops into his head. Still, in the end, he said nothing. After all, he too felt the weight of that absence in his heart. Jiraiya and Tsunade had both returned to Konoha for various reasons, but Orochimaru, he might never come back. Old man, I don't mean to spoil the mood, but what's the deal with that Uchiha Obito? Tsunade leaned on the railing, looking down at the bustling village below. Her expression was far from pleased. I know the village once experimented with my grandfather's cells, but didn't those projects get shut down? Why does Uchiha Obito have that kind of power? We're still investigating, Hiruzen Sarutobi replied with a heavy sigh. But truth be told, we've long suspected one possibility. He didn't really want to discuss this now, but Tsunade's question left him little choice. The most likely culprit is Orochimaru. Those experiments back then were conducted by him and Danzo together. And he, Orochimaru. Jiraiya frowned, stroking his chin. I don't know. Obito's ideology is completely different. Even if someone like Orochimaru were manipulated, he wouldn't go down that path. Exactly. That's why I never said anything until now, Hiruzen nodded. While Orochimaru had changed, Hiruzen still understood parts of him. Orochimaru had once been obsessed with learning all jutsu. Later, that desire twisted into something darker, a craving for forbidden knowledge and eternal life. But even that wasn't remotely close to Obito's madness, his delusional goal of rewriting the entire shinobi world. They're nothing alike. So no, Obito's mastermind probably isn't Orochimaru, but that would release ability, that might have some connection. TCH. That snake bastard's always been impossible to catch, Tsunade muttered, shaking her head. Jiraiya let out a deep sigh. We've run into him twice. We got valuable intel, but never managed to detain him. But old man, if he really worked with Danzo, maybe we can. Danzo is still trying to re-establish contact with Hanzo of the Salamander, Hiruzen said after a moment of contemplation. But yes, we should consider involving him more directly. Danzo had been working hard on the Hanzo front, but with no results. The man didn't dare set foot in Omegakure himself, so he kept sending subordinates and letters. None had ever returned. Hiruzen never truly intended to force Danzo into retirement. For all his flaws, Danzo's work was valuable. So it was only fair he should bear more responsibility now. Enough of this, Hiruzen finally said, waving a hand. Let's just enjoy the new year while we can. Looking down at the vibrant Konoha streets, he smiled. There'll be plenty of trouble ahead, but for now, let's take a break. Oh, and Gen's birthday is coming up. Take him a gift on my behalf, will you? Sure thing. I'll go get it ready, Jiraiya agreed without hesitation. Except, he didn't move. Instead, he gave Hiruzen a puzzled look. What? Hiruzen raised an eyebrow. Didn't you say you were going? You didn't give me any money. How am I supposed to buy anything? Ellipsis. Quote. Late that night, General finally returned home after a busy day. Man, I got a lot of gifts today. He looked around at the pile of presents, feeling genuinely surprised. Former classmates, old teachers, even Naruto had rallied the Konoha 9 to give him something. Guy, Kakashi, Jiraiya, even the third Hokage had sent a gift. Looks like I'm pretty popular around here, he chuckled. Gen truly felt at ease in Konoha now. Life had been rough in the past, but everything was different now. I'm basically the Hokage's golden child at this point. Come to think of it, he'd made the 6th Hokage eat crow, tricked the 3rd, snatched ramen from the 7th, and even helped bring back the 5th. With a record like that, if he really did aim for the top one day, Naruto might actually cry. Well, we'll see what the main quest turns into. I've got over half a year left. Time to pass the Jonin exam. He didn't rush to unwrap his gifts. He could do that later. What intrigued him more was what kind of reward he might earn after completing the Jonin promotion quest. And beyond that, what comes after Jonin? Am I really going to make Naruto cry? His expression turned strange as he leaned forward with both hands propping up his chin. But just then, a strange sensation washed over him. What is this feeling? Raising his head slightly, looked up at the sky, at the full moon glowing above. Somehow, he could sense an unusual force emanating from the moon. A power that was resonating with his eyes, stirring the energy deep within them in perfect harmony. Kitagawa General was well aware that the power resonating with his eyes was the Tenseigan on the moon. He could clearly feel the immensity of that power, vast, overwhelming, and, surprisingly, a strange sense of familiarity emanating from it. But this kind of familiarity, it feels more like a resonance of origin, he murmured. A resonance born of the same source, the Ōtsutsuki bloodline. This situation wasn't all that strange when he thought about it. What intrigued General more was a lingering question: why didn't I feel this kind of pull when I faced Nagato? Though Nagato had been far away during their confrontation, the moon was even farther, so distance couldn't be the deciding factor. Could it be that our eyes weren't compatible? Or that the power hadn't fully awakened at the time? After all, the Rinnegan wasn't truly Nagato's. He had merely served as a vessel for Uchiha Madara's transplanted eyes. In Gen's memory, Nagato never managed to truly awaken the full potential of the Rinnegan. Techniques like limbo, border jail, for instance, were abilities only Madara ever properly used. Maybe it also had something to do with my own eyes not being fully evolved at that time. General softly muttered to himself, then shifted his focus, trying to sense the condition of the Tenseigan on the moon more precisely. Soon, his expression turned subtly strange. He had just realized, the eye on the moon was actively transmitting information to him. And this information was about the abilities and usage methods of the Tenseigan. Wait, it works like that. General was shocked, though gradually it started making sense. Whether it was the Tenseigan, Rinnegan, or Sharingan, their abilities were inherent to the eyes themselves. Only the rightful wielder could fully access and interpret that hidden power. Otherwise, it's just like with Kakashi or Nagato, they had access to powerful eyes, but never unlocked everything inside them. Realization dawned. He began to speed up his absorption of the information pouring into him. He was also a little anxious now. He wasn't entirely sure of the intentions of the people on the moon, but an opportunity like this wasn't something he could pass up. At the very least, I need to pinpoint their location. As his focus deepened, chakra surged violently through his body. His entire figure began to glow with a vivid chakra aura, as if he were being enveloped, lifted, by the force itself. Buzz, in the next instant, Gen's eyes snapped open. His irises had transformed into a pair of brilliant, azure Tenseigan, and at that moment, even the moon in the sky seemed to ripple with an anomaly. A silent wave of chakra echoed across the void. Within his eyes, a faint golden hue began to seep into the blue, subtle, yet undeniably present. Moon. Inside the Tenseigan Shrine, inside a solemn temple on the moon, second elder abruptly opened his eyes. Not far from him, the massive golden Tenseigan pulsed wildly, radiating a dazzling chakra light that engulfed the entire shrine. It's happening again, he muttered. The first and third elders rushed in moments later, all three elders now gazing seriously at the glowing eye. This time, the reaction seemed stronger than last time. Indeed. And more concerning, the Tenseigan's chakra appears to be leaking outward, the first elder noted, his Byakugan locked onto the eye. He tried to analyze the phenomenon, but no matter how hard he looked, he couldn't grasp the true source of the issue. Frustrated, the third elder cursed under his breath. Looks like someone from the lower world really is meddling with the Tenseigan. Damned inferior lifeforms. We still haven't settled the score over the ghetto statue, and now this. Enough. Don't waste time, cut off the chakra transmission immediately. The first elder stepped forward, his hand extended. His tone was calm but urgent. This situation was unlike anything they'd faced before. Back when the Gedo statue vanished, they hadn't even sensed it happening, it was simply gone. But now, someone was actively siphoning power from the Tenseigan right under their noses. There was no way he would allow that to continue. Understood. The second and third elders nodded in unison, immediately forming seals. As their chakra surged, the golden Tenseigan gradually dimmed. Its pulsing slowed, and the brilliant glow began to fade. Eventually, with effort and strain visible on their faces, the transmission was stopped. All three elders now looked slightly drained. Controlling the Tenseigan was becoming increasingly difficult. It's clear now, someone in the lower realm is targeting our Tenseigan, the first elder said quietly, his expression a mix of confusion and concern. This situation was far too unusual. Even though someone had awakened the Tenseigan once before, it had never reacted like this. Which could only mean one thing, someone down there had somehow gained partial control over the Tenseigan. Could it be the traitors? The third elder scowled. He loathed the lower realm and all those who lived in it. After all, they possess the pure Byakugan. Maybe they really can do something we can't predict. We can't confirm it yet, but we can't rule it out either. The second elder shook his head and turned to look at the great elder. Great elder, did we manage to track it? Can we still attempt to trace the signal? No, we didn't catch anything. Technically, we could still try, but I believe we shouldn't proceed. The great elder paused in thought for a moment before finally shaking his head. We're well aware of our current state. Just severing the Tenseigan's chakra stream has already left us completely exhausted. If someone from the surface world can continue influencing the Tenseigan, can we really stop them? This question left the second elder silent. It was true, given their current condition, another such incident might be more than they could handle. So we're just letting it go. The third elder clenched his teeth. Of all of them, he was the most determined to fulfill their ancestors' will. Hearing his words, the great elder could only shake his head. We're not letting it go. We will investigate further, just not now. In our current state, we must prioritize wisely. Even if we're unafraid to die, we must still consider Tonari's future. He needs our guidance. At the mention of Tonari, the third elder fell silent. Tonari was indeed their future, their only hope. Right now, Tonari was still too young. Though he was born with a natural affinity to the Tenseigan, he hadn't yet awakened his own eyes. He still needed their mentorship. HMPH. Fine, I get it, the third elder grumbled irritably. This time we'll let it go, but next time, we must find this damn thief. While the Ōtsutsuki elders on the moon seethed with rage, down on earth in Konoha, Kitagawa General quietly deactivated his Tenseigan. They really are sharp. Just one little stir and they noticed. Gazing up at the moonlight, he rubbed his chin thoughtfully. That experience just now was nothing short of extraordinary. The eye on the moon had resonated with his own, granting him partial control over it. The insights into the Tenseigan's abilities were impressive, but that control. That's something else entirely. Under his guidance, the massive Tenseigan could channel chakra directly into his body, and beyond that. Looks like I could even control the Tenseigan to gather power and fire off a blast. For some reason, an image surfaced in his mind. The Ōtsutsuki branch family on the moon, controlling a purple Tenseigan and bombarding the main family in a brutal civil war. Even if I can't replicate that exactly, launching one shot should be doable. The thought thrilled him. This sort of orbital chakra cannon could easily become his ultimate trump card. If anyone dared to mess with him, well, they might just learn what justice from the heavens truly meant. Though, it seems there really are others on the moon besides Tonari. And their control over the Tenseigan isn't bad at all. His gaze remained fixed on the moon, but soon a confident smile crept onto his face. Still, now that I've basically pinpointed the location, it's only a matter of years before I come knocking. Meanwhile, in the land of rain, Uchiha Obito stood with Black Zetsu. He hadn't attended the recent meeting, so he relied on Zetsu to relay the results. The news gave him ideas. Recruiting new members meant he could plant his own agents and increase his influence, a win-win. Any thoughts on who we should recruit? Who among them might be suitable? They're all more or less the same, Black Zetsu mused. That rogue ninja from Kurigakure, Kurosuke Raiga, could be useful. We've cultivated influence in the mist for years, so it's worth trying. Zetsu understood Obito's agenda and offered his analysis. Of course, others are viable too. Each has their unique talents, ambitions, and desires, all exploitable. HMPH. It's exactly because of all these ambitions and desires that this world is full of tragedy, Obito said coldly. But those very desires create weaknesses. Weaknesses we can manipulate, that works. To our advantage. Hehe, then what about your own desires, Obito tilde? White Zetsu suddenly asked with mischievous curiosity. But before he could finish the sentence, Black Zetsu firmly smacked him silent and smoothly changed the subject. Also, Sasori and Kakuzu seem to be heading toward the Land of Wind. Though they're not fully recovered yet. The Land of Wind. That barren wasteland. Obito scoffed. He held little regard for the place, but then a thought struck him. Right, what about Shimura Danzo? Has he made any moves lately? Obito was now almost certain Danzo had uncovered their operations. Someone like him was too troublesome to leave unchecked. Even Obito, proud as he was, felt the need to ask. Danzo appears to be reaching out to Hanzo the Salamander, Black Zetsu reported. He's unaware that Hanzo is already dead. Though that's not surprising. Hanzo hid himself so deeply that even his death went unnoticed. Still, that works to our advantage. Moreover, Danzo seems to be in contact with Orochimaru as well. The man's definitely no ordinary schemer. HMPH. Disgusting as ever, Obito said with a grim nod, his mind already turning. Looks like I'll need to deal with him, or at the very least, give him a hard lesson. Of course. In fact, I've come across something rather interesting, Black Zetsu smirked ominously. According to our surveillance, Orochimaru has been spotted near the Land of Wind. We might be able to play both ends against the middle here. The Land of Wind, Obito fell deep into thought. It could be the perfect chance to strike both Danzo and Orochimaru. Seeing Obito sink into contemplation, Black Zetsu relaxed slightly. Looks like Danzo was going to take the fall for everything, just as planned. Still, we'll need to be careful, Black Zetsu thought to himself. But then, in the next instant, his eyes widened in disbelief as he instinctively looked toward the sky. He had just sensed an indistinct, almost undetectable chakra presence, one that ordinary people would never even notice. And that chakra was coming from the moon. What the hell is going on? Hey, Blackie, what's with you again? Night had fallen over the land of rain, and as always, relentless rain poured from the sky. Black Zetsu stood alone in the downpour, staring blankly at the sky, lost in thought. His behavior was starting to irritate White Zetsu. After all, they shared the same body. If Black Zetsu started acting weird, it affected him too. And seriously, why have you been so obsessed with staring at the sky lately? There's nothing up there. Can you shut up for a second? Black Zetsu sighed wearily, still gazing at the heavens. You don't get it. Sometimes I wish I had an empty head like you or Uchiha Obito. It'd be easier, fewer things to worry about. Huh. Obito has an empty head. No way. White Zetsu blinked in confusion. Oh. Wait, you're saying Obito and I are both idiots, right? At least you're self-aware. But seriously, why would you want to be an idiot? Black Zetsu didn't answer. He was too preoccupied. The energy that had just erupted from the moon. If he wasn't mistaken, it felt like the chakra of his dear second brother, Ōtsutsuki Hamura. Even though he'd hidden himself within the shinobi world and manipulated the descendants of Ōtsutsuki Hagoromo, that didn't mean he'd forgotten where Hamura had gone. To the moon. Fortunately, the Rinnegan allowed him to bypass the moon's defenses entirely and summon his mother directly, which had saved him a lot of trouble. But now, a sudden surge of power like this, it had thrown all his calculations off. The world was beginning to feel unfamiliar. First, that brat Kitagawa General had made him question everything. That strange, vaguely familiar chakra, it had unsettled him deeply. And now, a surge of chakra nearly identical to Hamura's. At this rate, don't tell me, more of Mother's clan are about to show up. Black Zetsu shivered. He didn't dare dwell on the thought. Forget it. We have more important things to do. He shook his head, refocusing. Who knew what was going on up there? All he could do now was stay alert. Victory was within reach. Just a few more pieces needed to fall into place. Even if all of Hamura's descendants descended from the moon, he wasn't afraid. Danzo's letter to Hanzo has already been intercepted. We'll forge a response in Hanzo's handwriting and send it back. Oh. What should we write? White Zetsu tilted his head in curiosity. Lure him out. That could work. Obito does want him dead. If he dies, who'll take the blame? Black Zetsu sighed in frustration. Dealing with an idiot every day was exhausting, but sadly, he'd gotten used to it. No need to kill him yet. Keep him dangling, we might need him later. Besides, using him to deal with Orochimaru serves Obito's goals perfectly. Someone had to take the hit. Might as well be Orochimaru, he was a traitor anyway, no guilt there. Oh, and I remember, didn't someone from the hidden cloud start snooping around too? Depending on how things go, we could guide them into a little trap. Let them join the fun. Suddenly remembering this detail, Black Zetsu added it casually. He wasn't surprised the cloud was digging around. Last time Nagato acted, the fourth Raikage had been watching closely, and then there was that shameless brat Kitagawa again, pinning the attempted assassination of the Raikage on them. Honestly, if anyone wanted the Raikage dead, it was probably Konoha. Framing them so effortlessly, no wonder Obito was pissed. That brat really has a bit of the second Hokage in him, cunning and shameless. But I guess we should thank Tobirama. Without him, Madara's path wouldn't have been this smooth. Black Zetsu thought to himself. But mid-thought, he suddenly paused. His eyes once again drifted toward the moon. His expression grew more and more disturbed. Then a wild idea took root in his mind. Ever since Kitagawa General appeared, all kinds of chaos have erupted, his chakra is so strange. Then this burst of energy from the moon, and those white sage eyes in his sage mode, don't tell me, could he be connected to the moon's Ōtsutsuki? Meanwhile, in Konoha, Root Base Danzo sat quietly in his usual seat, calmly reviewing intelligence reports from across the shinobi world. Outwardly, he seemed composed. But internally, he was anything but. He still hadn't received a reply from Hanzo the Salamander. He didn't dare enter the land of rain himself. He remembered all too clearly the carnage he'd witnessed before. If someone like Hanzo had to go into hiding, what chance did he have? And that guy's eyes, Danzo couldn't forget them, that red-haired brat, with eyes that looked like tree rings, like rippling water, Rinnegan. He knew those eyes were extraordinary, and naturally, he had ideas about them. Even if he couldn't act now, what about later? But where are they, exactly? Jiraiya's intel says they're scattered all over, that's not ideal for me. Shimura Danzo sat with a deep frown, doing his best to stay calm. He knew that opportunities like this were rare, he had to seize it while he could. And what exactly is their goal? Based on information from Kitagawa General and Takigakure, Uchiha Obito is hunting tailed beasts. Is there a deeper connection here? Truth be told, Danzo was starting to suspect that their real objective was the tailed beasts. But whether it was the attack on Konoha or the incident in Kurigakure, Obito always seemed to be using his Sharingan to control the tailed beasts and wreak havoc. Takigakure had clearly been trying to ambush Jiraiya and his team. Maybe Obito had tried to use a tailed beast again and was exposed by Kitagawa Gen. Idiots. With power like that, and they still don't know how to use it properly. Then again, maybe they've got something else planned. Danzo, as paranoid and calculating as ever, didn't let his own biases cloud his judgment. Most of this intel came from Hiruzen Sarutobi anyway, and his old mentor shared similar concerns. The problem was, not enough information. With so little to go on, every decision felt like a gamble. Danzo-sama, a message has arrived. While Danzo was brooding over scrolls and reports, Aburame Torun appeared at the door, kneeling on one knee to deliver his report. It's from the land of rain. Oh. Danzo's eyes lit up. He immediately stood up, snatched the scroll from Torun, and gave his order. You're dismissed. Don't let anyone else in. Yes, sir. Once Torun retreated, Danzo opened the scroll and carefully examined it. The handwriting was different, but that didn't matter. The important thing was, the scroll included Hanzo's personal seal and the contents matched what Danzo already knew. So those people left the land of rain, and Hanzo took the chance to seal off the country and hide within a megacure. Coward. But, this aligns with what Jiraiya reported. He's been investigating them too. And tracked them possibly heading toward the land of wind. Danzo fell into silence. Hiruzen had also recently told him to investigate Orochimaru. Danzo had been wondering how to go about that, especially since he did have ties with Orochimaru. But now, Hanzo had conveniently delivered information right into his hands. This will also let me test if this, Hanzo, is the real deal. And give me time to figure out my next move. Meanwhile, in Konoha's training field, Kitagawa General and Might Guy sat together, watching a young boy furiously training in the distance. A kid dressed similarly to Guy himself. Kitagawa General watched the scene unfold, and it was obvious what was going on. Is this the newcomer you've taken under your wing, Guy-sensei? Exactly. Guy nodded enthusiastically and gave General a big thumbs up. This kid might not have your talent, but he's the very definition of slow and steady wins the race. He's got a pure heart, and he's overflowing with youth. Honestly, I see my younger self in him. We were both underdogs who refused to give up. Ha ha ha. I believe he'll become an outstanding ninja one day. That much, I agree with. General nodded. Rock Lee would indeed grow into an excellent shinobi, faithfully inheriting Guy's will. Though Lee's 8 gates technique might never reach Guy's level, he was still someone to be reckoned with. Time flies. Hard to believe another batch of students is about to graduate. It's not that fast. You graduated around this time too, remember? Guy leaned against a tree, smiling fondly. I still remember you as a kid, always following me around, training hard every single day. It's burned into my memory. But you've really grown, General. You became a Chunin last year, and now you're preparing for the Jonin exam. You're truly something else. All earned through sweat and hard work. General snorted, though he quickly glanced around. Where are his 2 teammates? Haven't seen them. They're not here yet. It's not time to assemble. Guy chuckled proudly. But my team isn't to be underestimated. One's a genius from the Hyuga clan, and the other's a kunoichi who's excellent with throwing weapons. Speaking of which, I heard Kakashi didn't take any new students this year. Guess you're running missions with him solo again. Doesn't bother me. I'm used to it. General shrugged. Honestly, he had gotten accustomed to it. Most of the missions they took were anything but ordinary. If they added newbies to the mix, it'd only slow them down. Besides, Kakashi had asked if General wanted to try mentoring some new genin, and Gen had turned it down. Only then had Kakashi dropped the idea. Still, General had a sneaking suspicion that Kakashi never really wanted students anyway. He'd just let General take the blame for the refusal. Time really flies. With Lee and the others graduating now, in another year or so, Naruto will graduate too. When that happens, when the time came, the shinobi world would fall into chaos. The tailed beasts and Jinchuriki would start making their appearances. But for Gen, that would be a golden opportunity. He wouldn't just sit around and wait for those events to unfold. He'd strike first, strike hard, and enjoy the thrill of being a max-level player wrecking noobs in the early game. That moment would be the true test of his years of effort and sweat. After all, in 4 or 5 years, Kagaya Ōtsutsuki and the others will start emerging. Even if she doesn't show up, the other Ōtsutsuki clan members will come looking for Earth within a decade. When that happens, I'll make sure they feel the full force of my fists. With that thought, Kitagawa General clenched his fists tightly. Just then, he spotted Kakashi walking toward him. Yo, Kakashi. Kakashi-sensei. Might Guy and Kitagawa General both noticed Kakashi approaching and waved at him. So you two were here. Kakashi strolled over, holding his signature orange book. He glanced at the distant Lee before smiling. Not bad at all. That kid really reminds me of you. Of course he does. Guy gave a hearty thumbs up, then called Lee over, who was eyeing them curiously. Patting Lee on the back, he laughed. Lee, this is my eternal rival, Hatake Kakashi. He's also Gen's mentor. A truly incredible guy. Hello, Kakashi-sensei. Lee, full of energy, gave Kakashi a respectful bow, his face filled with earnestness. But he couldn't help sneaking a glance at Kitagawa Gen. After all, General was practically a school legend, and not in a good way. Still, his teacher seemed to be on very familiar terms with him. Nice to meet you. Kakashi nodded with a smile. Noticing Lee's strikingly similar appearance to Guy, he gave a sincere congratulations. Congrats, Guy. You finally got your application approved, and you've found a great student. Honestly, he suits you better than Gen ever did. Lee blinked, clearly confused. Guy pursed his lips but soon burst out laughing and patted Lee's shoulder. Of course. Lee and I are both hard-working geniuses. Gen is a natural genius, just like you were back in the day, but I believe Lee will catch up with pure hard work. I won't let you down, sensei. Lee's eyes sparkled with tears of emotion. Guy, deeply moved by the power of youth, was also misty-eyed. Lee. Guy-sensei. In the next second, the two embraced passionately. General and Kakashi shivered at the same time. It was hard to say if it was from emotion, or the overwhelming youthful aura these two exuded. Both of them felt like they'd just walked into a genjutsu, sunshine, beaches, waves. SSSHH. General instinctively took a step to the side and gave Kakashi a suspicious look. Was Guy-sensei always like this? I feel like you're thinking something very rude right now. Kakashi gave him a dead fish stare. Don't pretend you've never seen this. Haven't you trained with him for a long time? I have. That's why I always run away when this happens. General grinned. Then Kakashi changed the subject. Enough about that, get ready. We might have a new mission coming up. A new mission? General raised a brow. Kakashi nodded. New intel just came in. The Ōtsutsuki have been spotted in the Land of Wind. Hokage-sama is currently negotiating with the Cage. If all goes well, we'll be heading out in a few days. That's so. Gen's eyes gleamed with interest. He didn't expect that old geezer Danzo to move so efficiently. And the Land of Wind, now that was a promising location. New side quest unlocked, we all have bright futures. Objective: assist Kakashi and Might Guy in a mission in the Land of Wind. Accept mission. Yes, no, seeing the quest pop up in his system, General blinked. Looks like this mission's going to be fun. Got it. I'll be ready. Kakashi didn't know what General was thinking. He just smiled and said, for now, it's me and you. We're also requesting Guy to join the team. Guy-sensei. General raised a brow, glancing over at Guy still hugging Lee. Isn't he mentoring his new students? What about Jiraiya-sama and Tsunade-sama? Jiraiya-sama has other matters to attend to, and Tsunade-sama needs time to adjust to managing the medical corps, Kakashi explained quietly. As for Guy, he's already had run-ins with the Ōtsutsuki before. His students can wait, he's the ideal choice for this. Fair enough. General nodded. Honestly, Guy was a beast. The guy somehow managed to deal with someone like Hidan, that spoke volumes. Don't worry too much. Kakashi patted General on the shoulder, smiling. No matter what comes our way, we'll handle it. Besides, ever since you joined me, our luck's been turning around. He genuinely believed that. Thinking back to all the painful goodbyes, his loved ones dying in front of him while he could only watch helplessly, Kakashi still felt a deep sorrow. But since taking General on as his student, things had changed. Sure, he might still end up hospitalized more often than not, but at least he wasn't losing the people he cared about anymore. If he had to choose, Kakashi would rather be injured 100 times than suffer through that kind of grief again. After a bit more idle chatter, Kakashi and General said goodbye to Guy and left. Guy-sensei, are you going on a mission? Lee asked curiously after they left. Yeah, Guy replied with a solemn nod. Guy nodded, flashing his signature white fang-like grin. Bit of a surprise, but it's nothing major. I'll be back before you know it. Can't we come too? Lee's eyes lit up with hope, but Guy gently shook his head. Sorry. This one's a direct order from the Hokage. I'm not allowed to bring students. Then why is Gen-senpai going? General, huh? Guy paused at Lee's question, then simply smiled and shook his head again. It wasn't that Gen's history was some kind of secret, he just didn't want to discourage Lee. Gen's record as a shinobi was overwhelming. For a fresh genin like Lee, it might be disheartening to hear. Meanwhile, at the Ōtsutsuki base in Omegakure, Konoha's making their move. Pain looked at Obito and Zetsu, frowning. Is Kitagawa General on their squad? Of course he is, Obito said coldly. That brat never misses these kinds of missions. Just hearing the name General filled Obito with seething frustration. He hated that kid. Is that so? Pain nodded slowly, then muttered, who's going on the mission? If they're not strong enough. I want to go to the Land of Wind myself. A chilling aura spread from him, clearly, his hatred for General hadn't cooled. After all, it was his body, Yahiko's, that had been destroyed by General. That wound would never fully heal. Still, he was giving Obito some face. Obito and the two-faced creep had returned Yahiko's body, after all. At least he's being rational, Black Zetsu thought, relieved. If this were the old Pain, he'd have stormed out already. But Black Zetsu didn't want things getting chaotic. So he stepped in quickly. I recommend none of you get directly involved. Why? Pain frowned, while Zetsu continued. This whole operation was set in motion by Danzo. He's been the one sniffing around for our intel, and I'm sure you're familiar with him. Pain didn't speak, but his killing intent spiked sharply. Of course he knew Danzo. But if we want to eliminate him, we'd have to enter Konoha directly. We could do it, but the consequences would be severe. He's a high-ranking official, after all. Zetsu's lie was half true. The best way to deal with him is to let him believe the intel we leak is real. Then we can feed him false information and gradually lure him into a trap. This whole mission, it's Danzo's doing. We mustn't expose ourselves. Pain and Obito fell silent at that. After a while, Pain asked, if we follow that plan, won't it put Sasori, Kakuzu, and Hidan in danger? Things might spiral out of control. Relax, Zetsu replied. I've already warned them. And besides, Orochimaru is there too. He glanced at Obito, who said nothing, so Zetsu went on. You know how Orochimaru and Konoha are, there'll be no compromise if they meet. Besides, I've discreetly passed intel to the Hidden Cloud as well. Hidden Cloud. Pain raised an eyebrow. HMPH. These great nations are all hypocrites. I bet the fourth Raikage still hasn't gotten over being captured. Not just that, General also sliced off one of his arms. Zetsu muttered, voice low. That grudge runs deep. Even if Konoha and Kumo signed a treaty, they will send people to take revenge. Between them and Orochimaru, our guys will be fine. And they'll get a chance to observe Gen's abilities more closely. He paused, and both Pain and Obito nodded. Intel, that was the key. They'd suffered too many losses to that brat. It was time to understand why. Wait, General cut off the Raikage's arm. Suddenly, Obito seemed to recall something. He looked down at his own missing limb. A strange thought crossed his mind. Does this kid have a thing for arms? He couldn't figure it out, but now wasn't the time. He had too many tasks, like informing the Akatsuki trio and confirming the Hidden Cloud's movements. He was very, very busy. A few days later, border of the Land of Wind and Land of Rivers, we've finally arrived. Guy's eyes sparkled as he gazed across the endless desert dunes. Yeah, we made it. General was just as excited. The Land of Wind was barren and dry, but he immediately sensed something, Minato's flying thunder god mark. It was faint, but close. With a bit more distance closed, he could reach it and inspect its condition. This place is nature's treasure trove, he muttered. His magnet release stirred. It was telling him there was gold to be mined in this desert. Kakashi-sensei, someone's approaching. Just as he was getting excited, he noticed figures approaching in the distance. Probably the Sand Village delegation, Kakashi replied. Let's go greet them. Be polite. They headed toward the newcomers. But just a few steps in, one of the elderly figures in the group suddenly froze. Then, with surprising speed, he charged straight at them, rage painted clearly across his face. You've got some nerve showing your face in Sunagakuer. Prepare yourself, White Fang of Konoha. Wait a minute, why are there two of them? Note for support. If you enjoyed this chapter and would like to see faster updates, please consider showing your support. Your thoughts and encouragement means a lot. Thank you. Lord Raikage, why won't you let me go? Inside the Hidden Cloud Village, Darui wore a disgruntled expression as he confronted the fourth Raikage. Just a few days ago, the village's Anbu had intercepted a piece of intelligence. Akatsuki was suspected of operating in the Land of Wind. At the same time, Konoha had dispatched a squad headed in the same direction. What truly stirred everyone, however, was that one of the people involved was the fourth Raikage's personal nemesis. The defeat and dismemberment of the fourth Raikage had been a national humiliation for Kumogakure. So, without hesitation, they mobilized an elite team. Not just to interfere, but also to seize the opportunity to eliminate some Konoha ninja. Darui, of course, wanted to contribute. Unfortunately, the fourth Raikage wouldn't allow it. Why would you go and stir up trouble? The Raikage shot Darui a glare. With Dodai leading the team, it's enough. You tagging along wouldn't add much. You'd be better off focusing on your storm release training. TCH. Darui still looked unhappy, but the fourth Raikage stood up, not giving him a chance to argue further. That's enough. Go train. I need to check in on Killer B. He paused and added, and listen, Kitagawa General doesn't just know the Flying Thunder God technique, he's also mastered a strange variant of lightning technique. That jutsu rivals even my father's lightning release chakra mode. If you could integrate it into your storm release, you might one day surpass him. Even I find him troublesome to deal with now. Darui didn't argue this time. He knew full well how powerful the third Raikage's lightning armor was, but mastering it wasn't easy. He had only just begun to grasp some of the technique's secrets. Of course, his laziness didn't help. Still, now, he was feeling fired up. Ah, how annoying. More Konoha people. That Danzo guy really isn't ordinary, huh? In the burning desert of the Land of Wind, Hidan trudged along, grumbling under the scorching sun. And how did you even get used to this hellhole before? This mission's more complicated than I expected, Sasori replied flatly, not even glancing at Hidan as he mulled over the unfolding Konoha situation. And to make things worse, that damned snake's in the Land of Wind too. What rotten luck. Looks like we're being used as bait. Kakuzu scowled, clearly annoyed. He had seen through the setup from the beginning. I think we need to approach this differently. Even if someone claims they'll protect us, fighting Kitagawa General is no joke. We don't even know what kind of tricks he still has up his sleeve. This time, we need to test him thoroughly, get some real intel. You want to negotiate? Sasori gave Kakuzu a strange look, silent for a long while before finally nodding. We can try. I still have some assets in Sunagakure. My puppet stock took a hit lately, I can't afford to waste resources. Same. I'm only short on a few components, but I'll manage. Kakuzu revealed just enough of his situation. Only Hidan scoffed, tch. What's there to be afraid of? Just hack him to bits. I ain't scared of that punk. The other two ignored him in unison. They knew Hidan had always been a bit unstable, he'd never truly experienced the terror of facing Kitagawa Gen. If only we had a powerful wind release user, Kakuzu muttered with a sigh. That'd solve a lot of problems for me. Sasori frowned and hesitated before speaking. That might be a problem, I need one too. For puppet crafting. I see. Kakuzu furrowed his brow and, after a brief pause, asked cautiously, do you need the internal organs? Not really. Do you only need the organs? Sasori blinked in surprise and answered in an equally measured tone. Kakuzu nodded after a moment of thought. Looks like we can work together. Indeed. Let's cooperate, then. Just like that, the silent tension between the two lifted. Ninja rarely shared their goals, making it hard to know where alliances could form. But now, they found common ground. Freakin' psychos, Hidan muttered under his breath, completely baffled by their conversation. Still, he didn't dwell on it and instead asked, hey, are either of you listening? Who the hell is this Danzo guy from Konoha? Why does he always know where we are? A rat skulking through the sewers, that's all, Kakuzu replied with disdain. They call him the darkness of the shinobi world, but really he's just a shady backroom operator, Sasori added. Though, now that I think about it, what is it? I heard he's a wind release user. And he's also been famous for a long time. Meanwhile, back at the Sand Village, haha, just kidding. No need to take that seriously. Chio laughed awkwardly in front of Kakashi and the others, playing off her earlier outburst as nothing more than a senior moment. But her eyes kept flicking toward the ninja blade now strapped across someone's back. She could barely suppress the tension in her clenched fists. That sword, it really is White Fang's blade. She hadn't even seen clearly what had happened. Before she knew it, a blade was already pressed against her neck. The speed was so fast that even recalling it now, she found it hard to believe. All she knew was that a kid had made the move. Just who is this brat? Why haven't I heard of him before? Has Konoha produced yet another genius? General, this was just a misunderstanding. Alright, let it go. Chio was inwardly seething, while Kakashi, his expression deadpan like a dying fish, just stared at the old woman in front of him. Even though it felt like his student was taking advantage of the situation, well, it wasn't like this was the first time something like that had happened. Come to think of it, that red sand scorpion, Sasori, and you really are family. He mistook us for enemies too. Kakashi's words hit a nerve. Chio's blood pressure spiked the moment she heard them. HMPH, attacking me on sight without even trying to talk. How utterly unreasonable. Kitagawa General sheathed his blade, nodding in agreement. By the way, do I really look that much like your father, Kakashi-sensei? Now it was Kakashi's turn to feel uncomfortable. Off to the side, Guy simply watched the scene with a grin, staying silent. After all, handling situations like this wasn't his strong suit, better to leave it to Kakashi. Alright, enough small talk. Let's get back to the intel, Kakashi said, shooting a helpless glare at Gen. We need all the information you've got. That organization is extremely dangerous, you know that by now. If we want intel on Sasori, we can't afford to hold back. Though I don't like you people, I'm not that ignorant, Chio snorted before continuing. Unfortunately, we haven't found much yet. The land of wind is vast. If they're hiding here, they're not going to be easy to find. She paused, then added with a touch of self-deprecation, honestly, it's probably even harder to find someone here than in the land of fire. The land of wind was a harsh desert. A sudden gust of wind could erase all traces of movement, making it difficult for even seasoned shinobi to track anything. Even locals struggled under these conditions, and considering its size rivaled the land of fire, tracking anyone down was like searching for a needle in a haystack. This might be more troublesome than we thought, Kakashi muttered, rubbing his temples in frustration. We only know a few things about them. Without your cooperation, it's going to be hard to find anything. I've already sent scouts. If anything turns up, we'll notify you immediately, Chio replied, shaking her head. She was just as helpless in this situation. Why don't you come back to Sunagakuer and rest for a bit? We can plan our next steps together. Kakashi was about to respond when Kitagawa General cut him off. I think we should search on our own first. We've encountered them a few times already, maybe we'll pick up on something. I agree, Guy chimed in, even if he didn't quite understand Gen's reasoning. Kakashi, meanwhile, made the decision on the spot. Then we'll search on our own for now. It'll also give us a chance to get used to the terrain. If that's your decision, so be it, Chio said, frowning but ultimately nodding. She handed Kakashi a signal flare. Watching them walk off into the desert, Chio fell deep into thought. Elder, what do we do now? A Sunagakuer shinobi asked quietly. Should we report to the cage? Go ahead and report to him, Chio replied after a brief pause. Then she too turned and walked into the desert. You keep watch. If anything happens, send a flare immediately. I'll follow and keep an eye on them myself. Someone has to. She didn't trust this group from Konoha, especially not with two of them resembling the infamous White Fang of the Leaf. She couldn't let her guard down. Especially that kid. The thought of Kitagawa Gen's white hair, and that White Fang blade in his hand, ignited a quiet fury within her. Meanwhile, deeper in the desert, General, did you sense something? Kakashi asked in a low voice as he looked back. Guy leaned in curiously too. No, not exactly, Gen replied, glancing around cautiously. But I do have a hunch. I remember reading something back in school, about a nation within the land of wind, located in the south. They say it holds ancient secrets, though no one knows exactly what. And now, with the Ōtsutsuki showing up here for seemingly no reason, maybe it's worth investigating that area. Who knows what they're after? But wouldn't Sunagakuer already be looking into it? Guy asked, puzzled. Maybe, maybe not, General said calmly. The land of wind is huge. You need a starting point somewhere. Besides, he added with a knowing look, I think I sensed the fourth Hokage's flying thunder god mark in that direction. Might as well check it out, right? Huh. You sensed the fourth's marker? Guy asked, wide-eyed. Kakashi stayed quiet for a moment, then nodded. I agree. That place, I remember going there with sensei, but for some reason my memories are fuzzy. A lot of things I just can't recall. Maybe there's really something hidden there, something that even caught the Ōtsutsuki's attention. Either way, it's worth a look. We can pay our respects to sensei while we're at it. Late at night, beneath the moonlight, Orochimaru walked slowly through the ancient streets of Rorin. The once great city now lay in ruins, and he couldn't help but shake his head. Time really is the greatest enemy of this world. No matter how glorious something once was, time will eventually reduce it to nothing. His interest waned. Though there were still some remnants of life in Rorin, they would likely leave soon enough. The Land of Wind had long coveted Rorin's secrets, but because of political optics, they didn't dare make a direct move. So they resorted to surrounding the city, forcing its people to abandon it. The people of Rorin had no love for Sunagakuer either. The fact that they had once sought aid from Konoha rather than their own village spoke volumes. None of that really mattered to Orochimaru. He had once skimmed Minato Namikaze's mission reports and dismissed this place as unimportant. But with Kimamaro's condition worsening, he found himself thinking back to Rorin. Something about this place drew him in, and he wanted to know what it was. If I'm not mistaken, one of Sunagaku's reports mentioned an enormous chakra presence here. Orochimaru licked his lips. Normally, that sort of thing didn't interest him, he preferred biological modification, but with Kimamaro deteriorating, he was willing to try anything. He flared his chakra and instantly appeared at the tower in the center of Rorin. Staring at the structure, he licked his lips again in anticipation. If his guess was right, the secret was inside. He slowly pushed open the heavy doors and stepped in. Upon seeing the sealing formula on the ground, he gave a subtle nod. Especially when he noticed a flying thunder god kunai, Minato's, embedded in the ground. That satisfied him even more. So, this really is the place, he murmured. What exactly did you encounter here, Minato, that made you bury it all?
So thoroughly, he crouched down and began examining the seal, when suddenly, his expression changed. A pulse of chakra spread through the air. He whipped his head around, only to see a lone figure standing in the shadows. When did they get here? The figure stared back in confusion, clearly not expecting to run into someone either. They locked eyes for a long moment, until Orochimaru finally broke the silence. You again? Don't tell me Jiraiya is here too? Why are you people so damn persistent? Seriously, when will it end?
Orochimaru. Looking at the man in front of him, Kitagawa General found the situation increasingly absurd. It seemed, Orochimaru had really been through the ringer, mostly thanks to him and Jiraiya. He recalled Tsunade once mentioning that Orochimaru had approached her likely to treat a sick child. Kimamaro. Back in the land of hot water, it was Kitagawa who had backed Kimamaro into a corner. Then in the land of sound, it was Jiraiya who intercepted Orochimaru. And now, here he was again, running into Orochimaru at the Dragon Vein of all places. But why was Orochimaru here? Where's Jiraiya? Orochimaru rasped, clearly unaware of Kitagawa's internal thoughts. Have him come out. Surely he wouldn't send a junior to deal with me alone. Though those were his words, Orochimaru's expression grew more serious. He was familiar with Jiraiya's tactics, troublesome, but manageable. But this boy was another matter. So far, all he knew about Kitagawa General was that he resembled the second Hokage in both demeanor and combat tactics. Cunning, devious, unafraid to use any method. Not to mention, he had Sage Mode, Flying Thunder God, and that devastating technique, Purple Lightning. Frankly, Orochimaru would rather deal with Jiraiya. Ah, well, Lord Jiraiya isn't here. Want me to go back to Konoha and fetch him? Kitagawa offered playfully, but then quickly shook his head. Actually, that might be a bit of a problem. We are a bit far from the village. I'm more curious, why are you here? Shouldn't I ask you the same? Orochimaru's eyes narrowed. Isn't this place supposed to be off limits for both Konoha and Sunagaku? I came because I noticed you. That was a blatant lie. He didn't notice squat. He had come here with one clear goal, the Dragon Vein, a gift from nature. It would be a crime not to investigate or even borrow a little. Under the cover of night, he had used a shadow clone and flying thunder god to sneak out. How could he have known Orochimaru would also be here? Is that so? Orochimaru clearly didn't buy the excuse. His gaze darkened. Then let's test that. Without warning, he raised his hand. Kunai shot out in a flash, aimed at Kitagawa. In the blink of an eye, he weaved hand signs, his chakra flaring violently. Ninjutsu. Shadow Shuriken clone technique. The kunai in the air multiplied rapidly, forming a deadly barrage like a rainstorm. To make matters worse, Kitagawa noticed many of them were tied with explosive tags. Earth style. Earth wall. With one hand forming a seal, Kitagawa raised a wall of earth to block the incoming storm. He sighed, if Orochimaru had someone close to him, he could have pulled some psychological tricks. But oh well. As the explosive kunai slammed into the earth wall, Kitagawa instantly activated Flying Thunder God. Boom. A massive explosion lit up the tower, reducing the wall to rubble and tearing a hole through the structure. Yet, as the blast faded, Kitagawa appeared behind Orochimaru, his blade, the white fanged short sword, already swinging for the head. You've picked the wrong place to start a fight with me. The blade sliced through, but Orochimaru's body crumbled into dirt. You think I wouldn't prepare, knowing you can use Flying Thunder God? Orochimaru's cold voice came from the side. Ninjutsu. Formation of 10,000 snakes. In an instant, countless serpents surged from the ground, hissing and lunging at Kitagawa. The air filled with a pungent stench as venomous snakes slithered in from all directions. Poison, huh? Kitagawa raised an eyebrow. Around every Flying Thunder God mark, he now saw snakes. Orochimaru had laid a trap. The snakes opened their mouths, swords launched out, shooting straight toward Kitagawa. Nice idea. A regular ninja would have been done for by now. But me, a surge of purple lightning erupted from his body. Crackling with immense power, the violent lightning burned away the poison in the air and electrocuted every snake into charred husks before they could reach him. Then, as if guided by will, the lightning arced toward Orochimaru. Even Orochimaru flinched. He could feel Kitagawa's chakra shifting, natural energy surged wildly around him, and that devastating purple lightning now cloaked his entire form. Sage mode, enlightening chakra mode. Orochimaru was dumbfounded. When did this kid learn lightning chakra mode? But there was no time to dwell. Kitagawa had already closed the distance. That glowing short blade slashed toward Orochimaru's head. Boom. The impact rocked the tower, sending shockwaves through its foundations and slicing open the weakened structure. That speed and strength, and that lightning, this brat is harder to deal with than Jiraiya. Orochimaru rolled through the debris, cursing. From his mouth, he spat out the Kusanagi sword, gripped it, and launched a slash. Clang. General easily blocked it. While holding off the strike, he curiously eyed Orochimaru. You know, I've always wondered, if Jiraiya-san can use Sage Mode, why can't you? You trained together, didn't you? That question clearly struck a nerve. It's not that he didn't want to learn Sage Mode. He simply couldn't. TCH. Instead of asking me, how about explaining yourself? Orochimaru growled as he pushed forward and quietly gathered chakra. Konoha shinobi shouldn't be here. Don't feed me crap about discovering me. What's your real reason? Sorry to disappoint, but I'm being honest. General smiled as he kept up the pressure. We came here for you, Orochimaru. Since you're part of Akatsuki, we were tracking your movements. And conveniently, there's this Konoha faction called Root that recently found a lead on the Akatsuki. So, here we are. Akatsuki. Root. Orochimaru froze. Wasn't I kicked out of Akatsuki long ago? Why am I still on their radar? Could it be someone was trying to frame him? Well, if the intel's right, then I'm afraid you're our guy. Gen's smile was calm, but his chakra exploded again, this time more violent than before. Orochimaru's eyes narrowed. This kid's chakra reserves, were they even bigger than expected? He had no time to think. He had to hold his ground. The tower shook again as the two clashed, sword against sword, chakra against chakra. Orochimaru's skill and chakra depth made him a terrifying opponent. But Kitagawa Gen, empowered by Sage Mode and Purple Lightning, not to mention a recent Bloodline boost, was utterly ferocious. His attacks were only growing more overwhelming. Boom. 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 The already fragile tower could no longer withstand the fight. The top half was completely obliterated. Debris rained down, slamming into the ground below, while chakra shockwaves stirred up blinding clouds of sand. From afar, it looked like a disaster zone. And through the sandstorm, Orochimaru's figure tumbled violently. What's going on? Ursuna Nin attacking. Everyone, head to the underground shelters. The survivors of Rorin had already realized something was wrong. They rushed for cover, though a few curious ones glanced up, only to be dragged away quickly. Meanwhile, far from the chaos, Kakashi and Guy, resting by an oasis in preparation for visiting Rorin the next day, stared wide-eyed at the distant explosion. Kakashi's gaze slowly turned to Gen's shadow clone, realization dawning. It's you, isn't it? That's your clone right now. Yeah, Kitagawa's clone looked rather embarrassed. He hadn't expected his real body to pick a fight in the middle of nowhere. I just wanted to scout ahead a bit. The fourth Hokage left a marker here, so I figured why not check it out early. Looks like I came to the right place. So your real body ran into Akatsuki. Guy's eyes lit up, fists clenched in excitement. Then let's get over there right now. You should have told us first. Kakashi sighed, rubbing his temples. Still, it wasn't a big deal. Kitagawa had acted independently, but it seemed like the right call. Let's go. Who knows what's happening over there? Right. Let's. Huh. Kitagawa's clone suddenly turned, alert. In the distance, three figures approached through the night. All wore long cloaks, black, adorned with red clouds. That's. Kakashi's eyes widened. They'd definitely come to the right place. No wonder things got so loud, it's you lot. Kakuzu sneered, glaring at them with hatred. Sasori immediately pulled out a scroll to summon his puppets. Kakashi and Guy snapped into combat readiness. None of these three were easy to deal with. But at that moment, Hidan's eyes suddenly lit up. Hey, Kappa. Yeah, you. Huh. Me. Guy blinked, puzzled at the strange man pointing at him. Yeah, you. Hidan nodded seriously. I've been wondering something for a while now. Mind clearing it up for me? I heard you were second to last in your class, right? So who the hell was the dead last in your year? Hidan's words left everyone present in utter shock. Especially Kakuzu, who stared at Hidan with a disbelieving expression. He simply couldn't comprehend why this lunatic would ask such a ridiculous question at a moment like this. Even on Konoha's side, Kakashi gave Hidan a dead fish stare, while Kitagawa Gen's shadow clone looked momentarily dumbfounded. My guy, though already aware of Hidan's insanity, hadn't expected his condition to be this severe. You guys, don't you know him? Guy asked after a long pause, clearly in disbelief. Hidan's eyes lit up with excitement. You do. Tell me. Who is he? Looks like. Guy began, only to be interrupted by a voice echoing from the distance. Sasori. So it really is you. At that voice, Sasori raised an eyebrow and turned toward the distant figure. Moments later, he sighed and muttered, Granny. It's you. The approaching figure was none other than Chio, whose mastery over the desert terrain made tracking anyone almost effortless. She had originally been suspicious upon seeing Kakashi's team heading toward the ruins of Rorin, unsure if Konoha was interested in the area or if members of the Ōtsutsuki were present. But upon sensing the massive chakra signature from afar, she rushed over, only to find Sasori himself. He was not using Hiriko this time. After Kitagawa General had destroyed it, he hadn't yet found a replacement. So his true form, his original face, was laid bare before everyone, unaltered by time. As she looked at her grandson, Chio couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion. I heard, it was you who assassinated the third Kage. After a long silence, she finally asked, her voice tinged with sorrow. Sasori rolled his neck casually and smirked. Yeah, that was me. He's one of my artworks now. You've changed completely, Chio said, a deep sadness filling her expression as she looked at the grandson who had clearly walked down a dark path. Maybe I never should have taught you puppetry. How fragile. I don't think I've ever seen you make that face before, Sasori replied indifferently, though a flicker of emotion passed through his eyes. Looks like age is catching up with you. Even your mind is softening. It's only natural, Chio replied, taking a deep breath and steadying herself. After all, it was by my own hands that you turned into what you are. It's only right that I be the one to end this. With that, she tossed a signal flare onto the ground, clearly unwilling to let anyone interfere in what was to come. How amusing, Sasori sneered. If you hadn't planted the seed, would I ever have followed this path? The smirk faded from his face, replaced with cold indifference. I never stopped moving forward. But you've changed. One of those people by your side is Hatake Sakumo's son, and the other inherited his blade. How can you stand beside them? Chio fell silent. In truth, she had never stopped either. She had even crossed a forbidden line. For the sake of resurrecting her son and daughter-in-law, she had developed the self-reincarnation technique. But the technique's cost, and the possible consequences of its exposure, had made her realize, if made public, it could bring disaster not only to Sunagakur but to the entire land of wind. Let's go, she said solemnly. Show me how strong you've become. HMPH. The current me, Sasori unfurled a scroll with a jerk. The reconstructed third Kage puppet appeared in a flash, and the jet-black iron sand surged into action, has long surpassed you in puppetry. Boom, 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 the clash between the two puppet masters erupted instantly, the deafening blasts echoing through the desert. Move, Kakashi shouted, pulling Guy out of the way while calling out to Gen. Dispel your clone and focus on the battle over there, also, let your real body know what's going on. Understood, the shadow clone replied with a nod. Kakashi-sensei, Guy-sensei, you both have my marked kunai. If you're in danger, just call me. Right before vanishing, the clone added, be careful. Poof! With a puff of smoke, the shadow clone dispersed. Kakashi and Guy turned toward the approaching Kakuzu and Hidan. TCH, just a clone, Kakuzu grunted. That means the real one is fighting elsewhere, probably against Orochimaru. What a shame. I wanted to kill him myself. Orochimaru. Kakashi's face darkened, though his trust in Kitagawa General remained absolute. After all, if General really wanted to, he could return to their side at any time. There's nothing to worry about there. For now, let's take care of you. HMPH. Arrogant fool. Kakuzu's chakra flared violently. I may not be at full strength yet, but I don't need to be to deal with you. He charged forward, and Kakashi met him head-on, kunai in hand. HMPH. Looks like it's just you and me again, Kappa man, Hidan sneered, pointing his scythe at Guy. So, are you gonna tell me now? Beat me, and I'll think about it. Guy didn't bother responding to this lunatic anymore, he was already thinking about how to deal with him. Also, he was trying to remember, who was that dead last from back in the day again? Wasn't it some guy with spiky hair? Fine by me, Hidan laughed, leaping forward eagerly. Let's go. Meanwhile, at an oasis in the Wind Country desert, over 20 cloud shinobi lay hidden, some meditating, others scanning the surroundings from the shadows, clearly operating with elite coordination. Even in a foreign land, their caution was absolute. Captain, what's our next move? A shinobi quietly asked Troy, their squad leader, a powerful ninja with the rare magnet release Kekkei Genkei. Their unit had crossed a vast distance to arrive here unnoticed, but they were running into difficulties. The Wind Country's harsh terrain and sparse population made finding their targets nearly impossible. Any updates from the Anbu? Troy rubbed his temples. Didn't they say Konoha forces entered the area? So why haven't we heard anything? We've tried contacting them multiple times, but nothing, it's like they vanished. Could they have been discovered by Suna? Someone asked. No way to tell. We'll have to rely on ourselves now, Troy replied grimly. Though the fourth Raikage had told them to prioritize safety, this mission was a matter of honor for Kumogakure. They were prepared to die if necessary, whether for intel or for a shot at killing Konoha shinobi, but they couldn't even find the enemy. That wasn't sustainable. Captain. Movement. A sensory ninja suddenly rushed over. South of here, a massive chakra disturbance. Also, a group of about 30 shinobi is heading in that direction. 30. South, you say, Troy narrowed his eyes and made a decision. Everyone, get ready to move. Whatever's going on, we'll check it out. Yes, sir. The Cloud Ninja mobilized quickly, finally, a lead. At the same time, another group was moving, a secret Suna unit. Lord Yura, has Lord Sasori begun his battle already? One of the shinobi asked. They were all Sasori's subordinates, each activated through brain manipulation, part of his human puppet art. Not sure, Yura responded after a pause. But we need to be careful, Chio's headed that way too. Strange she hasn't used a signal flare. We should hurry, Lord Sasori must not be kept waiting. Yes, sir. Back at the Rorin ruins, the battle between Kitagawa General and Orochimaru was only growing fiercer. The ceiling tower of the Dragon Vein had already been reduced to rubble. Their clash now surged across the open desert, wind and sand churning in violent waves. What's going on with this kid? Orochimaru swung his sword again, gritting his teeth. Every time I get a clean strike, something pulls or diverts me. Is this some kind of technique? He had already noticed. Gen's raw power was absurd, but he was still a fresh graduate. His battle experience couldn't compare to Orochimaru's, so Orochimaru had tried to exploit that, only to find his attacks subtly deflected each time. It's like an invisible force is interfering. Just like, back then, when I fought Pain, but Gen's entire body was cloaked in purple lightning, making it impossible to tell. And then, you're getting distracted. Gen's voice rang out behind him. Orochimaru's eyes widened. He swung his Kusanagi blade in a wide arc, but Gen's white fanged short blade was faster. Shing, Orochimaru's arm was sliced clean off. But as it fell, General spotted something. An explosive tag. Ha! Orochimaru grinned. The severed limb detonated immediately, the shockwave sending even him flying, but he used the blast to escape. Landing with difficulty, his right arm gone, Orochimaru scanned the battlefield. His left hand was already forming a jutsu sign. There you are. He gathered his chakra rapidly, lungs inflating unnaturally. Fire style. Multiple fire dragon flame bullet. Massive fire dragons erupted from his mouth, crashing toward the earth. At that moment, General reappeared. With narrowed eyes, he brought his blade down. Boom, 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 scorching flames exploded outward. Orochimaru was blasted back, his body in tatters, one leg gone, his shoulder almost sheared off, face half peeled to reveal a stranger's bloody visage underneath. Still, his eyes stayed locked on the battlefield. Because the flames had suddenly dispersed, something had shattered them. From within the storm, Kitagawa General reappeared, standing unscathed. I knew it, Orochimaru was battered, but his eyes burned with manic fascination. No wonder my attacks were always diverted. You really do have some kind of special jutsu. Truly worthy of the title of one of the 3 legendary Sannin, General said, genuinely impressed. Your decisiveness is terrifying. Orochimaru had used his own arm as a trap, sacrificing it without hesitation. And not only that, knowing General might have marked him with Flying Thunder God, he'd intentionally detonated a jutsu point blank. You flatter me, Orochimaru rasped, licking his lips. Few people have ever injured me like this. But if I'm not careful, he opened his mouth unnaturally wide, and a new Orochimaru, covered in mucus, slithered out. Though his chakra was nearly depleted, he still wouldn't back down. With a raspy laugh, he said, let's continue. Kitagawa General lightly twirled the ninja blade in his hand, then raised his head to gaze at the moon. A faint smile curved his lips. Well, this works too. It's the perfect chance to test things out. Damn it, you damn Kappa. Why are you still such a freak? Elsewhere on the battlefield, Kakashi and Guy stood back to back, panting heavily as they stared down Kakuzu and Hidan in the distance. This duo had put immense pressure on them. They had to remain sharp, fully alert. Across from them, Hidan was cursing loudly as he twisted his neck and arms, clearly still shaken from Guy's earlier focused assault. That lunatic's regeneration is off the charts, Guy muttered, watching Hidan warily. And we absolutely cannot let his weapon touch us, I'm sure it's poisoned. I know. That guy's manageable, but Kakuzu from Takigakure. Kakashi said grimly, his heart's recovered. Taking him out won't be easy. Got any ideas? A few techniques to try, but I'll need some time. No problem, Guy nodded without hesitation. He had unwavering trust in his old friend. Hidan, keep him busy at the front. I'll attack from the rear. Get ready. Kakuzu ordered, wasting no words. Neither Kakashi nor Guy were easy to handle, and their teamwork was beginning to overwhelm even him. Still, at least it wasn't like facing Kitagawa Gen, there was no constant threat of Flying Thunder God jutsu here. Got it. Hidan grinned, having realigned his broken bones. Time to die, punks. He charged forward. Kakashi immediately threw several kunai in response. Earth style. Earth wall. Kakuzu slammed his hands onto the ground, raising a defensive wall behind Hidan. The kunai themselves weren't a concern, but the explosive tags on them certainly were. Boom. 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 The wall crumbled under the blasts. Hidan charged through, spinning his scythe menacingly. Leaf whirlwind. Guy shouted and launched a powerful kick. Hidan was ready, blocking with his scythe, but Guy had already opened the 6th gate. His strength was on another level. The impact sent Hidan flying, but Kakuzu's jutsu came in hot. Fire style. Flame mask explosion. A sea of flames roared toward Guy. Kakashi had no choice but to counter. Wind style. Great breakthrough. A fierce wind surged out. It held the fire back for a moment, but wind also fueled fire. In an instant, the flames became even more ferocious. Thankfully, it was just enough time for Guy to pull back. But Hidan wasn't finished. Kappa freak. I'm back. Don't forget to tell me who the real deadweight is before you die. You're insane. Guy muttered, baffled by Hidan's obsession. Still, he charged forward once more, undaunted. Now. Kakashi took a deep breath, his Mangekyo Sharingan spinning rapidly. He pulled out a kunai. Hidan's manageable. The real threat is Kakuzu. Take him down, and we win. ZZZZT. Lightning flickered across the kunai. Kakashi focused his chakra until it surged with electricity, and something darker, more ominous, began to pulse within it. He hurled the kunai with incredible force. Whoosh. It flew, cloaked in lightning, and embedded within it was a trace of black chakra, dancing wildly. Guy, move! Kakashi shouted, already feeling drained. HMPH. Guy landed a solid punch to Hidan's gut, sending him flying, then leapt aside. The kunai shot past him, straight at Kakuzu. Kakuzu's eyes widened. Even with his reflexes, the lightning-infused kunai was too fast. He twisted, throwing up an arm to block, but then his expression changed dramatically. The kunai exploded with unnatural suction, threatening to tear him apart. Did it work? Guy asked, returning to Kakashi's side, watching as Kakuzu's form distorted under the force. I don't know, but it should've. Kakashi's Mangekyo was shut tight, his breathing heavy. The technique was something he had developed recently, immensely powerful, but costly. ARRRGH. Space twisted. Kakuzu roared in rage as three grotesque creatures burst from his body, his reserve hearts, sucked into the void and erased by the distortion. But in that brief opening, Kakuzu managed to leap free, narrowly escaping. Damn you! He glared murderously at Kakashi and Guy. The hearts he had just regained were gone again. You're all dead men. This is bad, Kakashi muttered, staring at the furious Kakuzu and the lurking Hidan. Really bad. Boom boom boom. Suddenly, thunderous explosions erupted across the barren desert. Dust filled the air, thick enough to blot out the moonlight. What the hell? Kakashi turned toward the source, face darkening. Is General in trouble? Hey. Kakashi. Guy said uncertainly, glancing up. Is it just me, or is the moon a little too bright tonight? Elsewhere on the battlefield, Sasori stood surrounded by the third cage and countless puppets. He looked down at the exhausted Chio, who had few puppets left. Looks like you've truly aged, Granny. You had several chances to strike, but you hesitated. The old you wouldn't have. Maybe. People soften with age. But it's too late. My useless grandson is beyond saving. Chio stared at the iron sand in her mechanical arm. It interfered with her control, iron sand from the third cage. And now, there was nothing she could do. A loss is still a loss. People have to move forward, especially when they have a goal. Sasori looked up, emotionless, though his gaze flickered toward the distant chaos. A massive serpent-like shadow rampaged, each twist of its body like an A-rank Earth-style jutsu. The desert trembled with each move. The rising sand clouds echoed like the wails of the land itself. Can't believe that wretched snake's getting his moment to shine. Sasori scoffed, glancing up. Beautiful moonlight tonight. Even with all this dust, bright as ever. Might be the perfect time to bury you, Granny. Don't you think so? Near the ruins of Roran, the cloud ninja stared at the massive serpent in the distance. Some swallowed hard. They recognized their opponent. That's Orochimaru, right? From the Akatsuki. And he's fighting someone from Konoha. Troy remained calm. He watched the purple figure dancing across the sand. He knew that was the same brat who had hurt the Raikage. This is our chance. We strike now and eliminate them all. No survivors. He glanced at the sky, eyes narrowing. After all, they're all Konoha ninjas. And all suspected of attacking the Raikage. Killing them serves our interests. Understood. None of the Cloud Shinobi hesitated. Troy turned back to the battlefield. Weird, the moon's really bright tonight. Perfect day for a funeral. Meanwhile, the Sand Ninja had also arrived. That's Orochimaru. Yura muttered, then shook his head. Get ready. Tonight, we send them all to the afterlife. Yes. These Sand Shinobi were all fanatics, devoted to Sasori. For him, they would do anything. On the battlefield, Orochimaru stood atop Manda's head, drenched and bloodied, scanning the surroundings. He had new wounds, evidence of just how troublesome Kitagawa General had been. That repulsion, that suction, what kind of technique is this? He stared intently at Kitagawa General below. Earlier, General had scattered a dozen kunai and launched a flying thunder god-style blitz. Even Manda had struggled. Orochimaru had been caught off guard several times, nearly decapitated. This brat. I didn't expect him to be this much trouble. He cursed internally. Facing Jiraiya would have been easier. Then, his eyes narrowed. From both flanks, large groups of shinobi were charging toward them. His brows furrowed. But before he could react, the two forces opened fire, on him. Lightning style. False darkness. Wind style. Wind blade. Fire style. Fireball jutsu. Earth style. Earth dragon bullet. A barrage of ninjutsu poured toward them like a meteor shower, along with countless kunai. Orochimaru clenched his teeth. Gen-kun, looks like we've got unwanted company. He formed hand signs quickly. A massive earth wall rose. Across the field, Kitagawa General did the same. Despite his anger, Orochimaru smirked through clenched teeth. Looks like our battle is over, Actually. General clapped the dust from his hands and stood tall, staring at the incoming forces. Cloud. Sand. He didn't recognize many, but their intent was clear. This is just perfect. It's been an honor to fight you, Orochimaru. Your tactics might not suit me, but your combat instincts taught me a lot. Boom. Ninjutsu and explosions ripped into the earthen walls, beginning to collapse under the onslaught. Behind them surged waves of frenzied shinobi. Which is why, in the swirling dust, General slowly rose into the air. Orochimaru's eyes widened in disbelief. Flying. How? Even Manda growled uneasily, trying to retreat, but Orochimaru held firm. I've prepared this for so long, Orochimaru-sama. Wouldn't it be a shame if you didn't appreciate it? General, breathing hard, looked up. The moonlight pierced through the choking sand, illuminating the battlefield. Orochimaru's heart skipped a beat. Something was descending with the moonlight, a force invisible yet suffocating, light yet heavy. And in that instant, a flash of brilliance erupted. For Orochimaru, there was only one sensation. The sky was falling. The earth was collapsing. On the moon. Inside the temple, the three elders sat in solemn meditation, instructing Tonari in his studies. Although Tonari had been born without eyes, his potential was boundless. To these three elders, he was the last, best hope of their lineage. Even though he lived in darkness, he had been raised with strict discipline, never allowed the slightest bit of laziness. Tonari, the great elder said, watching the boy gasp for breath, I know things are difficult now, but once you obtain your eyes, you'll be able to wield the power of the Tenseigen. Endure a little longer. Work hard. The will of our ancestors, and the future of the world, rests upon your shoulders. I understand. I won't let anyone down, Tonari replied with a firm nod. He had grown up hearing these words. And he had been working toward that goal all his life. Even though being blind meant his efforts cost him far more than others, he had never once complained. Good. All three elders nodded in approval, clearly pleased with his mindset. But just then, the great elder muttered. All three suddenly sensed something. Even Tonari noticed the shift. They turned toward the Tenseigen, which had always floated in quiet slumber, but now it surged with activity. Golden chakra pulsed through it, rolling like ocean waves. It had been activated again. It had been over a month since the Tenseigen was last disturbed. Since then, they had largely recovered their strength and had been patiently waiting for whoever had stolen its power to make another move. And now, it seemed, that moment had finally come. Is it that person again? Asked the third elder, the most radical of the three. He quickly stepped forward, voice low and tense. He's finally here. Don't rush, the great elder said calmly. After a moment of contemplation, he raised his hand, letting his chakra begin to circulate. Help me. I need to observe the situation more closely. Understood. The second and third elders nodded and quickly formed hand seals to assist him in synchronizing with the Tenseigen. In an instant, aided by their support, the great elder's consciousness extended through the giant eye's power, gazing down upon the ninja world below. Distance ceased to matter. In just a few breaths, his vision had crossed from the moon to the battlefield in the land of wind. But what he saw there left him stunned. What is it? What did you find? The second and third elders asked, noticing his hesitation. That place, the great elder said, frowning deeply. Something strange is happening. A massive surge of natural energy has suddenly appeared and is shrouding everything. I can't see a thing. That's never happened before. And the Tenseigen's power, it's not being channeled into a person this time. This is bad. His expression suddenly darkened. That person, they're using the Tenseigen to attack a location completely saturated in natural energy. Have they gone mad? The Forbidden Lands. The third elder's eyes lit up. He lowered his voice. Why don't we help him? This could be a good opportunity to figure out what those places really are. No. Before the great elder could respond, the second elder immediately cut in. Did you forget what our ancestors wrote in the records? Even if we want to look, haven't you noticed? The Tenseigen is consuming far too much power. It's affecting us. And more importantly, Our control over it is slipping. As the chakra surging into the giant Tenseigan grew more intense, the eye's rotation had already begun to exceed safe limits. Even though this chakra wasn't enough to overwhelm the eye directly, such erratic operation was bound to cause serious consequences. Worse still, their control over the Tenseigan was weakening. It felt as if some higher authority was forcefully stealing the reins. If not for their proximity and mastery of secret techniques, they would have lost all control already. Enough arguing, we need to take back control, the great elder said grimly after a long silence. We don't know what's really happening down there. All we can do now is wait for further developments. But we must stop the Tenseigan's rampage. And we absolutely cannot lose control of it. We cannot allow a second demonic statue of the outer path to appear. Damn it, what the hell is going on? The third elder cursed, glaring at the still surging Tenseigan, but none of them had a viable solution. None of them noticed the subtle change in Tonari's expression. He had always been deeply attuned to the Tenseigan, and he was destined to master it one day. Now, he could feel it, there was another chakra present. A familiar force, incredibly close to his own, was subtly influencing the eye. That chakra flowed silently, yet surged with terrifying power, descending upon the desert of the land of wind with the light of the moon. Boom, boom, boom. A violent explosion of chakra tore through the landscape. What began as faint starlight suddenly burst outward with terrifying intensity, an unstoppable wave of power engulfing everything in its path. The ground quaked under the pressure. Sand erupted into the sky. Cracks split open the earth like jagged scars, and even though sand tried to fill the gaps, it couldn't bury the devastation. Blinding white light flashed again and again, illuminating the gray skies like midday sun. The brilliance was so intense, no one could keep their eyes open. Nearby, the ancient city of Roran was instantly swept up in the shockwave. Its outer walls and towering spires crumbled like paper in the wind. And the destruction didn't stop, it surged deeper into the city, consuming high-rise buildings one after another. Damn it. What the hell is going on? At the heart of the battlefield, many shinobi from the hidden cloud and sand village had just arrived and hadn't even figured out the situation, before their bodies were ripped apart by the light. Some managed a cry of confusion, others couldn't even scream before they were utterly erased by the searing energy. Damn it. Orochimaru cursed under his breath. Without hesitation, he commanded Manda to open its mouth. In one swift movement, he leapt inside. At the same time, he had Manda perform reverse summoning jutsu, attempting to escape the disaster. But it was too late. The white light engulfed Manda's body before it could vanish. Orochimaru, you bastard. Manda let out one last anguished roar before it, too, was swallowed by the blinding radiance. The surging energy continued to spread, even affecting the distant parts of the battlefield. Sasori immediately sensed something was wrong. But before he could react, the pale, moonlight-like beam of white chakra had already engulfed his puppet, engulfing it in flames. What is this? Sasori's face filled with confusion and shock. Acting quickly, he maneuvered his puppets to form a human wall, commanding the third cage to unleash magnet release. Iron sand wall. But the destructive force of this energy wave far exceeded his expectations. Even with his rapid response, it was too late. The white light pierced through the iron sand and swept through all of his puppets. Buzz, his carefully crafted puppets were obliterated one after another, burning and crumbling in a cascade of destruction. In mere seconds, almost all of his combat-ready puppets had been reduced to ash. Even his newly rebuilt body was shattered under the blast, scattering parts, weapons, and even his own puppet was all over the sand. Damn it, what the hell is going on? Sasori's eyes turned red with fury. He had poured so much effort into rebuilding himself, and now, it was all gone. But this wasn't the time to grieve. Without hesitation, he controlled the third cage to fly into the air. Though damaged, the puppet was still functional. This is my only chance. As the puppet ascended, he launched his core into its body. For a puppet like him, the physical frame could be discarded. As long as the core remained intact, he could always rebuild. Did the dragon vein erupt? Chio, witnessing the devastation, immediately began retreating. Still, she couldn't help but wonder. This level of destruction, only a dragon vein eruption could explain it. Not that she had time to think. Even with Sasori absorbing part of the impact, the overwhelming energy was already upon her. So this is the dragon vein. It's even more terrifying than a tailed beast bomb. Chio had witnessed countless battles and had seen the power of the tailed beasts firsthand. But even she was shaken. She glanced at the cracked, fragmented earth, then made a split-second decision. Puppet art. Light shield seal. She summoned every remaining puppet she had, rapidly weaving hand signs. Instantly, her puppets gathered and transformed their chakra into a massive protective shield. As she braced against the shockwave, she seized the moment to leap into a nearby crevice that had torn open in the sand. Still, her body was battered and bruised by the impact. You damn bastards. You all deserve to die. On another part of the battlefield, Kakuzu roared in fury. He had just lost 3 more hearts to another sneak attack. Only 1 life remained, and he was forcing himself to stay calm. Suddenly, a thunderous quake erupted from a distance. Moments later, an invisible wave of energy swept across the battlefield, stirring up an enormous sandstorm as it surged toward them. Kakuzu's face instantly turned pale. Even Kakashi and Guy, who were observing from afar, realized something was very wrong. Before they could react, their figures flickered and disappeared from where they stood. Hey! Where the hell did you go? You still owe me an answer. Hidan shouted furiously, but then he too noticed the oncoming wave of destruction. What the hell? He scratched his head, just as his supposedly immortal body began to break apart. What's happening? Within Kamui's dimension, Uchiha Obito was making his way toward the Land of Wind. He was planning to ensure Kakuzu's team survived. But now, 3 strange, hideous creatures suddenly appeared in front of him. These look like Kakuzu's creations. Wait, Kakashi. A realization hit Obito like lightning. This must have been Kakashi's doing, using his own Sharingan power against him. Damn it, he couldn't afford to waste any more time. His Mangekyo Sharingan spun, and in a flash of distorted space, he vanished. He emerged moments later at the location Black Zetsu had given him. But just as he peeked out from the warped space, a torrent of white light came surging toward him. So this is the power of the Tenseigan. On the other side of the battlefield, Kitagawa General stood beside Kakashi and Guy, staring in awe at the scene before them. He had known that the giant Tenseigan could unleash devastating attacks, like a planetary cannon. But after accessing the eye using the special Tenseigan authority he possessed, he had decided to fire one massive shot. The results, however, were more terrifying than expected. It felt comparable to a fully powered slash from Uchiha Madara's perfect Susanoo, or a full-force blast from the 9 tails, or even the 10 tails. Suddenly, Kitagawa's expression shifted. He felt the energy link with the moon abruptly sever. The white light slowly faded, and the destruction of the ancient city of Roran finally came to a halt. General, what the hell just happened? Kakashi and Guy stared at the aftermath in disbelief, turning toward Kitagawa in confusion. I don't know either. Kitagawa quickly put on a look of feigned innocence. Then, as if struck by inspiration, his eyes lit up and he pointed into the distance. But I'm guessing it's that thing over there. When I was scouting earlier, I saw Orochimaru messing with some kind of seal. I think he accidentally unleashed this energy. That thing. Kakashi and Guy turned to look, spotting a strange chakra mist rising from within Roran. Kitagawa nodded solemnly. His timing was perfect. Everything was the Dragon Bane's fault. It had nothing to do with him. Not even a little. So, what exactly is that thing? Might Guy stared into the distance, baffled. He had no idea what was going on. Kakashi, however, frowned and replied, I'm not sure either. I told you before, my memories have been sealed. Most likely, it was done by my teacher. If that's the case, then whatever it is must be incredibly important. Kakashi truly couldn't recall. Minato's sealing techniques were no joke. Should I go check it out? Kitagawa Gen's eyes gleamed as he made the suggestion, but Kakashi and Guy rejected the idea in unison. No way. Even with the Flying Thunder God, you'd have trouble dealing with that chakra. Didn't you feel the explosion just now? That explosion. Totally my fault. Wait, no, it was all Orochimaru's fault. Don't worry, Kakashi-sensei, Guy-sensei, General said, rising to his feet with a smile and a shake of his head. I know what that energy is. It's natural energy, Senjutsu chakra. It may be dangerous, but it won't affect me. He wasn't joking. With the eruption of the Ryumyaku's energy, he had identified its true nature. Are you sure it's safe? Kakashi was still uneasy, and Guy mirrored his concern. Gen responded calmly, it should be fine. That explosion was likely caused by the energy being bottled up for too long with no proper outlet. But now, look, it's much more stable. As he spoke, General turned toward the distance. There, the Ryumyaku chakra surged violently. The surrounding area was a storm of sand and shattered rock, like a natural disaster in motion. Kakashi and Guy stared at him, speechless. Gen looked a bit sheepish. Okay, maybe not that stable. But still, definitely better than earlier. I wouldn't risk my own life unless I was sure. Then go. I know you'll go regardless of what I say. Kakashi had come to understand Gen's nature. If he didn't want to do something, he'd follow orders to the letter. But once he did want something, no one could stop him. Be careful. Promise me you'll be careful. Don't worry. If anything goes wrong, I'll be back in an instant. General smiled. The next second, his figure vanished. He had used the Flying Thunder God technique to teleport. You really trust him that much? Guy asked as General disappeared. Kakashi dropped to the ground with a heavy sigh. He should be fine. Besides, we need to rest. Those two enemies we fought weren't easy to handle. Kakashi was utterly exhausted. Using Kamui, Shuriken had drained him massively. Still, he had confirmed the jutsu's effectiveness. He would continue refining it in the future. That was one hell of an attack. At the epicenter of the battle, Kitagawa General quietly reappeared. He gazed at the destruction around him, equal parts awe and satisfaction in his expression. The power of the Tenseigen was no joke. But I'd prefer if my own eyes had that kind of power. He was already impressed with his current abilities. After all, he had just stood toe-to-toe with someone as dangerous as Orochimaru, forcing even him to acknowledge the power of stats and game mechanics. And Orochimaru wasn't the crumbling mess Sasuke had faced. The one whose soul was trapped in the Reaper's belly and who needed a new body just to survive. This was a version of Orochimaru who had survived mountains of corpses and oceans of blood. A monster with almost no weaknesses, except perhaps illusions and unknown intel. Even so, compared to this massive Tenseigen, General felt seriously lacking, especially when he saw the enormous, torn-off pieces of snake carcasses strewn across the ground. Judging by their size, it might have been Manda. I still need to get stronger. With a flicker, he appeared near the central tower. The Ryumyaku chakra still roiled violently. His eyes faintly transformed into the Tenseigen as he began his analysis. I need to figure out how to handle this power properly. The next morning, the scorching desert sun beat down on the ruined ancient city of Rorin. Near its collapsed edge, the fourth Kazekage, Rasa, stood with a grim expression as he faced Kakashi and the others. Nearby, Chio lay on a stretcher, half her body gone. She was being carried away by Ebizo. Last night's massive explosion had occurred within the Land of Wind. Rasa couldn't possibly have missed it. Naturally, he suspected those damn lunatics had done something again. Especially since the explosion had come from the south. His first thought was the Ryumyaku. But just as he was preparing to act, an incident occurred with Gaara. Something had triggered Gaara into a frenzy. Shukaku, the one-tail, had begun to stir restlessly within him. With Chio absent, Rasa had no choice but to personally subdue Gaara. Only in the dead of night, once everything had calmed down, was he able to depart. So it was that mysterious organization behind all this. Yes, Kazekage-sama. That appears to be the case, Kakashi replied, still visibly fatigued. Their target was definitely something hidden within Rorin. And that explosion, it was connected to that very thing. I see, Rasa nodded, but his expression remained dark. It was infuriating to have something from his own village targeted by outsiders. Even worse, this was an object he had been eyeing for years. You all have my thanks. If not for your efforts, this could have been catastrophic. Those people, they're nothing but madmen. No need for thanks. We were just completing our mission, Kakashi replied modestly. Of course they were madmen. That much was obvious. What about Rorin itself? And Chio-sama? Most of Rorin's surviving citizens were evacuated. The rest made it to the underground shelters last night, they're safe. As for Chio, Rasa glanced at Ebizo, who gave a silent nod. She's stable. Sasori is no ordinary opponent, and neither is she. But I am curious, how did you deal with the Ryumyaku? That was what truly mattered to him. Seeing the state of the ruins and the devastated land only intensified his desire for the Ryumyaku. He hated the Akatsuki for the chaos they caused, but he had to admit, he was also a little grateful. They gave me an opportunity to enter Rorin. Now that he had access, the rest was simple, he could try to seize control of the Ryumyaku for himself. He only hoped Konoha wouldn't get in his way. Let me explain. Suddenly, Kitagawa General stepped forward, full of energy. Kazekage-sama, you need not worry. Though the Ryumyaku's seal was disturbed, the situation isn't as bad as it looked. Is that so? Rasa remained composed, but inside, his heart skipped a beat. Yes, General said with a beaming smile. The fourth Hokage left behind a flying thunder god seal at the Ryumyaku, and as it happens, I also know the technique. All I had to do was mimic his markings and rearrange them slightly. That stabilized the Ryumyaku's chakra, for now, at least. Of course, this was also thanks to some of the chakra having leaked out already. Without that, I might not have been able to restore the seal. But rest assured, what's left will stay sealed. Just like when the fourth Hokage did it. The Land of Wind won't face any further problems. Thank you. Truly, thank you all. Even Rasa wasn't sure how he managed to choke out those words of thanks. His voice was tight, nearly grinding through clenched teeth. If it were up to him, he really wanted to strangle that bastard. Honestly, he had one burning question in his heart. Konoha, are you people messing with me on purpose? Since that's the case, let's return to Sunagakure for now, Rasa said, forcing a smile despite his inner turmoil. As allies, I've failed in my duties. You've come all this way and haven't even had a proper rest. I'll assign people to monitor things here in Rorin, and besides, we still need to exchange some intel. We appreciate the offer, Kakashi nodded. He truly needed some rest, his chakra depletion was extreme. Rasa nodded slightly, then turned and walked toward the main group. However, the moment his back was turned, the smile on his face completely vanished. Hey, Guy whispered after confirming Rasa had walked far enough, did either of you notice? He was smiling, but, didn't he seem really pissed off? He did, Kakashi agreed, flipping open Ika Paradise, though his eyes drifted toward Kitagawa General. And it's not hard to guess why. After all, we did ruin his plans. Then he added pointedly, and you did it on purpose, didn't you? Sensei, I have no idea what you're talking about, Gen replied, putting on an innocent expression. Kakashi rolled his eyes. Fine, whatever. You look pretty pleased with yourself, though. What's got you in such a good mood? Well, Gen grinned, I just survived a fight with one of the legendary Sannin, Orochimaru, and came out unscathed. Of course I'm happy. As he spoke, a translucent interface appeared before his eyes named Kitagawa Gen, Bloodline, Ōtsutsuki Clan, Development. 31% Dojutsu Tenseigen, Nascent Form, Chakra Capacity, SSS, Above Cage Level, Chakra Nature, Water, Fire, Earth, Lightning, Wind, Yin, Yang, Special Techniques, Ice Release. Magnet released special energy source Ryumyaku Chakra, Dragon Vein. General hadn't expected that after fusing with the Ryumyaku, it would manifest as a unique and independent energy source within him. What was even more fascinating was that this energy didn't just supplement natural energy, it could also replenish Tailed Beast Chakra. The Tailed Beast Chakra in his body had nurtured his eye and helped evolve it, but it didn't vanish afterward. It had merely gone dormant due to overuse. Ordinarily, recovery would require time, but the Dragon Vein seemed capable of accelerating that process. More than that, General murmured to himself as he examined the interface, there seems to be something deeper, some special ability hidden within the Dragon Vein. It's mysterious, yet it feels like it resonates with me perfectly. If I'm not mistaken, could it be that the power of time is also something innately tied to the Ōtsutsuki? As Kitagawa General pondered this, far away in the land of rain, amidst a ruin-swept landscape. Suddenly, the space in the air twisted violently. Moments later, two battered but intact figures stumbled out of the vortex, clumsily clutching what looked like a pile of debris. Hey, could you stop yanking my hair, you bastard? That freaking hurts. As soon as they stumbled out of the distorted space, Hidan's grumbling voice rang out in frustration. And seriously, hurry up and put my body back together. I am not walking around with just my head. If you don't shut up right now, Kakuzu, already fuming, had no patience to spare. He clenched his teeth and glared at the talking head in his hand. I swear, I'll chuck your skull into a damn toilet pit. You son of a. Okay. Never mind. Hidan looked like he was about to explode in rage, but one look at Kakuzu's face, clearly not joking, and he immediately backed down. I'll shut up. Totally shutting up. Enough. Uchiha Obito snorted coldly, tossing aside the half-destroyed puppet body of Sasori, who still wore the appearance of the third cage, and demanded, voice sharp, someone explain what the hell just happened. Obito was livid. He had rushed over only to walk straight into a full-blown explosion. If he hadn't been naturally cautious and reacted in time, he might have been obliterated right then and there. No one would have taken that calmly, especially when you had no idea what had just blown up in your face. We don't know the details either. I was in the middle of a fight with Chio when, all of a sudden, an enormous surge of chakra exploded. The puppet form Sasori replied coldly, though his mind was clearly turning. Hidan nodded in agreement. Kakuzu followed with a grunt, his gaze flickering toward Obito. It was Kitagawa General and Orochimaru who were fighting. Who knows what the hell they were doing? And that Hitaki Kakashi guy, his abilities are no joke either. Obito averted his eyes under Kakuzu's pointed look. His expression soured. Kakashi using the technique again was bad enough, but for the whole squad to get their asses handed to them and still have no clue what happened. He was seriously starting to question their competence. I might have an idea what happened. Just then, Zetsu slowly emerged from the ground, his voice low and eerie. And Sasori, you've probably figured it out too, haven't you? HMPH. Sasori snorted. As someone from the land of wind, how could he not know? He had been holding back from speaking up, but now it was pointless to pretend. Rorin, right. The place rumored to harbor ancient secrets. Rorin. Obito and Hidan looked confused. They genuinely didn't know much about it. But Kakuzu turned again toward Obito, eyes narrowing. I've heard of it. I even heard the fourth Hokage once went there. Which means, he trailed off and looked hard at Obito, who clenched his fists. Seriously. Can you just not? You're right. It was Rorin, said Black Zetsu, taking over quickly. I was already suspicious when Orochimaru appeared in the Land of Wind. Now I understand, he went there intentionally. And considering the fourth Hokage had also been to Rorin, and Kitagawa General knows the Flying Thunder God technique, Orochimaru triggered a mark and caught Kitagawa Gen's attention. Obito muttered. Painful memories surged up. He'd been screwed over by Flying Thunder God twice already. So, their clash must have triggered a reaction in Rorin, something huge. Sasori's expression darkened further. It all made sense now, and it only made him angrier. Damn Orochimaru. Damn Kitagawa General. So that's what happened. He already bore a grudge against Orochimaru. As for Gen, he'd inherited the title of White Fang. Old grudges and new wounds, it was becoming unbearable. Damn those bastards, Kakuzu's jaw clenched. Obito, however, suddenly realized something. Wait, what about the thing inside Rorin? That explosion, there's no way that was something ordinary. What's left of it now? Definitely not ordinary, Black Zetsu nodded, understanding Obito's train of thought. But unfortunately, the explosion was massive. Who knows how much chakra is left, if any. Not to mention the presence of Flying Thunder God, so, damn it. Obito cursed under his breath. They'd been hit by a huge blast and got nothing out of it. Who wouldn't be pissed? Still, Black Zetsu, ever the silver-tongued manipulator, stepped in with comforting words. But we did gain something. At least Orochimaru failed in his objective. Plus, Danzo now believes the intel we gave him. That'll let us dodge Konoha's surveillance more easily. And most importantly, I've seen Kitagawa General in action. I'll compile a report. Next time we face him, we'll be far better prepared. Everyone present, aside from the still detached and grumbling Hidan, nodded in agreement. Their mission this time had always been to act as bait, to test and gather intel. And on that front, the objective had been completed. A moment of heavy silence settled among them, as each man pondered their next move. But of course, Hidan couldn't hold it in any longer. Hey, I said, if you're done talking, put me back together already. Do you have any idea how uncomfortable this is? I'm dying here. Stop ignoring me. Stitch me up already, damn it. Meanwhile, in Sunagakure, within the guest lodging prepared for foreign shinobi, Sand Village really is so different from Konoha. Kitagawa General sat by the window, gazing at the scenery outside and shaking his head slightly. Yeah, it really is something. Might Guy, sitting nearby, couldn't help but nod in agreement. But their defenses aren't bad. That canyon, trying to breach it wouldn't be easy. No need to dwell on extreme scenarios. After all these years of war, has any of the 5 great shinobi villages ever truly been invaded at home? Kakashi, leaning casually against the bed while reading Ika Ika Paradise, clearly didn't care much for such speculation. Besides, the sand village chose its location wisely. At least there are oases nearby, guaranteeing a water supply. Unlike us, who wandered half the desert before finding one. But this place is really barren. General muttered with a frown. Even Kurigakure, which we've visited before, felt more lively. That's to be expected. We saw the reasons ourselves yesterday. Kakashi perked up at Gen's comment. He rarely got a chance to educate this sharp disciple of his, so he wouldn't waste the opportunity. The land of wind may be vast, but livable regions are limited to areas around a few oases. They're short on manpower and resources. Even the feudal lord barely supports them, especially after their alliance with Konoha. That's awfully short-sighted, Guy said, immediately grasping Kakashi's point. He might look simple at times, but he was still a full-fledged Jonin. Sure, the alliance has relieved external pressure for now, but such neglect could hurt their long-term development. Not really our concern. Kakashi stretched with a lazy grin. Speaking of which, neither of you wants to head out and enjoy some exotic sights. No thanks, General said, glancing down at his white hair and brushing the short sword on his back. I'm worried someone might mistake me for someone else again. Kakashi's fists clenched. This brat was really getting on his nerves sometimes. I'm not going either, Guy added. Training outside might attract trouble. I'll stick to simple exercises indoors. He quickly gave Kakashi a big thumbs up. Kakashi, let's have a friendly match. Nope. I'm officially still a patient. Kakashi refused flatly, but Guy didn't give up. He hoisted him up in one swift motion. Hey, what are you doing? Put me down. It's precisely because you're unwell that you need to train. A ninja must stay youthful and energized. I told you, I'm injured. I heard Konoha's medical system underwent a major overhaul because of you, but I think the problem is you, Kakashi. So come. Feel the power of youth. It'll fix that frail spirit of yours. Oi, stop, stop. Kakashi's protests faded into the distance, echoing down the hallway. General, left alone, stared after them with a strange look. Man, so full of energy. I just hope Kakashi-sensei survives that. He shook his head. Even General had to admire Guy's relentless enthusiasm. If it were him in that situation, he'd have broken down by now. Though he always claimed he relied on hard work and sweat, he also believed firmly in a proper balance of work and rest. Well, this gives me more time to sense the chakra of the dragon vein. The dragon vein chakra was fascinating. Even though only a portion had entered his body, it noticeably enhanced the chakra of both the 3 tails and 7 tails inside him. These 2-tailed beast chakras were slowly absorbing the power of the dragon vein. Not rapidly, but steadily growing. And as they strengthened, General could feel them starting to nurture him back in return. While there's not much benefit to my eyes, the interesting part is, my bones are absorbing chakra more quickly too. He clenched his fists lightly, feeling as if his bones were accelerating their development. It even felt like he could draw them out and play with them at will. This boost is making my bloodline boil. The sensation wasn't overwhelmingly intense, but it was persistent. He didn't know how long it would last, but one thing was certain. Once it ended, his bloodline's development would have risen another level. That said, the faint time-related energy within the dragon vein is still hard to grasp. In his memory, those members of the Ōtsutsuki clan always talked like space-time ninjutsu was rare and hard to obtain, yet each of them seemed to have 1 or 2 such abilities. Especially Urashiki, he had mastery over true space-time techniques in multiple forms. But while he was absurdly powerful, he was also incredibly dumb, got paralyzed by poison and ended up being defeated by Jiraiya and others. Just as he was thinking, his system suddenly pinged. Side quest: we all have bright futures. Objective: assist Kakashi and Might Guy in a mission in the Land of Wind. Reward: processing. Seeing the system interface, General felt his mood lift again. Another completed mission meant another reward on the way. Meanwhile, Hidden Sound Village, land of rice fields. Within the ruins of the Sound Village, the nearly obliterated corpse of Manda suddenly reappeared in a puff of smoke. From the air, a pale white serpent slowly slithered down, its head carrying the face of Orochimaru. Gazing at Manda's lifeless body, still twisted in rage and agony, Orochimaru's voice hissed from his serpentine form, "Shimura Danzo, you will pay for this." Orochimaru felt terribly unlucky. He couldn't even remember the last time he'd been beaten this badly. Right now, his condition was beyond terrible. Not only had Manda died right in front of him, but his body had completely broken down. With no other choice, he had been forced to perform an emergency reincarnation. In the underground laboratory of the Sound Village, Kimimaro was carefully unwrapping Orochimaru's bandages, guilt etched across his face. "I'm sorry, Orochimaru-sama," he said in a low voice. "Not only could I not assist you, I couldn't even serve as your vessel." "This isn't the time for that," Orochimaru said, voice hoarse and cold. "Has there been any word from Kabuto?" Kimimaro hesitated briefly before nodding. "Yes, Orochimaru-sama. Kabuto sent a report, and there's also a message from Konoha." "Oh." Orochimaru raised an eyebrow. "Tell me. It wasn't signed. It only asked whether you had gone to the land of wind and warned you to be cautious," Konoha might respond. HMPH, Orochimaru let out a cold chuckle. He knew that was Danzo's doing. But at this point, he had long since stopped trusting Danzo. "And Kabuto?" he asked. According to him, Konoha and the Sand Village appear to have reached a cooperation agreement. The details are unclear. "What else?" "Well, the world believes you went to the land of wind to steal some treasure, and in doing so, triggered a massive explosion that caused widespread destruction. Both Suna and Konoha have issued bounty orders for you." TCH. Orochimaru fell silent. He wasn't particularly concerned about being wanted. Konoha had branded him a rogue for years and it never stopped him before. But this time, he realized something. He was being used as a scapegoat. He didn't even cause the explosion, yet the blame was pinned on him. "Orochimaru-sama, are you alright?" Kimimaro asked, seeing him unusually quiet. "I'm fine," Orochimaru said after a moment, licking his lips. "I've just made up my mind." He still felt the lingering discomfort in both body and soul from the forced reincarnation. It had been a painful process, done too early and without preparation, but now that his anger had fully ignited, he was ready to retaliate. "Kimimaro, send word to Kabuto. Tell him to start investigating next year's Chunin exams in Konoha, and begin preparations early." "Yes, Orochimaru-sama." Kimimaro didn't ask further questions. He nodded and left to carry out the order. Orochimaru sat alone, recalling the words of Kitagawa General and everything that had happened, from being intercepted by Jiraiya in the land of hot water to now. His clenched fists trembled with rage. He wasn't someone who took betrayal lightly. Now, he only had one thing on his mind, revenge. But then he thought about the boy who had fought him. That Kitagawa General, he's not simple. His technique was eerily similar to Pain's abilities. And that massive chakra explosion, it was his doing. That kid is hiding a lot more than he lets on. Elsewhere, in the land of rivers, Kakashi, Guy, and Kitagawa General were finally on their way back to Konoha. "You know," Guy said once they had left the land of wind and shaken off any Anbu escorts, "something's off about the Akatsuki's actions this time. They were still a pain, but not as troublesome as I expected." "Maybe they were focused on the artifact in Rorin," Kakashi mused, recovering well from his injuries. "Still, their behavior was strange, like they were probing us for information." "Agreed," Gen chimed in. He'd already sensed something was wrong. In his memory, it had taken Jiraiya a long time to even locate the Akatsuki's base of operations. After all, not everyone had the same advantage he did. As someone who had transmigrated here, he knew a lot of unfair information. Our intel was oddly simple, yet extremely precise. It's like someone wanted us to go there, Gen continued. Also, during my battle with Orochimaru, 2 squads, one from Suna and one from Kumo, arrived. They attacked both me and Orochimaru. That implies something fishy about their motives and allegiances. He still remembered the soldiers who'd charged straight into death. Unfortunately, they'd picked the wrong time and place. Right as his Tensagan's orbital cannon came crashing down, they were vaporized almost instantly. "They're dead." Best not to speak of this further, Kakashi said cautiously after some thought. I'll report to the Hokage when we return. As for Suna, since they haven't said anything, we'll act as if we don't know either. General, remember, aside from our own comrades, even allies must be treated with caution. Got it, Kakashi-sensei. General nodded. He already understood well enough. In his memory, Suna had outright violated their alliance by teaming up with Orochimaru to invade Konoha. Yeah, he muttered under his breath. The betrayal you can see isn't scary. It's the one you can't see that really hurts. Guy blinked at the cryptic line, but Kakashi nodded thoughtfully. That's quite profound. Where did that come from? Uchiha. Uchiha Itachi. General finished, noticing Kakashi's dead fish eyes starting to bulge. Exactly. Who would have thought he of all people would do something like that? Invisible betrayal, right there. Guy nodded as if he understood, but then added curiously, speaking of the Uchiha, Kakashi, remember our class's underachiever. That spiky-haired kid. Could that have been Uchiha Obito? Kakashi facepalmed. Guy had always been a bit face-blind and forgetful. If he didn't regularly see someone, he had a hard time remembering them. And as for his star student, Kakashi suspected Jiraiya's influence might have been rubbing off on him a little too much. After several days of travel, the trio finally returned to the Hidden Leaf Village. General, want to come with us to make the mission report? Kakashi asked at the village gate, stretching and confirming he didn't need to go to the hospital. You're about to be promoted to Jonin anyway. Might as well start getting used to it. Indeed, Guy added, stroking his chin. The exam this year will likely be overseen by Lady Tsunade or Jiraiya. But either way, I'm sure you'll pass easily. That kind of rapid promotion is rare, even in Konoha history. Graduating and making Jonin within a year, unheard of, but General was anything but ordinary. Nah, I'll pass for now, General said with a smile after some thought. Let me rest up first. I'll deal with the promotion when the time comes. Might as well take it easy while I can. Suit yourself, Kakashi replied nonchalantly, then added, by the way, in a few days, I'll introduce you to some of the others in the village that I'm close with. You've been doing missions ever since you graduated, so you haven't had the chance to meet many people. That won't do. Besides, you're my student, if you ever run into trouble, you can ask them for help too. Sounds good. I've been wanting to meet some of these seniors anyway. Kitagawa General smiled and nodded. He had no reason to refuse. The ninjas who graduated with Kakashi were the backbone of Konoha today, and would remain so for a long time. Naruto's generation would eventually become the village's next core strength. As for Kitagawa Gen, caught somewhere in the middle, he could be seen as neither here nor there, but also someone who could enjoy the best of both worlds. I know everyone above me, and I've got great relationships with those below. How could I possibly lose? He was starting to feel a bit unbeatable. Watching Kakashi and Guy wave back at him before heading into the Hokage building, he simply turned around and began walking back himself. In Konoha, I'm not just getting by, I'm thriving. As he strolled leisurely through the village streets, he tilted his head back, staring at the sky in quiet thought. Since I've already demonstrated enough talent, it's time to take the next step. He had always wanted to whitewash his abilities and make them appear reasonable. Until now, he could only show that he relied on hard work and study, but that was necessary. After all, he had only just escaped from the Ninja Academy. It was okay to show talent and ability, but not to an excessive degree. He needed to proceed step by step, gradually letting others accept the narrative that, like Minato Namikaze, he had undergone a complete transformation upon becoming a true ninja. Just like those two Uchiha punks, already stirring up storms at this age. Truthfully, he had long surpassed that stage. Now it was time to level up again. Kekkei Genkei. General didn't need to go overboard. He had no plans to let anyone know about the Tenseigan. A man needs to keep some cards close to his chest. The less others know, the easier it is to strike hard when it matters. But Kekkei Genkei was different. He'd eventually acquire more of them. It was far better to reveal them gradually and rationally than to shock everyone in the middle of a battle. Hey, General. You're back. General turned his head in surprise and saw Naruto standing nearby, giving him a strange look. Naruto. Yeah, you skipped training again. Can't you think better of me just once, you bastard? Naruto was genuinely exasperated. General was just too much. I've been training with pervy sage, you know. I told you, I will become Hokage. Yeah, I've heard it 1,000 times. General didn't even let him finish. He already knew exactly what Naruto was going to say. But aren't you supposed to be training? What are you doing here? TCH. Look at where I am. Naruto pointed furiously behind him. You think I dare go in there? You think I can go in there? General turned his head and glanced back, then gave Naruto a slightly sympathetic look and patted him on the shoulder. It was a legit hot spring bathhouse, not like those shady ones in the land of hot water, but even so, nothing good ever happened when Jiraiya was inside. Gen's brow suddenly furrowed, and he gave Naruto a peculiar look. This is. He placed his hand on Naruto's shoulder, and in that instant, though his vision didn't change, he sensed it. Deep within Naruto's body, the Nine-Tails suddenly jolted awake, eyes wide open, fur bristling, scanning its surroundings in confusion. At the same time, Naruto clutched his stomach. Why is it so hot all of a sudden? You've been standing in front of a bathhouse. Of course it's hot. General withdrew his hand and gave a nonchalant reply. He hadn't expected the Nine-Tails to be that sensitive. Was it because of my recent power boost? Name: Kitagawa Gen Bloodline. Ōtsutsuki Clan Development. 33% Dojutsu. Tenseigen Awakened Stage Chakra Capacity. SSS Above Cage Level Chakra Natures. Water, Fire, Earth, Lightning, Wind, Yin, Yang Special Techniques. Ice Release, Magnet Release Special Energy Source. Dragon Vein Chakra. He glanced at his status. With the infusion of Dragon Vein Chakra, he had activated 3 Tails and 7 Tails Chakra, and his bloodline development had been steadily rising. The burning, boiling sensation had faded somewhat, but the lingering effects remained. Clearly, this process would continue for a while, though the results likely wouldn't be as explosive as before. But that's not the key point. The key is in the eyes. Having already received the doctrine from the giant Tenseigen, and now with continued infusion from the 3 Tails and 7 Tails, his eyes had evolved again. He had acquired 2 new abilities. Fuinjutsu Absorption, and Mind Layer Dive. One allowed him to absorb chakra, the other was for reading memories. Both were highly practical, but also a bit puzzling. Aren't these both Rinnegan abilities? General stroked his chin thoughtfully. Maybe. To him, whether it was the Rinnegan or Tenseigen, they were all just byproducts of the Divine Tree's legacy. Only by constantly absorbing tailed beast chakra could he further develop his bloodline, and evolve his eyes. Whoa. Weird. I feel better now. With Gen's hand gone, Naruto immediately felt the heat vanish. He looked back at the bathhouse with a frown. That pervy old man is seriously a menace. I thought I was going to get heatstroke. That's still better than me. Back then, I had to stay cooped up in a hotel the whole time. General pursed his lips, then suddenly broke into a mischievous grin. But I just thought of a way to deal with this kind of thing. Oh. Do tell. Naruto's eyes lit up. He was sick and tired of Jiraiya's antics too. It's simple. General winked, then gathered chakra into his throat, and, mimicking Naruto's voice, shouted, "Pervy sage. You're peeping again, you damn pervert. Somebody catch the lecher." Naruto stared at General in shock. Is this guy trying to get me killed? What are you standing there for? Run. General didn't wait. He bolted, and Naruto, still dazed, scrambled after him. It's a misunderstanding. I swear it's all a misunderstanding. Moments later, Jiraiya came fleeing out of the bathhouse in total panic. Chasing him was a furious mob of bathhouse workers wielding brooms and mops, along with a group of kunoichi armed with actual ninja tools. Damn it, still no word. Inside the hidden cloud village, the 4th Raikage's eyes blazed with fury. He stared incredulously at Darui, who could only nod in response. There's no update yet. They might have encountered an issue, or maybe. Darui trailed off, not daring to finish. But everyone already understood what he meant. Raikage-sama, according to intel, Orochimaru attempted to steal a secret treasure from the Land of Wind, which triggered a massive explosion. C, standing nearby, sighed and spoke up. At this point, staying silent wasn't an option. The treasure was reportedly destroyed. Orochimaru was gravely injured. The blast radius was immense, it's hard to say. Orochimaru again. Another rogue from Konoha. Are they all dead yet? The fourth Raikage could barely contain his anger. This kind of situation was simply intolerable. What's the status in Konoha? I heard Suna has signed a new agreement with them. Yes, Raikage-sama, C confirmed, glancing at Darui. Seeing that he had once again slipped into his lazy mode, C had no choice but to continue. They were allies to begin with. And now that this mysterious organization caused such a stir in the Land of Wind, it's no surprise they're joining forces again. But it wasn't just the sand that wouldn't let this go. The hidden cloud had no intention of backing down either. The only difference was, one aimed at the Akatsuki, the other at Konoha. Raikage-sama, what are our next steps? Seeing the Raikage fall silent, C turned to the long silent Samui, who finally spoke up. Should we continue investigating that mysterious group? Should we try contacting them? And what about Konoha, HMPH? A pack of rogue scum banding together. Keep an eye on them, see what they're really up to. The Raikage didn't trust rogue ninjas. His village had produced very few over the years. As for Konoha, the next Chunin exams are set to be held there next year. I'll go personally. But before then, he hesitated, his pride holding him back. Yet a glance at his empty left arm, and a memory of that man's blinding speed, on par with Minato, and his behavior, so reminiscent of Tobirama. In the end, he sighed and spoke coldly. If you encounter Kitagawa Gen, you are allowed to abandon the mission without punishment. For anyone else, double the retaliation. Understood. Yes, Raikage-sama. Meanwhile, back in Konoha, Hiruzen Sarutobi was leisurely puffing on his pipe. As he reviewed a scroll, a satisfied smile on his face. Seems the mission went smoothly. The Sand's willingness to deepen our alliance is a good sign. Well done, Kakashi, Guy. It was our duty, Kakashi and Guy replied with a slight bow. Suna had been hit hard by the Akatsuki, especially with their meddling around the dragon vein. It was only natural for them to seek reassurance. Add to that a notoriously stingy daimyo, some concessions were inevitable. Even if Suna only expressed an intention to cooperate, the rest would be up to Konoha's negotiators. That alone was progress. Besides all this, it confirms the intel Danzo provided is fairly accurate. Although this time, things felt a bit off. Hiruzen's expression darkened slightly. The Akatsuki's actions seemed uncharacteristically weak, more like a test than a full assault. Kakashi nodded gravely. That was also Gen's assessment. We didn't encounter Uchiha Itachi or Uchiha Obito. Not even Jiraiya-sama's former students. But strangely, some hidden cloud shinobi showed up too. Could this mean? Maybe the cloud's been poking around our affairs, Hiruzen muttered, brows furrowed. In any case, we must be wary of them. As for the Akatsuki, we now have a fairly good grasp of their general structure, which is progress. The Akatsuki were no longer a complete mystery. While many details remained unclear, like whether they had a main base or how they intended to reshape the world, they now had a basic idea of who they were dealing with. Perhaps it's time to consider forming a joint strike force with the other villages. The Akatsuki were too dangerous, not just powerful, but ideologically extreme. Even if their true motives were unclear, their status as missing nin alone was enough to provoke a serious response from the other villages. You sure about this? Kakashi asked, frowning, not in opposition, but concern. Would the other villages even cooperate? And what about Jiraiya-sama? Don't worry. I said we'd consider it. Let's finalize things with the Sand first, Hiruzen said with a small chuckle. I'll speak to Jiraiya personally. Speaking of which, why hasn't he shown up yet? He glanced at the clock. He'd sent for Jiraiya right after Kakashi returned. The meeting was nearly over, and still no sign. Shaking his head, he pushed the thought aside. Well, that's enough talk. You two have done well. Go get some rest. And say, didn't you make progress this time? At least none of you ended up in the hospital, right? Kakashi took a deep breath and nodded, accepting Hiruzen's cheeky grin. At least I'm not recovering in the Konoha hospital this time, Lord Hokage. Just then, a panting Anbu agent burst through the door. What is it? Hiruzen's heart sank. Instinctively, he clutched his chest. He'd had too many shocks like this lately. His body could barely take it anymore. Jiraiya-sama caused trouble at the bathhouse, then ran into Lady Tsunade. They had a bit of a scuffle. Jiraiya-sama has been hospitalized. At Ichiraku Ramen. You're the worst, you know that. Naruto grumbled as he slurped his noodles. I was hoping to catch him after he was done peeping and ask him to teach me something. But you ruined it. Relax. The pervy sage has thick skin. He'll be fine, General said nonchalantly, grinning at Naruto. Worry more about yourself. After all, it was you who got him in trouble. You're the worst, Naruto muttered, sulking. Still, after everything, he was used to this kind of thing. It barely fazed him anymore. Besides, the pervy sage was pretty easy to deal with. Worst case. Use Shadow Clone plus Sexy Jutsu tomorrow and give him a little private show. Hey, what do you think I should name the combo of Shadow Clone and Sexy Jutsu? Oh, he taught you that. PFFT, this is my natural genius at work. Come on, help me think of a name. Harem technique, obviously. Why are you so familiar with it? TCH. General just raised an eyebrow. Oh, and Naruto, if you've developed such a unique technique, maybe you should get the Hokage to evaluate it. Huh. Naruto blinked, hesitating. That's not really something you show the Hokage, is it? I told you before, respect your elders. That advice got me in trouble last time. But was I wrong? Besides, the Hokage is a ninjutsu scholar. No one's more qualified to judge. And here's a secret, what? The pervy sage's teacher. That's the Hokage himself. Their personalities are surprisingly similar. General flashed a mysterious smile and said no more. Naruto, however, was already deep in thought, clearly considering the idea. Gen Senpai. Oh, hey Naruto, you're here too. A familiar voice rang out. They turned to see Ino and Sakura walking up. It's you guys. Here for some ramen. General greeted them casually. Naruto lit up at the sight of Sakura, while Ino giggled. Not really. We were just passing by and saw Gen Senpai, so we came to say hi. By the way, you haven't visited my flower shop in ages. Blame Naruto. He's been watering the plants for me whenever I'm away, Gen replied, glancing at Naruto. Lately we've been lucky on missions, no serious injuries. And now that Lady Tsunade's back, even if someone does get hurt, they'll recover fast. Yeah, everyone's a lot more at ease with Lady Tsunade around, Ino agreed with a smile. As a member of the Yamanaka clan, she knew Tsunade's reputation well, but her smile turned strange. Though, I heard Lady Tsunade sent someone to the hospital just now. Ellipsis question mark quote quote. That pervert tried to peek at the women's bath. So disgusting. Lady Tsunade was too kind, honestly. General and Naruto glanced at each other silently. On both their faces, awkwardness and disbelief, but neither dared to argue. Ino, Gen sighed after a moment. Tomorrow, could you prepare a bouquet of flowers for me? Ino looked a little surprised, but Kitagawa General had already stood up. This is for visiting a senior. Thanks for not dying, must have been rough. Oh, okay. Ino nodded, though Kitagawa General paid and left immediately. He clearly couldn't bear staying any longer. Well then, I'll take my leave. Take care, senpai. Both Ino and Sakura were polite, but as they watched Gen's back disappear into the distance, their expressions turned strange. Naruto. Sakura turned to Naruto, curiosity written all over her face. Do you know what's going on? Don't ask me. Naruto's head started shaking like a rattle drum. I don't know anything. Don't ask me. While Naruto was left with tingling nerves and a creeping headache, Kitagawa General had already teleported home via Flying Thunder God. Back at his place, General felt an unusual sense of comfort. So much so that he was even considering a new tactic. Whenever he encountered tough enemies in the future, he might just teleport home, wait them out, and let attrition take care of them. But I didn't expect Kakashi to survive his time in Sunagakure, only for Jiraiya to end up hospitalized afterward. Rubbing his temples, General felt a headache coming on. Why did it seem like he was cursed? Every time he went on a mission, he'd run into Akatsuki members, and once the mission ended, someone would always end up randomly in the hospital. Who the hell is this unlucky? He couldn't figure it out. After a while, he gave up trying. He had more pressing things to consider. I've already decided to drop the act moving forward. But before that, I need to secure a few things first. This mission to the Land of Wind had yielded impressive gains. Not only had he tested the power of the Moonlight Cannon for the first time, but he'd also acquired a portion of the Dragon Vein. As for the rest, he could just teleport back and claim it using Flying Thunder God. The only shame is that Rasa wouldn't let us meet Gaara. Compared to Konoha, they're seriously lacking. Also, side quest we all have bright futures. Objective: assist Kakashi and Might Guy in a mission in the Land of Wind. Reward: Kisho Tensei one's own life reincarnation. Looking at the reward, for the first time, Kitagawa General understood the phrase, a double-edged gift. The one's own life reincarnation's effects were undeniably powerful, but its core principle was equivalent exchange. Trading a life for a life, but does that rule even apply to the Ōtsutsuki? General pondered. For beings like the Ōtsutsuki, he didn't believe they'd need to sacrifice their own lives to revive someone else. Their vitality was no joke, after all. But, I'm not about to risk testing that myself. This jutsu, General wouldn't dare use it yet. Not until he had fully developed his bloodline. Otherwise, he'd rather experiment on some white Zetsu clones instead. Still, with my current strength, maybe it's time to start hunting down those legendary artifacts. General hadn't forgotten the intel he received the first time he met Uchiha Itachi. He'd been holding off because he wasn't strong enough back then, and he had no real way to leave the village without being noticed. But now, things were different. With Flying Thunder God, he could come and go from Konoha at will. And thanks to his vast chakra reserves, he could sustain shadow clones for long durations. That was more than enough for him to start operating solo outside the village. Besides, he still had his eye on Sora at the Fire Temple, and the Nine Tails chakra sealed within him. So once I finish up the loose ends in the village, I'll head out. It's a perfect opportunity to test out the one's own life reincarnation, and to study the yin-yang arts I got from Uchiha Obito. With his plans laid out, Kitagawa General slowly closed his eyes. In an instant, all of Chiyo's knowledge, experience, and research on the one's own life reincarnation flooded into his mind. Not just that, even the aspects of the technique that Chiyo herself had never fully uncovered began forming in his consciousness. Gen's brain itched with the influx of data, and soon, his expression turned strange. By the time it all ended and he had fully absorbed everything from Chiyo and the system, he opened his eyes in disbelief. Then, he slowly raised his hand. Buzz, in the next moment, a swirl of black and gold chakra spots formed in his palm. Staring at the twin energies, he couldn't help but murmur to himself, this actually works.
Thanks so much for listening to this episode of Naruto. Starting with the Ōtsutsuki Bloodline. If you enjoyed the story, make sure to leave a like, subscribe, and turn on the notification bell so you'll always know when the next chapter drops. Want to get early access to more chapters and support the series? Head over to my Patreon. Patreon.com/mvmunsen7. Your support means the world and helps me keep creating more content like this. Feel free to share your thoughts, theories, or favorite moments down in the comments. I love hearing what you all think. Thanks again for joining me on this journey through the shinobi world. I'll see you in the next episode. Take care and stay legendary.